Martial Peak, Chapter 5501, Submit to Me. There has never been a precedent, but after today there will be many. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Zhu Jian couldn't help but laugh. Given your tiny figure, you have quite a big mouth. How would you be able to make this majestic Zhu Jian recognize you as my master? Instead, I will give you some opportunity if you submit to me. The divine spirits of the grand ancient ruins boundary and their chosen bearer had a mutually beneficial relationship. These chosen human cultivators could often benefit from the divine spirit and quickly get stronger. Gu Pan, Chu Huashang, Ning Dao Ran, and other powerful youths from that time were all the same. The divine spirits also wished for these bearers to be as strong as possible because they would be taking part in the spirit-seizing war. Only when their bearer was powerful would they be able to seize the opportunity to leave this cage. Zhu Jian wasn't lying when he stated he would give Yang Kai opportunities, as he actually planned to do so. The notion was, of course, that Yang Kai must pass some of his assessments. Zhu Jian would not want to waste his time if this human was mediocre. Saying so, Zhu Jian raised a hoof and pressed it down at Yang Kai. Though his movements weren't particularly fast, the pressure of a divine spirit became stronger with every meter it descended. Zhu Jian could almost foresee the sight of the human trembling under his majestic self. He had done this many times before, and each time, those humans would submit and become well-behaved. However, this time was destined to be an exception. Yang Kai simply lifted his hand and stopped Zhu Jian's hoof dead in its tracks. The sight was akin to an ant lifting its limb and holding up an elephant's foot. I'm short on time, so let's stop the nonsense and get right to the point. Just as the voice of the human sounded in Zhu Jian's ears, he immediately found himself lifted before being slammed down onto the floor. There was a huge explosion as it seemed like the entire grand ancient ruins boundary shook. The mountain valley cracked, with spider web-like fissures spreading out from a massive depression that had just been opened up at its center. From inside the crater, Zhu Jian's figure could be vaguely seen through the dust and debris. Zhu Jian was so flabbergasted he didn't even get angry from being smashed to the ground. In the grand ancient ruins boundary, Zhu Jian could unleash strength equivalent to a second-order open heaven realm master, which, while powerful, was a huge gap from his true strength. Still, how could Yang Kai toy with him like this when all humans who arrived here were no stronger than Emperor Realm Masters? Hong hong hong. More bangs and explosions sounded one after another as in a flash. Zhu Jian's rising wrath transformed into terror. He became dizzy as a result of being repeatedly thrown around and smashed into the ground. He had never before, since his birth, come across a situation that made him feel this helpless. Only after 100 times did Yang Kai release him. Zhu Jian lay limp on the ground, twitching all over as if all the bones in his body had been dislocated, his eyes filled with fear and uncertainty. "Acknowledge me as your master, and I will take you out," repeated Yang Kai as he stood on the bridge of Zhu Jian's nose and stared straight into his eyes. As if just waking from this nightmare, Zhu Jian roared in fright. "You're not suppressed by the grand ancient ruins boundary." Yang Kai's might was clearly not that of the Emperor realm, but of the open heaven realm. Despite never having witnessed the true strength of a human open heaven realm master, Zhu Jian could instantly identify that the human in front of him was someone in the high-rank open heaven realm. "Stop talking nonsense and recognize me as your master already," Yang Kai urged impatiently. There were a lot of divine spirits in the grand ancient ruins boundary, so he didn't want to waste time convincing each one of them. He only wanted to dispatch these divine spirits to the battlefield as swiftly as possible so that they could be of some use against the Black Ink clan. Despite how humiliated Zhu Jian felt, a divine spirit's pride was not something that could be dampened so easily. As for submitting to an inferior, that was impossible. Thus, he roared, "In your dreams, this Zhu Jian will not submit so easily." Yang Kai nodded lightly, then complimented him. "Seems your backbone is quite sturdy." Immediately, Yang Kai lifted his hand, and the 3,000-meter tall Zhu Jian floated up into the air. Zhu Jian frantically struggled, but it was of no use as there seemed to be an invisible set of shackles which kept him in place. The next moment, Yang Kai raised a flame from his free hand, within which a three-legged exotic bird caught. Throwing the golden crow's true fire in his hand towards Zhu Jian, it soon exploded and burned furiously, enveloping the whole beast. Then, Yang Kai took out a massive knife from somewhere as he swept his gaze back and forth across Zhu Jian's juicy, meaty body. By now, Zhu Jian was panicking. The golden crow's true fire made him suffer excruciating pain, but that was still barely bearable. After all, he was a mature divine spirit whose power was just being suppressed by the grand ancient ruins boundary. It was an imposed weakness which did not affect how intrepid his body was. Though the golden crow's true fire was indeed impressive, flames of this intensity could not burn him to death. However, looking at the giant knife and seeing Yang Kai's behavior, it was obvious that he was going to grill him up and eat him. "What are you doing?" Zhu Jian shouted in panic. Yang Kai took out an equally giant honing steel from who knows where and grinned menacingly as he said, "I've been told about the taste of a certain powerful black ox whose flavor was supposed to be quite exquisite. I've always wanted to try such meat, but in the end, I wasn't able to get my hands on some. You look quite similar to that black ox, which should be able to fulfill my wish. What's more, a divine spirit should be more appetizing than an ordinary black ox." "You wouldn't dare?" Zhu Jian roared angrily. "I wouldn't." With a snort, Yang Kai approached Zhu Jian with the now gleaming knife in hand, eyeing Zhu Jian's rib roast section, lifting his blade as if preparing to slice off a piece. When Zhu Jian saw this human was being serious, he couldn't bear it anymore, so he hurriedly cried out, "Wait, wait, wait. We can talk this out." Yang Kai's knife rested on his flank as he said, "If you want to say something, speak quickly before it's too late." Zhu Jian was agitated. "I'll leave you with all I've collected during my life. I own many treasures that are very helpful for humans to cultivate with." Yang Kai sneered. "Your treasures are all useless to me." Zhu Jian tried again. "Then I will give you some of my source strength. With it, you will have the opportunity to comprehend the innate divine ability of my clan." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "What is the bloodline talent of your clan?" He was oblivious to it previously, but during his trip to the no-return pass to cultivate, he had come to understand that every divine spirit clan had their own bloodline talent, which would awaken once they matured thanks to their bloodline inheritance. For example, the Dragon Clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time, while the Phoenix Clan's was the Tao of Space. Since he didn't interact with other divine spirits much, Yang Kai didn't know much about them. Seeing that his interest was piqued, Zhu Jian immediately continued, "The bloodline talent of my clan is one of strength. If you comprehend this innate divine ability, your physical strength will be boundless." Garbage! Yang Kai immediately lost all interest. When it came to raw physical strength, none exceeded the Dragon Clan. It was a purely useless bloodline talent for Yang Kai. Zhu Jian felt like breaking down. How could he have offered some of his source strength if he hadn't been forced into a dead end? The loss of even a bit of his source strength would have a significant detrimental effect on him. Yet, such huge sacrifices were dismissed as garbage by this human. "If you have anything else for me in exchange for your life, speak up, or else I will start my meal," Yang Kai threatened. Zhu Jian sighed, appearing to accept his fate. "What more do I have when you don't even seem pleased by my source strength? Forget it. This is my fate. Please start. Even if you die, you still won't recognize me as your master?" Yang Kai questioned. Zhu Jian was greatly humiliated. Even so, his words oozed contempt as he spoke. "Trivial human, it will bring shame to all divine spirits for this Zhu Jian to submit to you. Instead, death will be a relief for me as I will finally be able to escape this prison." "What if I wasn't a human?" Yang Kai asked. Zhu Jian's heart tightened as he saw Yang Kai step onto his nose once again and gave him a stern look. When those words came out, even though Yang Kai's figure remained the same, The phantom image of a dragon head appeared behind him, and intense dragon pressure erupted forth. "You're from a dragon clan?" Zhu Jian asked in shock. As a divine spirit, Zhu Jian could naturally feel the extremely pure dragon pressure that washed over him in that instant, something that only a true dragon could possess. Under this dragon pressure, even a divine spirit like him couldn't help but feel inferior. The dragon head disappeared as Xianxia nodded and declared, "Indeed, I am from the dragon clan. Why didn't you expose your true identity first if you are from the dragon clan?" Zhu Jian almost wept. Still, the next moment he attempted to sound intimidating by declaring, "Even if you are a true dragon, I won't recognize you as my master." The way he spoke, nonetheless, was not nearly as forceful as it had been before. Clearly, Xianxia's revelation of his identity caused Zhu Jian to reconsider his decision. Of course, Xianxia, on the other hand, knew what he was thinking. Thus, he tempted him again. "I can bring you out of the grand ancient ruins boundary." Zhu Jian looked at him for a while, then shook his head and said, "Impossible. All divine spirits that have entered the grand ancient ruins boundary will never have a chance to leave unless they win that fleeting opportunity. This applies to those in the dragon clan as well." Xianxia only replied nonchalantly at this statement, "If I say I can do it, I can do it. Just because all of you can't leave doesn't mean that I can't." For a brief while, Zhu Jian pondered before asking, "Do you dare to swear upon your bloodline?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Why would I not?" At this point, Zhu Jian no longer had any doubts. To any divine spirit, an oath sworn on one's source was binding, while one sworn on their bloodline was of even greater significance. Violating a bloodline oath would result in a bloodline backlash. In like cases, their bloodline would forever be destroyed, whereas in the worst case, they would lose their life. Worse yet, a bloodline oath concerned not just an individual, but an entire clan, meaning it was a matter of honor to one's whole race and would be enforced with a corresponding level of intensity. This was one of the most ancient oaths in existence. "How are you going to get out of the grand ancient ruins boundary?" Zhu Jian inquired while frowning. Xianxia shook his head. "Of course, I have my own means. You don't need to ask. Even if you are from the dragon clan, I can't possibly acknowledge you as my master. Even so, I can swear loyalty to you," Zhu Jian stated after giving it some thought. "What's the difference?" Xianxia thought. However, seeing how Zhu Jian would rather die than agree to his original request proved how the divine spirits indeed exhibited unyielding pride and arrogance. This level of conviction was unbreakable, even in the face of death. "That works too," Xianxia nodded, not actually intending to enslave the divine spirits here, just to bring them out a fight against the Black Ink clan. Recognizing him as a master was for nothing but to give it an easy title to understand. When Zhu Jian cautiously turned to look at Xianxia, he added, "This type of loyalty needs to be limited to 100 ye." It was clear for what he observed that Xianxia was not someone who could not be reasoned with. Thus, he intended to negotiate and gain some advantages for himself. 3,000 years. "You will swear loyalty to me for 3,000 years, and I will swear to release you when that time is up." Xianxia cut him off and firmly declared. Martial Peak, Chapter 5502, Gifts Blind the Eyes. Zhu Jian seemed to be unwilling. Even for a divine spirit like him, 3,000 years was a long time. But before he could even speak, Xianxia interjected, "There's no need for any further discussion if you can't even guarantee 3,000 years. When Zhu Jian saw there was no space for negotiation, he sighed dejectedly and said, "Good, 3,000 years." It was only then that Xianxia put him down and retrieved the Golden Crow's true fire. This was followed by both sides swearing oaths upon their bloodlines. In that oath, Zhu Jian swore loyalty to Xianxia for 3,000 years after Xianxia brought him out of the grand ancient ruins boundary. "Lead me to the other divine spirits," Xianxia ordered. Zhu Jian understood instantly that this human did not only intend to subjugate him, but all the other divine spirits in the great ancient ruins boundary as well. No one could escape from him. However, This matter was not necessarily a bad thing for the divine spirits of the grand ancient ruins boundary. They had always wanted to escape from here, so now that there was such an opportunity, nobody would be willing to pass it up. Understanding this, Zhu Jian stopped being long-winded and immediately led Yang Kai to the closest divine spirit. After an hour, in front of a cave, Yang Kai waited patiently for Zhu Jian to discuss with the divine spirit inside. Sometime later, a three-headed, 3,000-meter-long snake emerged from the caves and looked down at Yang Kai while keeping his head high up. At a glance, Yang Kai recognized that this was Fei Yi, who had Chu Hua Shang as his bearer. The middle head of Fei Yi's three heads asked, "You are able to take me out of the grand ancient ruins boundary?" Yang Kai nodded. "I dare not go against my bloodline oath." Fei Yi nodded. "If that's the case, I can work under you for 3,000 years. Yang Kai was spared a great deal of hassle thanks to Zhu Jian's mediation. The two parties once more swore an oath, just like Yang Kai did with Zhu Jian. For the next half a month, Yang Kai wandered around the grand ancient ruins boundary and met one divine spirit after another. The subdued divine spirits helped convince the new ones, making things simpler. As Zhu Jian was the first to surrender to Yang Kai, he played a vital role in the subsequent subjugation process, so he also subconsciously took on the role of leader. When Yang Kai returned to the old tree again, there were over 100 divine spirits of various shapes and sizes following him. These divine spirits had a wide range of strength, but the one undeniable fact was that all of them were at least on par with 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The 100 or so formed quite a strong force. On the other hand, Wu Kuang remained immobile and stuck in place. He was so furious after seeing Yang Kai's return that his nose puffed smoke. If he were able to speak, he would have cursed Yang Kai to death. In front of the world tree, Yang Kai bowed. "Old tree, I want to send them to the star boundary through you." On the trunk of the world tree, old tree's face emerged. "Help yourself." Yang Kai nodded and connected to the world fruit on the world tree that corresponded to the star boundary. Then, he manipulated space principles which prompted a void corridor to appear in the next instant. He turned to look at the numerous divine spirits following behind and declared, "You can enter the 3,000 worlds from here. Now that the 3,000 worlds are at war, we need you to help us in our fight against our enemies. Go to the star boundary's high heaven palace and search for a woman named Hua Qingxi. Tell her that I sent all of you as reinforcements. Remember, you must obey her commands when I'm not around. If you dare to commit crimes or disobey her orders, I have plenty of ways to make you suffer." Many divine spirits felt the foreign aura coming from the portal, making them thrilled. Despite Yang Kai's repeated assurances that he would lead them out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, it wasn't until they saw his ability in action that they were able to completely trust him. After going through this portal, they could finally escape the restrictions of the grand ancient ruins boundary and restore their power as true divine spirits. Zhu Jian cupped his fist and said, "Sir May rest assured, since we have established a bloodline oath, we dare not violate it. And go." Yang Kai responded with a nod and a wave. The first to rush towards the portal was Zhu Jian, who was soon followed by several more divine spirits. They all shrunk their figures to travel through the portal, disappearing one after another. It was only after all of the 100 or so divine spirits crossed the portal that Yang Kai shut it. There would certainly be a disturbance with the arrival of 100-plus divine spirits at the star boundary, but that was not Yang Kai's concern now. Grabbing Wu Kuang, Yang Kai addressed the world tree. "Old tree, I need to go to Black Territory. May I ask you for guidance?" Each fruit on the world tree represented a universe world which still had its grand Tao intact. These universe worlds were scattered throughout the great territories, but there were none in Black Territory. This was because the entire Black Territory was a dead territory with no universe worlds remaining. Yang Kai couldn't enter the Black Ink battlefield or Black Territory directly, so the next best option was to travel to the great territory adjacent to Black Territory and enter from there. Yang Kai could only consult the old tree, because he was unsure which world fruit corresponded to the relevant universe world closest to black territory. Given that the world fruits were grown on the world tree, it would know better than anyone which world fruit corresponded to which universe world. After hearing what Xianxia had said, the old tree said nothing, but one of its fruits immediately lit up. Xianxia understood what this meant. As he looked up, he saw a black, almost withered fruit emanating black ink strength from within. Such fruits were not uncommon and represented universe worlds that had been corroded by the black ink land, quickly losing their world force and grand Tao. This was not the worst-case scenario, but it also wasn't a good situation. After a few years, the sickly fruits would ultimately become completely black, and in the end, they would eventually wither and fall off. "Take care, old tree." Xianxia offered his thanks and headed towards the world fruit while carrying Wuquang. The small world fruit got bigger in front of their eyes and transformed into a universe world. When Xianxia and Wuquang recovered, they had already arrived on the outskirts of the universe world. Looking from afar, a black ink nest was ravenously absorbing the remnants of its world force. Furthermore, dense black ink strength enveloped this whole universe world. Xianxia sighed, even though he had encountered numerous situations like this throughout the years. This universe world was on the brink of falling. There was no longer a need to refine a universe world that was filled with black ink strength like this one. All the living beings here had already been transformed into black ink disciples, becoming servants of the black ink clan. Of course, Xianxia could destroy the entire universe world, but that meant killing all the transformed black ink disciples as well. There were hundreds of millions of them, so how could Xianxia be merciless enough to slaughter them? At this moment, Wuquang finally managed to break free from Xianxia's grasp and erupted into a fit of rage, roaring, "You brat! I will remember this and never let you off." But with a single sentence, Xianxia tamed his enormous rage. "I'll give you a world tree clone." Wuquang was momentarily stunned, his anger fizzling out as he asked in disbelief, "Really?" Xianxia had obtained 3 clones from the world tree. Though Wuquang desperately wanted one, he knew Xianxia wouldn't be willing to give it to him. If it wasn't because he was weaker than Xianxia, he would have already snatched one away. Unexpectedly, Xianxia offered a clone to him willingly, which made him both shocked and delighted. If he were given this clone, which would stabilize and fortify his small universe, Wuquang would not need to worry about signs of his small universe being unstable due to any sudden increase in strength. He could also maximize the effects of his heaven-devouring battle law, with no need to worry about any kind of side effects in the future. Xianxia then replied, "But you'll have to follow me somewhere." Wuquang became alert at once. "Where?" "Don't ask so much. You'll know when we arrive." Saying so, Xianxia simply took out a world tree clone and threw it to Wuquang. Wuquang quickly accepted it and made sure that it was real before becoming overjoyed. As soon as he put it in his small universe, he felt that his aura grew somewhat denser. He could feel that his small universe started getting perfected after he had placed the world tree clone inside. And in time, Wuqianag was confident there would be even more benefits as the world tree clone grew. He also learned about the mystery of the world tree clone from the world tree, like how it absorbed the power of other universes' worlds. With this world tree clone, he would be able to save many years of cultivation and ascend to the 9th order open heaven realm in no time. Unlike other cultivators, Wuquang was not bound by the restrictions of the open heaven realm. Nobody knew how or why, but after acquiring the body of great demon god Mo Sheng, he directly ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm. Logically speaking, the 7th order open heaven realm should be his limit. Wuquang was currently in the 7th order open heaven realm already, but despite that, he felt that his martial Tao had not reached its peak. He could still ascend to the 8th order open heaven realm or even the 9th order open heaven realm. Over the years, Wuquang had thought about this matter a lot, and in the end, he concluded that the heaven-devouring battle law he created was so exceptional that it broke the innate restrictions of the open heaven realm. On the other hand, it was unfortunate that the heaven-devouring battle law could only be safely cultivated by him. If it was someone else, he or she would first notice rapid advancement during the early stages of cultivation, but as they continued to cultivate, the backlash would grow. Furthermore, there was only one solution to this: the flawless, purifying golden lotus. However, there is only one such lotus in existence. Having obtained a world tree clone, Wu Kuang squinted at Yang Kai. "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away?" To which Yang Kai returned a sneer. "You can try." Wu Kuang's expression instantly darkened. Although he was in the 7th order, Yang Kai was already in the 8th order. On top of that, this man was proficient in the Tao of space. In the face of someone superior in both cultivation and speed, Wu Kuang had no confidence he would be able to escape under his watch. He immediately surrendered. "Gifts blind the eyes. Now that I received a world tree clone from you, I shall follow you wherever you go." Yang Kai gave him a long, thoughtful look. "How carefree of you to say that. I hope you won't regret this in the future." Although Yang Kai had no intention to destroy the universe world in front of them, he did not intend to leave the black ink nest in this universe world alone. As he extended his palm and slammed it down, the few thousand meters tall black ink nest was crushed into dust. This caused the black ink clansmen in the universe world to panic, wondering which human race master had come. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5503, to solve the problem at its source. Universe worlds were beginning to fall, all of them with black ink nests planted on them. The dense black ink strength permeated throughout the universe worlds, transforming countless living beings into black ink disciples. As Yang Kai and Wu Kuang traveled, what they witnessed and heard shocked them. Yang Kai would not hesitate to eliminate any targets that could be rapidly removed along the way, but he was not focused on removing those black ink nests. His current task was more pressing. After a few days, the two came across a universe world that had a black ink nest on it. One could tell that it hadn't been here for long by the sparse black ink strength and by how much of the world force remained. Yang Kai examined it and asked, "Now that you also have a world tree clone to stabilize and protect your small universe, do you want to keep some living beings inside? If there are living beings living and breeding in your small universe, it can greatly help you with your cultivation." Of course, Wu Kuang desired it. The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master had already evolved from immaterial to material, capable of hosting living beings in it. However, owing to how often one would engage in battles, and how detrimental that would be to a small universe, few high-rank masters would ever raise living beings in their body. With a world tree clone, or one of the 4 universe pillars to stabilize their small universe, though, such an option became viable. The safety of the living beings within Wu Kuang's small universe could only be ensured if it remained unaffected by external shocks. Wu Kuang already wanted to house some living beings when Yang Kai first handed him the world tree clone. It was just that he was short on time and had no source of such beings. Once Yang Kai asked, though, he understood what Yang Kai meant and thought that this brat was quite a good friend for bringing him to a universe world like this one. Immediately, he nodded and said, "I'll go in and look around." Saying so, he rushed towards the universe world. If Yang Kai and Wu Kuang chose to ignore this universe world, the living beings within it would all transform into black ink disciples after a few years. This universe world's world force would be completely gone, and it would break apart and die soon enough as well. In this vast universe, there were countless universe worlds like this one. When Wu Kuang entered the universe world, he recklessly took in all the living beings he could find. Yang Kai was able to see clearly how Wu Kuang immediately incorporated all of the busy, packed cities of living beings into his small universe. Even the Black Ink Nest and the Black Ink Clan that were plundering this universe world were not spared. Wu Kuang's heaven-devouring battle law could consume everything and anything, so while it might be difficult to take in and resolve black ink strength for others, to Wu Kuang, it was just another method to enrich his heritage. In less than 10 days, there were no more living beings in this universe world. They had all been taken into Wu Kuang's small universe. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel surprised. Even though this universe world was fairly small, and it had recently been attacked by the Black Ink Clan, there were still a billion living beings inside. Being able to take in all those people as a mere seventh-order open heaven realm master demonstrated that Wu Kuang's small universe was far from average. When Wu Kuang returned happily, Xianxia purged all the black ink strength from this universe world and began to refine it. This confused Wu Kuang. There are no longer living beings in this universe world, and its world force is also close to being completely depleted. It can't be saved, so why bother? I have my reasons, Xianxia replied. Without wanting to bother him, Wu Kuang simply sat cross-legged beside him and began to sort the living beings in his small universe. Now that he had collected over 1 billion of them, he had to properly settle them in and provide what they needed to survive, otherwise it would be a waste to have taken them in. Thus, they both worked in silence. 2 days later, Xianxia refined the universe world into a world bead. The only difference from the others that he previously refined was that this one was empty and devoid of any living beings and had barely any vitality. After informing Wu Kuang, they continued traveling. Through this adjacent great territory, Xianxia led Wu Kuang into Black territory. As expected, there was no trace of the Blacking clan here. This great territory simply contained an empty void, so the Blacking clan would certainly not be interested in it. The two arrived at the center of Black territory after a few days where the void corridor connecting to the Black ink battlefield was located. Previously, Xianxia used this void corridor to return to the 3,000 worlds from the Black ink battlefield. He never imagined that a few years later, he would have to return to the Black ink battlefield from here. He felt as if fate was playing with him. After pondering for a while, Xianxia turned his head and looked at Wu Kuang. Do you mind entering my small universe? Since he was in the 8th order and Wu Kuang was in the 7th order, it would not be a problem for Xianxia to keep the latter in the small universe, as doing so would be more convenient for the next leg of their journey. After all, traveling through the void corridor involved many dangers. If Wu Kuang needed to be taken care of on top of that, it would be more burdensome for him. Wu Kuang frowned. Why? Under normal circumstances, cultivators of higher orders would not allow strangers into their small universe unless they had complete faith in one another, because if the detained person caused disturbances in their small universe, it was very likely that they would also go through serious issues. Those of lower order were also apprehensive about entering another small universe, as doing so basically gave the other party control over their life. Even though he knew that Xianxia would not harm him, Wu Kuang couldn't help but ask. After Xianxia explained the reason, Wu Kuang nodded. Why should I be afraid if you're not? Come on then. Xianxia opened up his small universe, and Wu Kuang plunged into it without hesitation. Without Wu Kuang to burden him, Xianxia manipulated space principles and reopened the void corridor that he previously shut, flashing into it. As he traveled forward, Xianxia closed the path behind him. This void corridor was an unknown route leading to the Black ink battlefield, so Xianxia definitely did not want it to be revealed so easily, as it might come in handy one day. After some time, Xianxia eventually made his way through the void corridor and returned to the Black ink battlefield once again. He then released Wu Kuang from his small universe as soon as possible and gave him a stern look. Bastard! How shameless can you be? Xianxia's rage was, however, understandable considering that Wu Kuang activated his heaven-devouring battle law while being in his small universe and devoured some of his heritage while they were traveling through the void corridor. This was simply unacceptable. Though Xianxia quickly overpowered and sealed him, Wu Kuang still got a taste. Faced with Xianxia's scolding, Wu Kuang simply chuckled and asked, "Where are we going now?" Xianxia only glared at him in response. Indeed, old ginger is spicier. Shamelessness has already seeped into his bones. If it wasn't for his value, I would definitely beat him up without mercy. Originally, he had intended for Wu Kuang to stay in his small universe indefinitely, making it easier for him to travel. However, as a result of what just happened, Xianxia was no longer confident about keeping this menace. Luckily, Wu Kuang hadn't consumed much of his heritage, or he wouldn't have let him off that easily. After calming his frustration for a time, Xianxia grumbled, "Come with me." The pair traveled in silence. Only a few days later, Wu Kuang suddenly realized, This is the Black Ink battlefield. Despite never having been to the Black Ink battlefield, he knew a little about it because he used to be a member of the Great Evolution Army in the Barren Territory. There, he hung out with Blood Crow, so he knew that the human race were defeated on the Black Ink battlefield and were forced to retreat to the Barren Territory. The void was pin-drop silent here, and the universe worlds they saw along the journey were all dead, some with traces of mining. Wu Kuang, who was not a fool, recognized this as the Black Ink battlefield right away. And this is the Black Ink battlefield. Xianxia nodded. Wu Kuang grew excited at once. We're taking the fight to the enemy. There is obviously something big waiting for them, or Xianxia wouldn't bring him to the Black Ink battlefield for no reason, and even give him a World Tree clone as a token of his appreciation. Wu Kuang believed that all royal lords were completely wiped out, and that the two Black Ink giant spirit gods were restrained. Thus, the strongest Black Ink clansmen around were the territory lords. As Wu Kuang had previously witnessed how strong Xianxia was effortlessly able to kill a territory lord, he misunderstood and thought Xianxia had brought him here to raise chaos behind enemy lines. This was precisely what he wanted. When Xianxia killed the territory lord earlier, he didn't dare to simply consume the remnant strength, since his strength had advanced too quickly over recent years, and he needed to stabilize his cultivation. But with a World Tree clone, Wu Kuang's small universe had now been completely perfected, and he could even vividly perceive how his world force was constantly being refined and purified by it. Now that his foundation would consolidate itself all on its own, the more strength he devoured, the better it would be. Xianxia glanced at him suddenly, nodded and said, "And we're going to solve the problem at its source." He didn't want to explain himself, but secretly hoped that Wu Kuang would not despise him too much, as what they were about to face might cost him his life. The pair flew forward while Xianxia left a trail of space beacons behind. The placing of space beacons could save Xianxia a lot of time when he returned. Wu Kuang, who had originally been eagerly anticipating being able to have a sumptuous meal, eventually came to realize that something was wrong as the days passed. They hadn't even come across a single Black Ink clansman along the way, only the never-ending void. After he asked Xianxia multiple times, the latter simply said that the Black Ink battlefield was too vast, and that the Black Ink clansmen were all assembled around the no-return pass right now. So, the two of them still had a long way to go. Of course, Wu Kuang had no idea where the no-return pass was. He only heard from others that the no-return pass was originally the only route connecting the 3,000 worlds to the Black Ink battlefield. Initially, it was guarded by the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan, but now the pass had fallen into enemy hands. Therefore, Wu Kuang could only follow Xianxia obediently, despite the fact that he still had some doubts in his heart. He also dared not leave on his own since they had already gone far, and this place was devoid of anything that could be used as a landmark for him to find his way back. Anyone unfamiliar with Black Ink battlefield would undoubtedly become lost in this never-ending void. It took a few years, but the pair eventually reached the late Ancient Era battlefield. Wu Kuang immediately realized the dangers of this place, and soon after bore witness to the magnificence of the celestial phenomena, something that absolutely could not be witnessed in the 3,000 worlds. It took his breath away. The late Ancient Era battlefield contained not only the remains of the late Ancient Era, but also the remnants of the human race army as they retreated from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction hundreds of years ago. Xianxia even spotted a lot of shattered warship debris along the way. When the human race army was retreating from primordial heaven source Grand Restriction to the no-return pass, he was being chased by the sheep-headed royal lord. So he did not know how the human race army was defeated while they were evacuating. However, after viewing the remnants of the battle, he could imagine the valiant struggle of his allies at that time. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5504, Still Not Awake? Years passed before the two finally crossed that late Ancient Era battlefield. Wu Kuang could no longer stand it. "Brat, what are you planning? We've been traveling for almost 10 years. Are you certain this is where the no-return pass is?" Over the last 10 years, the World Tree clone in his small universe had grown significantly, and the living beings he had taken in had gradually settled in, but they had yet to encounter a single black ink clansman, which made Wu Kuang lose patience. When Xianxia knew that lying was no longer an option, he said, "We're not heading to the no-return pass." Wu Kuang exclaimed in rage, "You lied to me?" Xianxia ignored him and continued, "From chaos, heaven and earth first split apart, and the first primordial light was born alongside the primordial darkness." Xianxia began to speak of the many secrets he heard from Tsang back then. Since Wu Kuang had lived longer than him, yet never heard about any of this before, he was quickly fascinated and set aside his anger. The divine spirits of the primordial era, monster race of the early ancient era, the human race of the late ancient era. The change of dominance of these races represented the change of each era. Though Xianxia explained it nonchalantly, Wu Kuang felt as if he personally experienced the unfolding of the events during that time and finally understood the origins of MO. After Xianxia finished speaking, Wu Kuang pondered for a long time and asked, "As you said, if we want to completely eradicate the Black Ink clan, we need to find a primordial light." "Indeed." Wu Kuang frowned. "How do we find that thing?" "I already have some clues, but you shouldn't be concerned about this." "I'm too lazy to care anyways," Wu Kuang thought. "Wu Kuang, is the heaven-devouring battle law really a secret art created by you?" Xianxia questioned afterwards. Wu Kuang snorted. "Of course it was created by this king. In this world, is there anyone else who can use this secret art?" Xianxia shook his head in response. "The star boundary is located in a remote corner of the 3,000 worlds where the martial Tao is still quite underdeveloped. No matter how gifted you are, without having been in contact with the outside world, how would you be able to create such a magnificent secret art like the heaven-devouring battle law? Have you ever wondered why this secret art can assist you to quickly enhance your cultivation even up to this day? 1,000 years ago, the strongest masters in the star boundary were the great emperors. It would still be reasonable if the heaven-devouring battle law was only useful up to that level, as it would still remain within the scope of what the star boundary's martial Tao allowed. However, this secret act was still helping Wu Kuang climb through the open heaven realm, which should be impossible. Wu Kuang frowned this time, but instead of speaking aggressively, he just asked, "What are you trying to say?" "I don't think you personally created this secret art. It may be regarded as your creation in a certain sense, but it may not be created by you in this life." Wu Kuang was stunned and looked at Xianxia with a menacing gleam in his eyes, but that was ignored by Xianxia. Only after a long time did Wu Kuang calm his thoughts. After all, Xianxia revealed his biggest secret in one go, which utterly shocked him. Then Wu Kuang nodded. "Yes, the heaven-devouring battle law may not have been created by me. However, when I was young, I frequently dreamed of some fragments of this secret art in my sleep, which is the foundation of the heaven-devouring battle law. If I cultivated according to it, my strength grew steadily, and the heaven-devouring battle law was fully perfected once I became a great emperor." It was not as if Wu Kuang hadn't given this matter any thought. He understood why he had dreams about the secret art and knew that with it, he could become a great emperor. It was because, in his previous life, he was already one. In the Shattered Star Sea, he killed multiple great emperors all on his own thanks to the heaven-devouring battle law. Over the years, as his cultivation strengthened, Wu Kuang frequently saw visions that he had never experienced before and vaguely suspected that there was more to his origin than met the eye. Wu Kuang had also come into contact with the theory of reincarnation, even suspecting that he was such a case, but he had no evidence either way. It was just that he did not expect nor wish for all of this to be revealed by Xianxia so suddenly. "Is there something that made you aware of this?" Wu Kuang asked solemnly. Xianxia remained silent and just led him forward. After a short pause, Wu Kuang stopped asking. He knew that Xianxia would tell him when it was time. If he refused to say anything now, then it was not time yet. Half a year passed before Xianxia finally stopped, and Wu Kuang hurriedly halted as well. Just as he was going to ask, he felt something, looked up, and his pupils immediately shrank. A massive void filled with warship debris and innumerable dismembered black ink clansmen could be seen in front of them. Wu Kuang even caught a glimpse of a magnificent great pass that was seemingly ripped apart by some overwhelming force. This was a grand battlefield. Wu Kuang quickly came to his senses. This must be a recent battlefield, as the warships seemed familiar to Wu Kuang, like the ones the humans used when he was fighting with the Great Evaluation Army in the Barren Territory. He turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai kept his silence before saying, "The battlefield outside the primordial heavens, source grand restriction. This is where the human race's crusade force first arrived, and where we met our first defeat." Wu Kuang immediately understood, as he had heard about the battle at the primordial heavens source grand restriction too. He just did not expect that he had followed Yang Kai all the way here, traveling for 10 years straight. Yang Kai then pointed forward. "Beyond this battlefield is the primordial heavens source grand restriction, which is also the origin of the Black Ink clan. There, the true body of MO is sealed." Wu Kuang experienced a startling surge of emotion. The origin of the Black Ink clan was already not a secret. The royal lords, territory lords, feudal lords, and even the Black Ink giant spirit gods were all created by MO, showing how powerful MO was. At the end of the late ancient era, the 10 martial ancestors received enlightenment from the world tree to comprehend the open heaven realm. It was under the instructions of the heavenly way. Those 10 were well aware of the dangers Missouri posed, and they worked extremely hard to set up this primordial heavens source grand restriction to seal it. Though they were able to seal MO, they were unable to completely destroy it. After millions of years guarding this place, they passed away, one after another, leaving only one in the end. When the human race army arrived here, we met an individual who called himself Tsang. It was also through him that the human race learned about the secrets of the past. Unfortunately, Tsang also passed away during the battle here. Currently, this place is no longer guarded. Though MO is still in a deep sleep thanks to the final trick left behind by another master, no one knows when it will awaken. If no one stands guard over this place, no one will be able to stop it, and the 3,000 worlds will be unable to resist. Fortunately, before Tsang passed away, he gave me something, and now I will hand it over to you." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out a finger towards Wu Kuang. Instinctively, Wu Kuang wanted to dodge, but that was impossible in the face of Yang Kai's vastly superior strength. As space principles inundated, he was made immobile. Wu Kuang could only watch helplessly as Yang Kai tapped a golden light onto his forehead with his fingertips. In an instant, Wu Kuang trembled hard, and his vision went blank. "Sure, are you still not awake?" Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Although his voice was soft, it rang like a bell in Wu Kuang's head. Following the burst of the golden light that Yang Kai placed on him, memories of the past flooded Wu Kuang. That golden light was actually a piece of Wu Kuang's past life soul, which had preserved all of his memories. Back then, when Tsang activated the heaven-devouring battle law in front of him, Yang Kai immediately recognized it and hit the mark with a single comment. Tsang was equally as shocked. After all, an old friend of his created this secret art millions of years ago. However, Yang Kai was able to recognize the heaven-devouring battle law at a glance, which revealed a lot to him. After talking with Yang Kai, Tsang learned that there was a man named Wu Kuang in this world who also cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law. Since then, Tsang concluded that Wu Kuang was the reincarnation of his friend, because the heaven-devouring battle law was a secret act created by Shi. For precisely these reasons, Tsang offered Yang Kai the part of Shi's soul that the latter had left in his keeping. Yang Kai wasn't aware of what he had been given at the time. Still, a royal lord pursued him all the way to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon for it. Over the years, Yang Kai had also come to understand the importance of the mission Tsang had given to him before he passed away. Subsequently, he began to inquire about Wu Kuang when he was in the shattered heaven, hoping to find him. In the end, by fate, Yang Kai met Wu Kuang in a random great territory, as ordained by heaven's will. Now that he had returned that soul wisp, completing the mission entrusted to him by Tsang, Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief, while turning to stare at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Though Wu Kuang was the reincarnation of that martial ancestor, he was not sure himself. Before Sure was about to pass away, he sent another piece of his soul away, hoping to be reincarnated in an effort to find a solution to destroy Mo after his death. After so many years without any news, Song thought Sure had failed. Now that Wu Kuang was brought back by Xianxia and given back the preserved bit of Sure's soul, Xianxia wasn't sure if Wu Kuang would do as Song wished. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction needed to be guarded. Otherwise, once Mo woke up, it could not be held captive. The best person to guard this place was none other than Wu Kuang. Xianxia secretly made up his mind that if Wu Kuang was unwilling, he would beat him until he was willing. After all, Wu Kuang was currently not his opponent. So, doing so would not be hard. The soul fragment exploded, and information about Sure filled Wu Kuang's mind, causing his expression to continuously change. Several days later, Wu Kuang regained consciousness and was plainly lost in thought. Rather than the free and unfettered heaven-devouring great emperor, he was now unexpectedly burdened with tremendous responsibility, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. After observing him in silence for some time, Xianxia asked, "Do you now understand everything?" Wu Kuang nodded. Many questions in this life had now been answered, including how he was able to acquire the heaven-devouring battle law in his dreams when he was a child, and why there were no restrictions when he broke through, even in the open heaven realm. Although he only directly ascended to the 5th order, he felt that he had the potential to reach the 9th order. After he received that bit of soul left by Sure, Wu Kuang now possessed vastly more knowledge than Xianxia. Now, Wu Kuang couldn't even tell if he was the heaven-devouring great emperor or Sure. Martial Peak, Chapter 5505, Creation Realm. Now that you understand, you should know the reason why I brought you here, so make a decision. Whether you stay here and guard this place for Tsong, or leave this place and be free, Xianxia commented. Wu Kuang glanced at the azure dragon spear that Xianxia was playing with, and his brow twitched. "If I say no, are you going to stab me to death?" Xianxia shook his head. "How could I? Sure is Sure, and you are you. You are both separate individuals. Sure is one of the martial ancestors who guarded the primordial heaven's source grand restriction every day with the world in mind. Even when he died, he did so for the human race. He is a true role model. You, on the other hand, are an infamous bandit. Your story is used as a lesson for misbehaving children in the Star Boundary. I can understand if you say you don't want to stay, considering that guarding this place is not a matter of a day or two, but a matter of thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Not everyone can endure such solitude." Even as Xianxia spoke such words, though, the azure dragon's spear glinted an icy light. Sneering, Wu Kuang said, "Stop speaking nonsense. It took you more than 10 years to bring me here. I'm afraid that if I say one wrong word, I'll die on the spot." "You misunderstand me deeply," Xianxia stated firmly. Xianxia received a cold snort in response before Wu Kuang turned and glanced in the direction of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. "But there is no need for you to threaten me. I will guard this place from now on." Xianxia raised his brow. "This matter is not forced on you." Wu Kuang shook his head and said, "I'm not forced. If I do not want to, I would rather you kill me than stay. This is my own choice." With a serious expression, Xianxia retrieved the azure dragon spear and lowered his head to Wu Kuang. "Senior is indeed kind and understanding. This Xianxia would like to thank Senior on behalf of the 3,000 worlds and Tsong. If Mo can be destroyed in the future, much credit will belong to Senior." Wu Kuang snorted coldly at his words. When Xianxia did not need help from him, he would only address him by his name. Now that he had needed help, though, he was suddenly Senior. This brat's skin was just too thick. Xianxia added, "May I ask, Senior, why are you willing to endure thousands of years of loneliness to guard the primordial heaven's source grand restriction?" Wu Kuang glanced at him, knowing that this brat was still not assured about him. After all, everything was just a verbal promise at this point. When Xianxia left, he would have the chance to leave this place, Thus, he explained, rest assured, though I am in the seventh order open heaven realm, I am still not strong enough. You know more about the characteristics of the heaven-devouring battle law than anyone other than me. The heaven-devouring battle law can help me to greatly enhance my cultivation, and in the vast universe, there is no place I can benefit more from than this primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Xianxia instantly understood. You're planning to devour the black ink strength here. The black ink strength here is many times denser and purer than in any black ink clansman. If I can consume the black ink strength here, it will be much more beneficial than killing a few feudal lords outside. Wu Kuang laughed wickedly. Senior, you're indeed wise. Don't pat my ass, it's pointless. Xianxia continued. Although Mo is now in a deep slumber, I don't know when it will awaken. Senior is currently only in the seventh order open heaven realm. Are you even strong enough to guard the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? This was a legitimate concern. It was possible that Wu Kuang, who is currently in the seventh order, wouldn't be able to exert even 1% of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction's power, in which case he might not be able to restrict Mo. Wu Kuang gushed with pride. Within 3,000 years, this king can ascend to the ninth order open heaven realm. As long as Mo does not wake up before then, there will be no problem. Nobody else in this world except for Wu Kuang dared to boast about being able to cross from the seventh order to the ninth order in a mere 3,000 years. It was, however, true that Wu Kuang, who cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, could borrow the power of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to rapidly enhance his strength. This was something he was absolutely confident about. Once Wu Kuang really ascended to the ninth order open heaven realm, he would be able to somewhat control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. After all, he was not any ordinary master, but the reincarnation of Shi. He and his 9 old friends created the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. So naturally, he was more familiar with this place than anyone else currently alive. Still, 3,000 years was a steep hurdle to vault. If Wu Kuang found it hard, what more needs to be said about the entire human race? After 3,000 years, even if Wu Kuang ascended to the ninth order open heaven realm and completely took control of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, there was still no way to resolve Mo if the human race did not have sufficient strength to fight back and did not find the primordial light. Xianxia nodded and said, Then, I hope Senior's path in the great martial Tao is as you wish. About the primordial light, Wu Kuang frowned. Did you ask the burning light and serene glimmer already? Previously, when he asked about the primordial light, all Xianxia said was that searching for it wasn't his concern. But now that Wu Kuang obtained that part of Shi's soul, and recalling his current life's experiences, it was no surprise that Wu Kuang guessed that the burning light and serene glimmer had some relationship with the primordial light. I did. What did they say? Xianxia shook his head. They couldn't explain it clearly. Right now, the only thing that can be said with certainty is that those two do indeed have some connection to the primordial light. They might be a part of it, but were separated from it somehow. They even did as I asked and tried to fuse together, but it was to no avail. We are still missing a key component. Wu Kuang frowned. The key was missing. If they couldn't find out what the one missing key was, they would never be able to locate the primordial light. Turning his head to look in the direction of primordial heaven's source grand restriction, Wu Kuang paused and said, Do you know why Shi took the risk of reincarnation when he hadn't reached his predestined time of death? If he hadn't done so, with the heaven-devouring battle law, he would still have been able to live on for many years, yet he chose to give that all up. Xianxia instantly felt more energized. Despite hearing many ancient secrets from Tsang, he had never personally lived during that period. He had a slight feeling that he might have learned a big secret when Wu Kuang asked this out of the blue. Immediately, he replied seriously, Senior, please enlighten me. To eliminate Mo, finding the primordial light is one way. It was just that sure sense that the primordial light might not be able to be found, so we could only try the second option. He turned to look at Xianxia and said in a deeper voice, To reach the same realm as Mo or surpass it, and crush it with absolute power. Xianxia was shocked. What realm is Mo in? Mo possesses the power of creation, so it is in the creation realm. This realm is also the realm that Shi and the other 9 had been pursuing, but it is a pity that none were able to achieve it. A little distracted, Xianxia muttered, "The creation realm." He still remembered that when he, in the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, old ancestors visited Song. They inquired about that realm from him. Song only chuckled and claimed that he was only in the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, just further along that path than others. At that time, Xianxia vaguely guessed that there might be a higher realm above the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. His guess was now confirmed by Wuxia. There was indeed a realm above the 9th Order realm, which was the creation realm. Being in the creation realm, Mo could create royal lords, territory lords, and even black ink giant spirit gods. This was the might of the creation realm. Back when Mu dove deep into the primordial heavens' source grand restriction, she witnessed Mo use hints of power that should only belong to the creation realm. Through that, she knew that its breakthrough to the creation realm was just a matter of time. Due to the characteristics of black ink strength, Mo was born with an innate advantage. So, not long after she returned from inside the grand restriction, she sacrificed her life to the restriction to fortify it, leaving behind one last trump card for Song to play, which must be the reason why Mo is in deep sleep right now. Wuxia recalled the past, while seemingly sifting through his new memories. Although Mu was an unparalleled talent, she was still a woman, which made her hesitate and act more conservatively. That trump card she left behind can only temporarily keep Mo in check. It is unable to resolve the issue entirely. Compared to her, Shi chose another approach. To reincarnate, Xianxia slightly lifted his brow. Wuxia gave a nod. Sure, and the other 9 used the power of the world tree to reach the open heaven realm, but it was also due to this that they couldn't go beyond the open heaven realm. No matter how high they climbed, they would never surmount the 9th Order. One needs other means to break this shackle, so Shi chose to reincarnate, hoping to find a way to break through the 9th Order in his next life. Is there any chance for Senior to do so now? Xianxia inquired. Wuxia smiled and said, "The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have consistently been the most powerful supreme masters of the human race since ancient times. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm is the limit. Not to mention, I'm only in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm at the moment, making such a breakthrough even more challenging." After hesitating for a moment, he continued, "Maybe I will discover more when I reach the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, but for now, my cultivation is just too low." Xianxia was aware that this situation could not be rushed, but finding a way to surpass the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm was indeed another option. The creation realm. Xianxia couldn't help but yearn for it. Then again, he remembered that the 8th Order was his limit in this life. To want to break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm was already close to impossible, not to mention reaching the creation realm. Wuxia seemed to have noticed what was going on in his mind, so he turned and asked, "You have already reached your limit as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Stop thinking about other nonsense." With a trace of Shi's soul, Wuxia gained quite a bit of senior demeanor. Xianxia only smiled in response. "There's always hope." The universe furnace? Wuxia sneered. "Innate open heaven pills from the universe furnace can indeed help you break through that barrier. But the universe furnace is the most mysterious entity in the universe. Nobody knows when it will appear. Let's say it does appear one day. Do you think you'll have a place among all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from all the cave heavens and paradises? Do keep in mind that the number of open heaven pills that a furnace produces is limited." Xianxia thought secretly in his heart, if the universe furnace shows up one day and the human race manages to obtain its innate open heaven pills, I should be able to take some for my breakthrough. After all, I have always fought with those above my realm. To allow me to ascend to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm is a better choice than any other. The only issue was that the universe furnace was nowhere to be found, and no one knew when or where it would appear. Other than the universe furnace, There is actually another way, Wu Kuang smirked. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he immediately bowed again. Senior, please enlighten me once more. Martial Peak, Chapter 5506, Go All Out. Wu Kuang didn't explain the method to him directly. Instead, he said slowly as he recalled. At that time, Song and the other 9 each had their own accomplishments. Even though Mu was the only female among them, she was undoubtedly the strongest. Due to this, the other 9 were willing to listen and follow her requests. Let's not talk about what the other 9 are skilled at. Do you know what Shi is best at? How would I know anything about something so long ago? Yang Kai muttered in his heart, but he kept his expression completely neutral and simply shook his head. Wu Kuang did not intend to keep him waiting and simply explained Shi was unmatched when it came to developing techniques. Many secret techniques and arts in the 3,000 worlds stem from Shi's creations. For example, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture cultivated by Blood Crow is a semi-finished product created by Shi, one he came up with when trying to develop the heaven-devouring battle law. Therefore, these two are quite similar. Honestly, what Shi was first deducing was the Bloodlight scripture. It was after he gained more comprehension that the heaven-devouring battle law was created. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat at those words. The Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture was a magnificent secret art, one that could refine the blood essence of others for its user to quickly enhance their cultivation. Previously, he also felt that the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture had many similarities with the heaven-devouring battle law. Both had the ability to refine the energy of others, but the heaven-devouring battle law was unquestionably superior, as it could devour anything and everything rather than just blood. Yang Kai had no doubts about Wu Kuang's claim when he said that Shi was best at deducing and creating secret arts and techniques. After so many years of cultivation, Yang Kai had never come across any secret art superior to the heaven-devouring battle law, although it had certain limitations, which was the challenge of cultivating it without the flawless, purifying golden lotus. This drawback did not diminish its power. If even such a secret act could be created by Shi, there was absolutely no doubt in his ability to understand or create other secret arts. Yang Kai understood. Shi came up with a secret art to break through to the 9th Order open heaven realm back then. It's more of a combination of secret technique and secret art, but yes. Do you want to learn it? Wu Kuang nodded. Of course. Yang Kai responded immediately yes. Then, I'll teach it to you. Saying so, Wu Kuang stretched out a finger and lightly touched his forehead, just like Yang Kai did before. Yang Kai did not resist. When Wu Kuang's finger met his forehead, an abstruse secret art instantly appeared in his mind, and Wu Kuang's voice rang in his ears. This secret art was inspired by the primordial heaven's source grand restriction itself. Although it is considered complete, nobody has ever cultivated it to this day, so I'm not sure if it can be successfully used. But if you choose this path, you will have to take responsibility for yourself. Don't hold me accountable if something goes wrong. Yang Kai remained silent as he processed the profundities of his secret art, and eventually, he understood why Wu Kuang had chosen to give it to him. This was because he knew that Yang Kai carried the soul-warming lotus. Though it was not essential for this secret art, it provided great convenience. There might not be anyone who was better qualified than Yang Kai to cultivate this secret art. Realizing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little sad. He thought that if this secret art could help the human race to break through the innate limits of the open heaven realm, it could dramatically increase their strength in short order. There were numerous peak 8th Order open heaven realm masters in the many cave heavens and paradises, but they were all stuck there due to their natural limits. If this secret art could be popularized, many 9th Order open heaven realm masters could quickly be created. There were only 2 9th Order's old ancestors currently, but if there were even a few more, it would not take long before the Black Ink clan that invaded the 3,000 worlds could be driven back. They might even be able to deal with the Black Ink giant spirit gods with just 10 more 9th Order masters. However, this dream was simply not meant to be. After all, the first step to cultivating this secret art was a life-threatening gamble. Without the protection of the soul-warming lotus, The risk of simply dying right from the start was extremely high. Even so, Yangkai again bowed his head. Many thanks, Senior, for enlightening me. After Wu Kuang received his gratitude, he spun around and hurried into the battlefield. From afar, his voice could be heard. If the human race does not defeat the Black Ink clan within 3,000 years, our race will face extinction. Brat, you're on your own now. Yangkai sighed softly as he watched Wu Kuang's figure vanish into the primordial heavens' source grand restriction. Although 3,000 years seemed like a long time, when compared to how long it took for a cultivator to fully mature, it was incredibly short. Nobody could predict what would occur 3,000 years from now, so the only thing the humans could do now was to strive to grow stronger. Soon after, Yangkai took out a world bead, the one he refined on the way here. It was from a yet-to-be-destroyed universe world, which had its living beings extracted by Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang had no idea what he was doing at that time, try to refine this universe world. After all, there didn't seem to be a point. Although such a world was falling apart, Yangkai halted its collapse as he intended to use it as a marker. He could go from one universe world to another by using the world tree as a transit point. If he left this world bead here, he would undoubtedly save years of arduous traveling when he returned in the future. The primordial heavens source grand restriction was a crucial location, and since it was challenging to transmit any news back to the 3,000 world from here, leaving a world bead behind in the vicinity would be more convenient for Yangkai to travel back and forth between in the future. What's more, because this universe world had lost almost all its world force, it gave off barely aura, so it was almost impossible to detect. If Yangkai had fully restored this universe world, it might attract the attention of the Black Ink clan, which could lead to trouble if they visited this place and found out what was going on. After finding a concealed location, Yangkai set the world bead down and attempted to use it to link to the world tree. Confirming that there was no problem, he felt relieved. He then turned around instead of going back to the old tree, following the direction of the trail of space beacons he left on his way here. When he was coming here, he left a lot of space beacons along the way, and with them he could easily find his way back to the void corridor leading to Black Territory. 3 months later, Yangkai passed through the spiritless land and the late ancient era battlefield, arriving at the void corridor. It took him more than 10 years to travel one way, but just 3 months to return. This was the benefit of the space beacons. Without stopping, though, he continued on. His target was not Black Territory. Several months later, several majestic great passes came into Yangkai's vision as he arrived at his destination. The No-Return Pass. This was the 3rd time Yangkai came to the No-Return Pass. The first time he visited here was on orders of old ancestor Xianxia to attend the grand ceremony of the Dragon Clan, which helped him to successfully become an ancient dragon. It was also during that time that he completely lost his identity as a human and transformed into a pure-blooded Dragon Clan member. The second time was to bring Ouyang Lai and the group of remnant soldiers to the barren territory. During that time, Yangkai had taken out the corpse of Azure Void Pass old ancestor and the Black Ox to fight against the Royal Lord. To this day, the words of the Black Ox go quickly. Nyo will stop them, still rung in his ears. This was the 3rd time. This time, Yangkai came for no other reason than to raise havoc. The No-Return Pass, the only publicly known passage connecting the Black Ink battlefield to the 3,000 worlds, was originally guarded by the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Now, it had been taken over by the Black Ink clan, who made this place into their central base of operations. When the Black Ink clan and the humans were battling on the barren territory battlefield, it was from here that the Black Ink clan sent reinforcements and supplies, but Yangkai put a stop to that after he sealed the territory gate. When he came here last time, Yangkai discovered that there were many high-rank Black Ink nests and even more mid-rank Black Ink nests. In the present 3,000 worlds and in every great territory, countless Black Ink nests were planted on the many universe worlds. The majority of them were low-rank Black Ink nests, and these nests were capable of devouring the world force of those universe worlds and enveloping them in Black Ink strength. Of course, Yongkai could easily destroy a couple low-rank black ink nests, but going around to each individual universe world to do so was far too inefficient. Instead, he intended to solve the issue at its roots. There was an intrinsic connection between lower-rank black ink nests and the black ink nest it was spawned from. The lower-rank nest simply could not survive without the higher-rank nest it belonged to. Subsequently, destroying one high-rank black ink nest was far better than squashing 100 low-rank nests. Once a high-rank black ink nest was destroyed, the mid-rank and low-rank black ink nests spawned from it would all wither and die. Yongkai decided to go all out. His targets this time were those high-rank black ink nests. No matter how many mid-rank and low-rank black ink nests were destroyed, the Black Ink clan could replace them eventually with enough resources. On the other hand, since the primordial heavens source grand restriction had been shut and MO was now in a deep slumber, the number of high-rank black ink nests was fixed. Destroying one high-rank nest would mean there was permanently one less high-rank nest. If all those high-rank black ink nests could be destroyed, no new Black Ink clansmen could be born. Of course, Yongkai was well aware that this was unrealistic, as there was a royal lord guarding the no-return pass. As an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could easily cause chaos, but to destroy every single high-rank black ink nest was impossible. The best he could do was to destroy as many as possible. Outside the no-return pass, numerous great passes could be seen hovering the void. These great passes have been smashed and broken. Some are even completely destroyed, all bearing traces of battle between mighty masters. However, many of them were still partially intact. All of these were left behind when the human race army retreated, as due to the incredible mass of each great pass, they could not be stored inside a small universe easily, not even the small universe of an old ancestor. This was humiliating for the human race. Furthermore, many universe fragments were floating outside the no-return pass. Those universe fragments were undoubtedly remnants of universe worlds that had been dragged back here from various locations on the Black Ink battlefield by the Black Ink clan. There were some universe fragments here when Yongkai last visited, but there were many more today, which should be the result of the Black Ink clan's action. Whether it was the great passes left by the human race or the many universe fragments, though, they were all covered in black ink nests. Countless Black Ink clansmen flooded in and out of these black ink nests, delivering resources that had been mined from various places. The entire no-return pass was bustling. For several days, Yongkai kept a quiet vigil but failed to locate the royal lord. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan had lost almost all of their top masters. Every 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters save for 2 had fallen on the barren territory battlefield to bring down all but 2 royal lords. Thanks to the burning light and serene glimmer, one more royal lord was dead, so currently, only one remained. Martial Peak, Chapter 5507, Destroying Black Ink Nests. Although Yongkai did not find any trace of the last remaining royal lord, he was certain that he was in the no-return pass. This was currently the most important location for the Black Ink clan, so where else could their only royal lord be, if not standing guard there as a precautionary measure? Is he trying to heal from his injuries? Previously, Yongkai summoned the corpse of Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor, who engaged the royal lord in an intense fight. Even though the old ancestor was already dead, what he left behind before he died was enough to help Yongkai to hold the royal lord back with the might of a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was impossible for that royal lord to escape without any injuries. The best way for Black Ink clansmen to heal was to rest inside a black ink nest. Thus, that royal lord was surely inside his black ink nest somewhere, as it had only been some 20 or so years since that fight. That being said, Yongkai had no way of ascertaining which black ink nest the royal lord was in. After scouting around for days, he could tell that there were over 100 high-rank black ink nests here. This was in line with the reports the human race had previously gathered. A sizable number of royal lords came out of the primordial heavens source grand restrictions, but most of them had been killed at great cost to the human race. When the battle at the primordial heavens source grand restriction ended, only around 100 royal lords were still alive, which matched with the slightly over 100 high-rank black ink nests here. Now, Nearly all of those royal lords were also dead, but their black ink nests had been left behind. These were now ownerless, so if the Black Ink clan were to flourish again in the future, they could use these ownerless black ink nests to become royal lords and claim the black ink nest for themselves. Every high-rank black ink nest that was destroyed was akin to diminishing the chances of a new royal lord coming into existence. After deducing that the royal lord had to be in the midst of tending to his injuries, Xianxia began scrutinizing the no-return pass even more closely. It would take a lot of energy to help the royal lord recover, which should be something traceable. Xianxia wanted to locate the royal lord without being noticed, as he didn't want the latter to suddenly pop up when he was in the middle of something. While there were quite a number of black ink clansmen in the no-return pass, the place was not closely guarded. This made sense, though, as the Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds, and the humans were in a desperate situation. So how would any of them come running over here? Furthermore, one had to pass through barren territory to get to the no-return pass. They would need to reopen the territory gate, not forgetting that there was a black ink giant spirit god there. Thus, the human race could not easily get here. It would not have crossed the mind of any of the Black Ink clan that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was just outside the no-return pass and eyeing them closely. Xianxia did not try to rush things. He was about to do something exceedingly important, so he had to be prudent and patient. Time flew by in a flash, and soon, several months had passed. Following Xianxia's prolonged observation, he had a fairly good idea about which black ink nest the royal lord was in, since a few black ink nests were drawing in far more resources compared to the others. The Black Ink clan hauled large amounts of resources into these black ink nests every few days. While resources were also brought to the other black ink nests, new Black Ink clansmen would also emerge from them at regular intervals. This was true of both the high-rank black ink nests and the mid-rank black ink nests. Only a few of the high-rank black ink nests did not create new Black Ink clansmen. Where did the significant amount of resources go if no new Black Ink clansmen were being created? Obviously, the resources were being used by a powerful Black Ink clansman to heal. Xianxia memorized the locations of these high-rank black ink nests before he started selecting his targets. He was aware that he might not have many chances to attack, and his first move would be the most successful, as the Black Ink clan would not expect an attack from a human race master at this point in time. Thus, the more black ink nests he could destroy with his first strike, the better. To accomplish this, Xianxia switched hiding spots a few times to observe the dispersion of the black ink nests from all sides. After many more days passed, he finally settled on a plan of attack. There was a great pass that was approximately 300,000 kilometers away from the no-return pass. Xianxia did not know exactly which great pass it was, but he chose it because there were 2 high-rank black ink nests there. The other remnant great passes had only 1 high-rank black ink nest at most, or several mid-rank black ink nests instead. He would reap less of a reward by striking those areas. Therefore, as long as he acted swiftly enough, he could at least instantly destroy 2 high-rank black ink nests. Furthermore, there were a few universe fragments near this great pass, and one of them had another high-rank black ink nest. If luck was on his side, he could destroy 3 high-rank black ink nests with his first strike, along with a few mid-rank black ink nests. Since Xianxia had decided on his target, he no longer hesitated. He did not have to do any preparations, and he didn't have to sneak in either. With a flicker of space principles, in the blink of an eye, he moved from his hiding spot to the top of that great pass. He had already summoned his Azure Dragon Spear earlier on, and now he smashed down with it. With his 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Cultivation, his attack was far from ordinary. As world force swirled, the looming shadow of the spear seemed to shroud the entire Great Pass. Within the Great Pass, numerous Black Ink clansmen who had only recently emerged from the Black Ink nests and were cultivating with the help of the surrounding Black Ink strength perished. Those who were weaker than feudal lords all died, and even the feudal lords had a hard time defending themselves from the power of that spear. Those that did not die were heavily injured. As for the 2 high-rank black ink nests, they exploded and scattered into countless shattered fragments. All of the black ink strength that had been stored inside the black ink nests burst out as well. From a distance, The Great Pass now looked like two enormous black ink clouds that were rapidly dispersing into the neighboring space. The moment Xianxia's attack succeeded, he rushed to the third high-rank black ink nest nearby. At the same time, within a high-rank black ink nest inside the no-return pass, a formidable will awakened from a deep slumber, and an enormous figure several meters tall lunged towards Xianxia. The Royal Lord's reaction had been incredibly fast, far faster than Xianxia had expected. The Royal Lord was already approaching him as soon as he landed his first attack. This meant that although the Royal Lord was still injured, it was not a serious wound. Otherwise, he would not have been able to react so quickly. A flash of imposing aura locked onto Xianxia, and before the Royal Lord even arrived, waves of a powerful divine sense surged towards him. It was clear that the Royal Lord was trying to use his divine sense to suppress Xianxia. An ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would at the very least be stalled by such an attack if he was lucky enough. However, a flash of coldness emerged in Xianxia's mind, and that was enough to entirely rid him of that Royal Lord's influence. He did not stop moving, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the third black ink nest. The Royal Lord took this in from afar and roared, "Feeble ant, you court death. I will rip your corpse apart." One look, and he could tell that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who suddenly appeared in the no-return pass, was the one who emerged from the depths of the black ink battlefield several decades ago. This was the same one who charged back from the barren territory battlefield and sealed off the territory gate. The memory of Xianxia was seared into his mind, as it was rare for a Royal Lord to suffer this much at the hands of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Over the past few years, the Royal Lord had sent black ink clansmen into the black ink battlefield to search for signs of Xianxia, but sadly, they found nothing. The Royal Lord had no idea that when Xianxia escaped from the no-return pass back then, he took Jilao San with him through a secret void corridor and returned to black territory. Thus, the Royal Lord thought that Xianxia was still hiding somewhere on the black ink battlefield. He never thought that this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would appear yet again and destroy two high-rank black ink nests as soon as he did. It even looked as if he was about to destroy a third one. How could the Royal Lord allow that to happen? The high-rank black ink nests of the no-return pass were the black ink clan's final pillar to rely on. The destruction of any one of them was an unquantifiable loss, as it was not merely the loss of a high-rank black ink nest, but the loss of all the mid-rank and low-rank black ink nests that were and could be created from it as well. The Royal Lord had not fully recovered from his injuries yet, but his wounds no longer affected him much. Thus, when he realized who Xianxia was, he immediately attacked with his powerful divine sense. However, what happened next floored him. The human seemed completely unaffected, and the attack that was supposed to have caught him off guard and injured him did nothing at all. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia was above the third black ink nest. He was about to attack, when a black ink clansman with a slender, pole-like figure appeared from the black ink nest. From his aura, it was clear that he was a territory lord. However, in contrast to a healthy territory lord, this pole-like territory lord's aura was noticeably weak. Xianxia could even see the wounds on his body that had been left by Dao strengths. Xianxia immediately realized that this territory lord was injured and had been recovering inside the black ink nest. Territory lords also had to remain dormant inside black ink nests when they tended to their injuries, but it would not be easy for them to occupy a high-rank black ink nest. However, there were a lot of high-rank black ink nests in the no-return pass that were ownerless, so naturally, this territory lord could enter one. While the pole-like territory lord was not fully recovered, he was still an innate territory lord, and that was enough to pose some challenge to Xianxia. All he had to do was delay Xianxia for a short while, and the royal lord would be able to come over to deal with the rest. It was evident that the pole-like territory lord knew this as well. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, he lunged straight at Xianxia. More than one hand was reaching out to Xianxia. In fact, over a dozen hands were flying towards him. 9 hands grew out on each of the 2 sides of the territory lord's body. The 18 hands seemed to envelope all the surrounding space like a kind of cage. Faced with this assault, Xianxia did not retreat, and instead charged forward with a flash of coldness in his eyes, unleashing a soul-rending thorn. Xianxia had long since gotten used to the pain of his soul being torn apart, so his expression did not even twitch as he thrust out his spear. The pole-like territory lord never expected Xianxia to fight this fervently and launch such a powerful attack right from the start. He was caught off guard, and his soul trembled violently as a needle seemed to pierce right through it. Immediately, he was struck by agony. He was heavily injured in the first place and did not have much strength left in him. So now that he was hit by a soul-rending thorn, he lost all ability to fight back. Xianxia followed his spear and brushed past the territory lord before sending a thrust right into the high-rank black ink nest in front of him, a great sun exploding into existence at the point of the spear. After striking this blow, Xianxia shot into the distance without even sparing a moment to look behind him. The royal lord was about to arrive, and if Xianxia did not leave now, he might not be able to. Furthermore, he sensed numerous other strong auras awakening in the no-return pass. Without a doubt, the Black Ink clansmen who had been recuperating inside the Black Ink nests must have been awakened as well. Not too far behind Xianxia, the pole-like territory lord's head separated from his body and flew upwards as black blood spewed out from his neck. Once again, the royal lord's divine sense surged forward, and at the same time, a ferocious palm slammed into Xianxia from behind, causing him to stumble as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. However, he used the force from this attack to flee even further away. Martial Peak, Chapter 5508, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Xianxia intended to use the great sun and moon marks to disrupt the royal lord's aura lock on him. But another thought occurred to him, and he swiftly changed his mind. Instead, he dragged his injured self further and further away in an attempt to flee. By using purifying light, he could still use instantaneous movement and escape from the royal lord at a moment's notice. He was no stranger to performing such a feat back when he was under the attack of the sheep-headed royal lord. He had used this very trick to widen the gap between him and his foe, and in the end, he managed to flee into the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Today, Xianxia succeeded in destroying 3 high-rank black ink nests and killing an innate territory lord along with tens of thousands of lower-rank black ink clansmen. So everything had been worthwhile. However, right now, Xianxia was being doggedly chased down by an enraged royal lord. Once the royal lord charged out of the no-return pass, dozens of innate territory lords followed closely behind. These territory lords were mostly injured in some way and had retreated from the 3,000 worlds, planning to rely on the many black ink nests at the no-return pass to recuperate. Unfortunately, these territory lords were slower than the royal lord, and it was only an hour later that they all lost sight of the royal lord and Xianxia. They had no choice but to return at that moment. Meanwhile, Xianxia wanted nothing more than to gripe about his situation. It was not his first time being hunted down by a royal lord, but at this moment, he had to avoid using purifying light unless absolutely necessary, which meant that he could not shake off his enemy. The distance between them kept getting smaller, and the royal lord continued to launch attack after attack from behind. Each attack was powerful enough to shake the void around them, causing Xianxia's body to toss and turn like a rag as more and more injuries piled up. Thankfully, Xianxia had thick skin and a tough hide, so he could withstand quite a beating. With the blessing of his dragon vein, these long-range attacks were not enough to cause a fatal injury. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold out this long. In between the attacks, the royal lord did not stop sending wave after wave of divine sense at Xianxia to make things even more difficult for the latter. However, with the soul-warming lotus protecting his soul, even attacks from a royal lord's divine sense were ineffective against Xianxia. And so Xianxia bided his time. He was waiting for the royal lord to lose all patience and utilize his royal lord's secret technique. Xianxia did not know for certain whether or not his opponent would resort to the royal lord's secret technique, as this was not something he could control, so what he was doing right now was gambling. What he needed to do now was to keep taunting his opponent and enrage the latter. The Royal Lord's secret technique was a fatal move against any human below the Ninth Order. On the barren territory battlefield, a Royal Lord had used this exact move to turn Liu and two other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters into Black Ink disciples. Although that Royal Lord was severely weakened after using the secret technique and was quickly slaughtered, the Black Ink clan gained 3 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples as a result, which then allowed them to revive the Black Ink giant spirit god in the divine spirit ancestral land and establish a connection between the barren territory and Wind Mist territory. It could be said that the Royal Lord's use of his Royal Lord secret technique was one of the most crucial pieces of the puzzle that led to the Black Ink clan's subsequent invasion of the 3,000 worlds. The Royal Lord who had been killed was a heroic martyr for the Black Ink clan. In this particular situation, Xianxia did not have to go to any lengths to do anything else. All he had to do was focus on escaping. He had destroyed 3 high-rank Black Ink nests and killed an innate territory lord, so the Royal Lord who was trying to hunt him down was hell-bent on killing him. If Xianxia could drag this out long enough, there was a decent chance that the Royal Lord would resort to the Royal Lord's secret technique. Once the Royal Lord did that, then it would be Xianxia's opportunity to strike back. During the fight outside the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, the sheep-headed Royal Lord had used his Royal Lord's secret technique, which heavily weakened his foundation, and that was how Xianxia managed to use the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel to land a devastating blow on the former before eventually killing him. It was partly luck that led to Xianxia's successful killing of that Royal Lord, as Xianxia himself did not know exactly how he managed to do it. Xianxia was not fully confident that he would be able to repeat that feat, but if this Royal Lord did use his Royal Lord's secret technique, then even if Xianxia failed to kill him, he would still be able to turn it into an equal fight with both sides suffering injuries. Even in that sort of a lose-lose situation, Xianxia had the upper hand as he had his dragon vein and the essence of the immortal tree. Thus, his restorative abilities were far superior. The Royal Lord, on the other hand, would have to fall into a deep slumber inside a Black Ink nest for a long time to recover from grievous wounds. During such a time, Xianxia could accomplish a lot in the No Return Pass. These were the calculations he made that led to Xianxia deciding against using purifying light to block the Royal Lord's aura before fully escaping. Since he wanted to provoke his opponent, he had to let his opponent see a glimmer of hope yet fail at every turn. This was an incredibly risky choice, as one false move and Xianxia might truly end up dying. Still, he was willing to make this bet. The two figures, one the hunter and the other the hunted, traveled further and further away from the No Return Pass, headed towards the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. Even after half a day of chasing, the Royal Lord still did not show any signs of using his Royal Lord's secret technique. Perhaps in his eyes, it would not be worth it to take such a huge risk just to hunt down a single Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Alas, Xianxia could not hold out any longer. Xianxia could not completely lose his opponent via conventional methods, as he was not as powerful either. Anyone would fail to hold out for long when being chased down like this. Upon seeing that his opponent was nearly as close to him as he could safely allow, Xianxia knew that he might not be able to escape if he did not act now. Thus, he used purifying light and enveloped himself. Instantly, the aura from the Royal Lord which had locked onto him was broken off. With a flash of white light and space principles, Xianxia's figure disappeared. The Royal Lord was stunned by this turn of events, never having expected that an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have such a mysterious trick up his sleeve. This explained why the human dared to launch an attack on the No Return Pass. It was clear that this tactic of his was his trump card. However, from the looks of it, the Royal Lord deduced that this technique could not be easily used. Otherwise, the human would not have avoided using it until now. The Royal Lord was fairly quick to react, even though it was his first time encountering such an occurrence. Just as Xianxia's figure disappeared, a powerful wave of divine sense surged out and detected the lingering space principles where Xianxia had disappeared towards. Following that, the Royal Lord sensed Xianxia's aura in that direction. He was just about to give chase when even that aura suddenly disappeared. Xianxia was only in the 7th order when he had been chased down by that sheep-headed royal lord, and his mastery of the Tao of space was not as high as it was now. Thus, even when he used purifying light, he could only widen the gap between him and his enemy without being able to completely escape from their perception. Things are different now, though. Xianxia was in the 8th order and was more than 10 times stronger than he used to be. Cultivating within the Great Sea celestial phenomenon had made him even more proficient in the Tao of space. Now, he no longer had to play any sort of games with a royal lord who was hunting him down. If one use of instantaneous movement was not enough for him to get his opponent off his tail, then he would do it twice. If twice was not enough, then thrice. Based on how strong Xianxia was now, as long as he was not struck down in a single blow or trapped with a heaven-sealing earth-locking array, then not even a royal lord could do anything to him. This was the reason why he had the gall to cause trouble in the No Return Pass. The royal lord's divine sense no longer detected any sign of Xianxia, and he had no idea how to find him again in this expansive void. He stood still for a moment before his expression changed. He turned back towards the No Return Pass before clenching his jaw and growling, "Shit." The several-meter-high figure instantly turned into a black streak of light as the royal lord shot back towards the No Return Pass. He just realized that he might have fallen for what the humans would call a strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain. His opponent's trump card was not something that could not easily be used. Instead, the human had intentionally not used it to lure him away from the No Return Pass. The royal lord assumed that the human had a dragon clan companion. Considering the human's strength and the dragon clansmen who had been taken hostage by the Black Ink clan all those years ago, it would be easy enough for the two of them to work together to destroy a few more high-rank Black Ink nests. Anxiety filled the royal lord up as he pushed his speed as high as it could go. At the same time, Xianxia was stuffing handfuls of spirit pills into his mouth and refining them. He had suffered some serious injuries during the chase. The royal lord thought that he had a dragon clan companion, which was Jilao San, whom Xianxia had rescued from the No Return Pass back then, but the royal lord had no idea that Jilao San was not on the Black Ink battlefield anymore. Xianxia was acting alone. However, it was true that Xianxia was trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Xianxia had prepared 2 plans during this chase. If the royal lord did become enraged enough to use his royal lord's secret technique, then Xianxia would make sure that neither one of them left without being heavily injured. If the royal lord did not give him the opportunity for that, then he had no choice but to drag his opponent as far out as possible before doubling back to launch another attack. Xianxia did not intend to let the injuries he suffered be for nothing. By repeatedly using instantaneous movement, Xianxia was a lot faster than the royal lord. Unfortunately, during his attempt to flee earlier, he could not leave any space beacons behind, or else he would have been able to travel even faster. Still, in less than an hour, Xianxia could already spot the No Return Pass in the distance, but he did not charge over right away. After everything he had done today, all those stationed at the No Return Pass had gone on a high alert. The Black Ink clansmen were sweeping the surrounding area and their divine senses, forming a large, invisible web around the No Return Pass. Several Black Ink clan squads also patrolled the local space, checking for signs of suspicious activity. Evidently, the loss of 3 high-rank Black Ink nests was hard for the Black Ink clan to stomach. Xianxia stayed out of the Black Ink clan surveillance range around the No Return Pass and found a secluded spot to sit down and tend to his injuries. He had led the royal lord on a chase that lasted half a day and had arrived back at the No Return Pass in just 1 hour. Even going all out, it would take the royal lord at least another 8 hours to return. Xianxia could use this reprieve to recover from some of his injuries, though he did not have a lot of time to spare and would not be able to recover fully. However, under the circumstances, he would take whatever he could. The stronger he was, the better. I need to find some divine medicines that can rapidly heal injuries. Xianxia thought to himself. The healing pills he had on hand were the ones he exchanged for military merits back in Great Evolution Pass all those years ago. They were not low quality by any means, but they were not the best there were either. The effects of these healing pills were especially limited when in a time crunch. Xianxia quieted down as he focused on refining the medicinal efficacies of the pills and stimulating his dragon vein to heal the wounds on his body. Within his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus also kept releasing a clear and cool sensation that swiftly restored his damaged soul. He did not dare to waste too much time. For hours later, Xianxia stood up and turned towards the no-return pass, and with a flash of space principles, he charged forward again. Martial Peak, Chapter 5509, Wheeling Around to Strike Again. Territory lords with varying degrees of injury were standing vigilantly around the no-return pass, their divine senses interlaced together. Half a day earlier, an 8th-order human surprise attack had completely humiliated them. Not only did that human destroy 3 high-rank black ink nests, he even killed a territory lord as well. Their royal lord had personally chased after the attacker, but they did not know what the situation was like over there. That being said, they all believed that there was very little chance for the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to survive. After all, there was a huge disparity between an 8th Order human and a Royal Lord. Right now, what they were wary of was the possibility of that human having a partner. The Royal Lord was preoccupied elsewhere, and even though there were a large number of territory lords at the no-return pass, 80% of them were those who had returned from the 3,000 worlds to recuperate. Less than 10 territory lords here were uninjured. They could very well suffer a serious loss if a large number of human masters attacked them now. Yet, after waiting around for half the day and seeing no sign of any incoming attack, the territory lords let their guards down for the most part. After all, the Black Ink clan had taken control of the no-return pass, and the humans had long since retreated to the 3,000 worlds. It was unlikely for a large number of human race masters to appear. Some of the more heavily injured territory lords had already returned to the Black Ink nest to continue slumbering away in recovery. The remaining territory lords were still standing guard, but they were not as vigilant as they were at the beginning. Just then, a familiar aura suddenly appeared in their midst. The territory lords were alarmed as they quickly turned in that direction. One look, and they saw a human figure manifest out of the blue above a high-rank Black Ink nest as a great sun rose into the sky. A ferocious aura of destruction burst forth. The territory lords dashed over at once to attack. The human had somehow managed to evade the royal lord's chase. Not only did he not die, but he even wheeled around to attack once more and destroy yet another high-rank Black Ink nest. By the time the territory lords rushed to that high-rank Black Ink nest, there was no longer any sign of their enemy. Once the great sun exploded, the human 8th Order Master that had popped out of nowhere disappeared into thin air. All that was left was the remains of a high-rank Black Ink nest that had been shattered to pieces and a territory lord who was in a terrible state. This territory lord had been sleeping inside the Black Ink nest earlier to recuperate, and although his life was not in any danger right now, he had already been heavily injured, and after getting caught in Xianxia's attack, his wounds became much more severe. He appeared after the Black Ink nest was destroyed, and right now, he looked as if he was in a state of shock, though he was secretly thankful for being lucky enough to survive. The territory lords were infuriated. They could not believe how arrogant that human was for daring to return, even though there were so many of them standing guard. He was clearly disdaining them all. They started wondering where their royal lord was as he had chased after the human. But the human had returned while the royal lord was nowhere to be seen. Alas, before they could figure things out, the same aura erupted from a different direction. Nearly all of the territory lords had gathered in front of the Black Ink nest that Xianxia had just destroyed, which meant that the other areas were barely protected at all. Xianxia had originally intended to attack just once and leave, but with such a good opportunity in front of him, he could not resist showing himself again. Just as he did before, he used Golden Crow, cast the sun, and a great sun rose and crashed down onto another high-rank Black Ink nest. This attack turned the Black Ink nest into nothing but dust, and a host of Black Ink clansmen who were in the vicinity died as well. A large crowd of territory lords swiftly began rushing over to the newly destroyed Black Ink nest, But one of them was quick-witted enough to realize what was happening, and he roared, "Spread out quickly. Protect all the black ink nests." They could not let themselves be dragged around by the nose like this. Their opponent could disappear and reappear on a whim. So even though they had the numerical advantage, their opponent showed no intention of engaging them in a fight. It was clear what this human was trying to do. He wanted to destroy all the high-rank black ink nests. Thanks to this warning, the territory lords quickly realized what was going on and immediately separated into different areas to guard all the high-rank black ink nests. Thus, Xianxia could not strike as easily as he did earlier. As long as a single territory lord kept him occupied long enough, more could rush over and join the fight. After destroying the second high-rank black ink nest, Xianxia wanted to back off and leave right away. But when he saw that the territory lords did not come after him and had, instead, scattered to guard the other high-rank black ink nests, he no longer felt rushed to escape. He simply remained standing where he was and observed them in silence. The territory lord who had spoken earlier noticed this, and his expression turned grim as well. This human was behaving far too arrogantly, and it was beyond what these territory lords could bear. His divine sense flickered as he communicated with those around him, and all at once, a number of territory lords rushed into action and charged towards Xianxia. Half a day ago, they witnessed how Xianxia appeared at the no-return pass and killed off a territory lord with just a single spear thrust, so they knew that this human was incredibly powerful. In a one-on-one fight, there was no guarantee that any of them could hold their ground against him. Furthermore, this human even managed to escape from a royal lord's pursuit, leaving the latter who knows where. They knew that Xianxia was no ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He had to be one of the strongest human masters in that realm. Thus, the territory lords were joining forces because they feared their opponent. When Xianxia saw the group of territory lords rushing over, he secretly praised the territory lord who had taken charge for coming up with an appropriate strategy. If they simply grouped together without thinking things through, then the high-rank black ink nests of the no-return pass will be left unguarded and undoubtedly suffer unimaginable damage. However, the territory lords had split up to guard different areas now and had even organized a group to subdue him. This was the optimal course of action for them. Xianxia's situation was less than ideal. He was fairly injured after being chased down by the royal lord for half a day, and although he got to recuperate for 4 hours or so, he was only able to slightly restore himself. It would be hard for him to take on a single innate territory lord who was at full strength, let alone a group of them, unless he used more soul-rending thorns. However, Xianxia was not a reckless individual. Since he could not take these enemies on, he chose to avoid them instead. Xianxia's eyes searched around before landing in a specific direction. It was the direction of the first black ink nest he destroyed when he appeared earlier. He raised his hand and summoned his Azure Dragon Spear before smiling in that direction. While it was true that the high-rank black ink nest had already been destroyed, a severely injured territory lord remained there. This territory lord was the unlucky one who had been recuperating inside the black ink nest and ended up getting caught in Xianxia's attack. His injuries, which had taken a turn for the better at first, had now worsened instead. Thus, he was currently in a rueful mood. All of a sudden, a piercing aura locked onto him from afar, and the territory lord looked up, only to see Xianxia flashing him a wicked grin. Damn it! The territory lord became alarmed. Naturally, he knew that he had become a target. He was now severely injured and could barely use half his strength. If this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had set his eyes on him, then he had no way of fighting back, so his immediate thought was to request help from his fellow Black Ink clansmen. However, after looking around, he realized that the other territory lords who had gathered near him earlier had all scattered off to defend the various high-rank Black Ink nests, leaving him all alone. The territory lord was in anguish. He felt as if nothing had gone right for him ever since he walked out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. In the next instant, Xianxia appeared in front of the injured territory lord, and his Azure Dragon Spear pierced straight into the latter's head. Xianxia had been prepared to use a soul-rending thorn, as he was not in a situation to waste much time. Not only would the royal lord return at any moment now, but there were also a large number of territory lords in the no-return pass eager to kill him. He had to kill this territory lord at once before fleeing. However, even as his azure dragon spear pierced through the top of the territory lord's head, the territory lord did not react at all. Xianxia deduced that it had to be because his opponent's injuries were too severe, which saved him the need to use a soul-rending thorn. By the time a group of territory lords rushed back to this place, there was nothing but a headless corpse with black blood spurting out. These territory lords were crushed by what they saw. They were overcome with a crippling sense of humiliation and felt extremely despondent. It was not just them, as all the other territory lords felt the same. Once again, scores of divine senses surged out from the no-return pass, guarding against Xianxia, but they no longer detected any trace of that human. After a half cup of tea's time, the royal lord who had given chase earlier finally returned, and the territory lords who had been in a heightened state of anxiety the whole time could finally relax. The royal lord naturally saw that something happened to the no-return pass, as it had not been in this state when he left. His eyes swept over the place, and he quickly assessed the damage. 2 more high-rank black ink nests had been destroyed, and a territory lord had been killed as well. He did figure out that Xianxia lured him away on purpose, so he knew that there would be another attack on the no-return pass, but he still could not accept such an outcome. Clenching his jaw, he roared, "Search everywhere. I don't care how many sacrifices need to be made. Just find me that human. I must shred his corpse into 10,000 pieces." With the order given, Black Ink Clan squads began charging out of the no-return pass, heading out in all directions towards the Black Ink battlefield. Even the majority of the territory lords were deployed as well. Most of the territory lords who were injured wanted to bemoan their fate. They retreated from the 3,000 worlds because they needed to recuperate here. Yet this was what they were faced with now. Not only did they not get to recover from their injuries, but they even had to risk their lives in a search for an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. They would have just stayed behind in the 3,000 worlds if they had known that this would be the case. Still, seeing that even the Royal Lord was actively guarding the no-return pass instead of returning to his black ink nest to recover, none of them dared to voice their complaints and simply did as they were told. By now, Xianxia had already fled far away. He was aware that after everything he did, the no-return pass would become heavily guarded, and a great number of the Black Ink clansmen would come looking for him. He did not mind seizing this chance to kill off a few more Black Ink clansmen, but right now, it was more important for him to tend to his injuries. Thus, he continued fleeing at full speed for half a month before he finally located a dead universe world deep within the Black Ink battlefield. He made his way into it and opened a temporary cave mansion for himself. After setting up a series of simple arrays to conceal his aura, Xianxia finally felt at ease enough to sit down. Even though Xianxia sorely wished to destroy every single one of the high-rank Black Ink nests, he knew that was not a very realistic thought, unless he could somehow become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As someone only in the 8th Order, if he attacked one too many times, it was bound to backfire on him at some point, and he would fail miserably at his goal. After all, if one walked by the river frequently enough, their shoes would eventually get wet. His first strike had been the most rewarding, as the Black Ink clan had been taken by surprise. All in all, Xianxia had destroyed 5 high-rank Black Ink nests and killed 2 innate territory lords, so he was pretty satisfied with the results of his efforts. It would not be this easy for him to launch another attack. In fact, Xianxia could not even be certain whether or not he would have the chance to take action again. Martial Peak, Chapter 5510, Who Did It? It was not something that Xianxia cared all that much about, though. While it would be good if he had the chance to strike again, he could simply return to the 3,000 worlds if he did not. After all, he had the secret Void Corridor, which had served him well the past few years. What he needed to do now was focus on his recovery. As Xianxia lay low, the Black Ink clan went on a frenzied search for him all across the Black Ink battlefield. But in the end, they failed to find any trace of him. The Royal Lord was filled with pent-up fury and frustration. He had full knowledge of an enemy who was eyeing the no-return pass, and he knew full well that this enemy of his was not his equal in battle. But he could not find where this enemy was hiding, pushing him into a constant state of simmering rage. The existence of that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master made him feel as if he had a sword hanging over his head, one that could fall at any moment. As a result of this incident, all of the territory lords, as well as the royal lord himself, feared entering into a deep sleep to recuperate. They had to put up with their injuries and remain on guard. 6 months after Xianxia destroyed 5 high-rank black ink nests, the Human Race Army Supreme Headquarters, in a great territory which connected to the star boundary, had compiled reports from various great territories. This particular great territory previously did not even have a name of its own on the universe chart and was simply identified with the code E39. Numerous great territories like this one existed among the 3,000 worlds. These nameless great territories were usually those where the martial Tao had not matured much or did not possess any resources worth exploiting. Even though they were often home to several universe worlds, the cultivators in those places could not free themselves from the shackles of their universe worlds and venture out into the outer universe. Some of these great territories were even completely uninhabited. This had been the case for the great territory where the star boundary was, but due to the star boundary's soaring fame, along with the fact that the most powerful sect in the star boundary was High Heaven Palace, the great territory was at one point renamed High Heaven Territory. It had been several dozen years since the Black Ink Clan opened the passage between the Barren Territory and Wind Mist Territory and invaded the 3,000 worlds. The Human Race Army had retreated from Barren Territory under the orders of Xianxia and Wuxia, the 2 surviving Ninth Order Old Ancestors. The armies were then broken up and squads were sent to the various great territories to organize the mass evacuation. By now, the humans had all retreated and migrated as planned. With the help of the human army, most of the great forces arrived safely in High Heaven Territory. However, significant losses were suffered along the way too. An example of this would be the Swallowing Seas territory. If it had not been for Xianxia's intervention back then, all of the cultivators from the entire great territory might have been lost. Some evacuation fleets encountered Black Ink Clan armies along the way and were either besieged or eliminated. Even now, some human refugees have been delayed for various reasons and were still making their way to High Heaven Territory, but the overall situation had been stabilized. The Human Race Army was now deployed in a dozen great territories around High Heaven Territory to battle against the Black Ink Clan army. Big and small clashes occurred constantly with the humans and the Black Ink Clan army, both suffering casualties at an alarming rate. Many of the humans' finest elites now fought in these great territories, doing their best to hold the line and push back the enemy. Since Territory E30 neighbored the star boundary and was the only way into High Heaven Territory from the wider 3,000 worlds, the Human Race Army turned it into their final stronghold in the war against the Black Ink Clan. Thus, the Army's Supreme Headquarters was set up in one of the universe worlds in this great territory. The human race had never had a Supreme Headquarters before, as on the Black Ink battlefield. Each of the great passes functioned essentially independently. No one held overall command. In fact, even the individual great passes, the East, South, West, and North armies all had their respective army headquarters. However, in the present situation, the human race could no longer afford to work separately. They had to establish a place where the entire strategic situation could be overseen and general orders could be issued. This was how the Supreme Headquarters came to be. There was a single Supreme Commander and over a dozen Deputy Supreme Commanders at the Supreme Headquarters, all of them the most elite Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, holding positions above the individual army commanders. As old ancestors Xianxia and Wuxia were preoccupied with tying down the Black Ink giant spirit god, they could not pay attention to anything else. Therefore, the over dozen or so Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters acted as the heads of the human race army. The strategies to be used in the fight against the Black Ink Clan, the changes to the defense lines, the assignment of the soldiers, everything was coordinated through the Supreme Headquarters. Xianxia, Originally, the army commander of the Great Evolution Army's Eastern Army was now a deputy supreme commander, and Mi Jingluan had assumed the role of supreme commander. On this particular day, the dozen or so Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered to discuss the current state of the war. After a lengthy discussion, they came up with a new set of plans to implement. Xianxia glanced around at everyone. If there's nothing else, then we can adjourn now. These Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not just remain in this place. They were elites among the Eighth Order, so they would still head out to fight the Black Ink clans now and again. However, for the most part, the majority of them remained on duty at the Supreme Headquarters so that they could quickly formulate strategies whenever a crisis cropped up. Just recently, Xianxia received a report that a territory lord had separated from the rest of the Black Ink clan army in one of the neighboring Great Territories. Thus, he had been working out a way to kill this territory lord. Now was the perfect opportunity to strike, so if there was nothing else that needed to be discussed, he wanted to get on with it. The other deputy supreme commanders were quiet, as they had nothing to discuss, but Mi Jingluan suddenly raised his hand. Please hold on, everyone. I've recently received a rather intriguing report. Please have a look. Bolts of light whizzed out of his raised hand. Jade slips soon landed in each of their hands, as one of them queried with his eyebrow and commented, "A series of black ink nests self-destructed?" The Jade Slip had a record of multiple reports from various great territories about the sudden collapse of numerous black ink nests. Most of these black ink nests were low-rank black ink nests, but there were a few mid-rank black ink nests among them as well. A fairly significant number of them had collapsed throughout over 100 different great territories. Xianxia was taken aback, looked up, and asked, "When did you get these reports?" 10 days ago, Mi Jinglun replied. All of the deputy supreme commanders had important tasks of their own, while Mi Jingluan was in charge of gathering intelligence and reports. He was the first to know of any news that was transmitted back to the Supreme Headquarters. Is this information reliable? One of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked. Mi Jingluan nodded, and some of these incidents were spotted by hunters roaming through the great territories under the Black Ink clan's control, while some were even discovered from the dozen frontline great territories. We can't confirm the ones in the great territories that fully belong to the Black Ink clan, but I've sent people to check the dozen frontline great territories, and they've verified the reports. The hunters that he mentioned were those who had formed squads to sneak into the great territories under the Black Ink clan's control to hunt and kill Black Ink clansmen. Some of these hunters were the remnants of the various army squads that previously existed, but most of them were also formed by cultivators from the various second-class great forces. Cultivators from the second-class great forces had never taken part in large-scale wars before, and few of them were used to fighting in a structured army. Therefore, the Supreme Headquarters decided to just leave them be. The cave heavens and paradises no longer restricted the second-class great forces, and many of the masters from those great forces had ascended to the Seventh Order. Thanks to the existence of the hunters, the Black Ink clan suffered noteworthy losses every year. However, hunters generally worked in small groups no bigger than an army squad, or a dozen or so people, which meant that it was extremely dangerous for them if they ran into a real Black Ink clan army. At the same time, being few in number meant they could move about more freely and stealthily, so there were pros and cons. The hunters mostly traveled through the great territories that the Black Ink clan had seized, and 6 months ago, a number of hunters reported witnessing many Black Ink nests in various universe worlds all of a sudden began to wither and die. At the same time, the same thing had happened in the dozen frontline great territories where the main human and Black Ink clan armies were clashing. Quite a few soldiers had seen massive Black Ink nests falling apart for no apparent reason. As Supreme Commander of the human army, Mi Jingluan was always kept up to date on the latest intelligence, so no one doubted his words. One of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters' eyes brightened. Do we have a count of how many Black Ink nests were self-destructed? How many low-rank ones, and how many mid-rank ones? For now, we've confirmed 637 low-rank Black Ink nests and 13 mid-rank Black Ink nests have withered, Mi Jingluan replied. However, this is only what we have found, and what we can find is only the tip of the iceberg. There were obviously a lot more black ink nests that had been destroyed than the ones the humans could discover. Mi Jinglun looked around at everyone. I'm sure you all know what this implies. It would not be a big deal if a few low-rank black ink nests self-destructed. That would only mean that a mid-rank black ink nest had been destroyed somewhere. However, if multiple mid-rank black ink nests had self-destructed as well, then the information gleaned from this news was a lot more significant. Xianxia spoke up quietly. We have not found any high-rank black ink nests on any of the battlefields, which is why we deduce that the Black Ink clan left their high-rank black ink nest back at the no-return pass. The Black Ink clan would consider the no-return pass to be a very safe location, as we humans are too busy defending ourselves to attack it. No one would head off to the no-return pass to try and mess with them, but from the looks of it now, someone did just that and even succeeded in destroying a high-rank black ink nest to the no-return pass. That's why the mid-rank and low-rank black ink nests self-destructed. But who is this person? Although we have no way of confirming the situation at the no-return pass, based on what Brother Oyanglai said back then, there's a royal lord who is standing guard there. No ordinary person can stir up trouble right under a royal lord's nose, Mi Jinglun declared. Oyanglai was with Yangkai when they returned through the no-return pass to the barren territory, which meant that Oyanglai knew the situation at the no-return pass better than anyone in this room. He had naturally told Mi Jinglun about what he knew. Could it be that one of the two old ancestors made a move? One of the Eighth Order Masters suggested. Someone else shook his head and refuted that possibility. The two old ancestors are currently busy subduing the Black Ink giant spirit god. They can't go anywhere else, so they wouldn't have gone to the no-return pass. If they did, it would have meant that they defeated the Black Ink giant spirit god, and we would have heard about it if that was the case. The crowd continued making various guesses, but they had no way of verifying any of them. Based on the reports they had, they could only figure out that at least one high-rank black ink nest at the no-return pass must have been destroyed. That would explain why many mid-rank black ink nests and low-rank black ink nests self-destructed. That being said, they had no way of knowing who did this, or even if it was just one person or a whole team of people. All of a sudden, Xianxia looked over at Mi Jinglun. Their eyes met, and they could easily tell what the other was thinking. Could it be that brat's doing? They could not think of anyone who could accomplish such a feat, but if it was that brat, then perhaps it might be possible. Immediately, one of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked, Brother Xiang, who is this brat you speak of? Who do you believe is capable of doing this? Martial Peak, Chapter 5511, Wreaking Havoc One Last Time. Xianxia did not leave them guessing as he answered. Yangkai. I'm sure you've heard his name before. Everyone nodded in realization. One of them piped up, I heard that he's now in the Eighth Order, right? Mi Jinglun nodded. That's right. Yangkai is now in the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm. He's also the reason why Brother Oyanglai and his group were able to return from the Black Ink battlefield. The one who spoke up earlier continued. Even if he's now in the Eighth Order, he has only just recently ascended. There's a royal lord standing guard at the no-return pass, not to mention countless territory lords as well. How could he do such a thing all by himself? Although this person who spoke knew of Yangkai and heard about his past exploits, he was unfamiliar with Yangkai, so it was not surprising for him to feel doubtful. He's no ordinary Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He can easily slaughter innate territory lords, and he's definitely stronger, not weaker than any of you here. Mi Jinglun thought to himself. Oyanglai had told Mi Jinglun some astonishing things, but as this information involved other matters as well, Mi Jinglun had classified the reports to prevent information leaks. Not many people knew of these things now, especially regarding just how strong Yangkai was. This was a way of protecting Yangkai to prevent him from getting exposed to the Black Ink clan and being targeted as a result. However, judging by what was happening now, even though Mi Jinglun wanted to protect Yangkai, Yangkai was not someone who would keep a low profile. He has already run off to the no-return pass and destroyed high-rank Black Ink nests. The Black Ink clan surely view him as their highest priority target. After a moment of silence, Mi Jinglun said, perhaps it might be hard for him to accomplish this alone, But there's something you shouldn't forget, everyone. Even if he's acting alone, it doesn't mean he doesn't have help. The small stone race army. One of the Eighth Order Masters exclaimed in realization. Mi Jinglin nodded. Exactly. Previously, Yang Kai traveled to various great territories and refined numerous universe worlds. He even gave out a lot of small stone ray soldiers to the cultivators in those great territories for protection, which proved to be a massive boon. Without those small stone ray soldiers, many more cultivators retreating from the various great territories would have died. According to my calculations, Yang Kai gave out at least 40 million small stone ray soldiers, including nearly 100 who had the raw strength of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even though it was not the first time these commanders heard about this, they still could not help but feel thunderstruck when Mi Jinglin brought it up again. 40 million from the small stone race. Nearly 100 on par with Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even more that are on par with the Seventh Order, Sixth Order, and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They were all curious as to how Yang Kai cultivated so many small stone ray soldiers, creating a massive and powerful army all on his own. They had already investigated the origins of the small stone race, and learned they were a unique species of living beings that came from a certain universe world in the new Great Territory, which was adjacent to High Heaven Territory. They were only found in that small universe world. In fact, there was no trace of the small stone race anywhere else. However, they had also studied the small stone race there, discovering that they were not fully sentient and quite weak as well. When compared to the massive small stone race soldiers that Yang Kai gave away, it was as if they belonged to completely separate races. Less than half of those 40 million small stone race soldiers remained now. The rest had died in the battle against the Black Ink clan. Even so, for the humans, the 20 million strong, small stone race army provided indispensable strength in battle. This was especially the case because the small stone race was not susceptible to the corruption of Black Ink strength. When in battle, they fought valiantly with no fear of death. These characteristics greatly benefited the human army in battle against the Black Ink clan. As of now, the small stone race had made a name for itself across all the various battlefields, and the humans had also found a way to control and command them. While this method had not been perfected yet, it was still a lot better than before. It was no longer the same as the way it was last time when people would simply summon small stone race soldiers and have them freely battle the enemy. Under the original circumstances, once these released small stone soldiers killed off all the Black Ink clansmen, if they were not collected quickly, they would begin fighting among themselves or simply run away, which made things rather awkward. The human race's failure to command the small stone race partly contributed to the 40 million strong, small stone race army's heavy casualties. Once the humans figured out how to control them, though, the loss rate decreased significantly. Since Yang Kai could give away 40 million of them, it meant that he still had some on hand. Given his abilities, and with the help of a large number of small stone race soldiers, it was not necessarily impossible for him to destroy a few high-rank Black Ink nests of the no-return pass. Right now, the humans had only barely managed to set up a defense perimeter. They drew in all the forces they had and focused on the fight against the Black Ink clan on a dozen different battlefields, but they could only defend themselves, not having sufficient leeway to launch a counterattack. However, Yang Kai was able to wreak havoc at the no-return pass all by himself. When comparing themselves to him, these veteran Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt somewhat embarrassed. What a shame. Someone sighed. It was a shame that Yang Kai had become a Fifth Order Master back then. Even though he consumed a mid-rank world fruit, increasing his innate limit to the Eighth Order, that was still his limit. It would be hard for him to become a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There was no sign of the universe furnace, and no one knew when it would show up. Even if it did, chances were it would lead to an even more frenzied bloodshed, as the Black Ink clan would not let the humans get their hands on the innate open heaven pills easily. That brat. Why wasn't he born into a cave heaven or a paradise? Another Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master remarked lamentably. Back then, it had been clear that Yang Kai could directly ascend to the Seventh Order, but in the end he was forced to become a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Everyone knew the reasons behind this situation. From the looks of it now, the attempt to suppress him back then was a grave mistake, but when considering the cave heavens and paradise's unspoken rules, they simply had no choice. Naturally, it was also partly due to the selfish motives of certain people. Still, if Xianxia had come from a cave heaven or a paradise, who would have tried to keep him down? Quite the contrary. They would have showered him with resources to allow him to quickly reach the seventh-order open heaven realm. Based on his rate of cultivation, if he had directly broken through to the seventh order back then, he might have already reached the peak of the eighth order by now and be set to become a ninth-order open heaven realm master in the near future. He would surely achieve great things the moment he became a ninth-order open heaven realm master. Xianxia gently rapped his knuckles on the table. There's no point looking back in hindsight now. Why did you bring this up, brother me? Mi Jinglun wore a serious expression as he commented, "When Xianxia was with the Great Evolution Army, I interacted with him many times. No ordinary cultivator can compare to him. He is a hero who has done many services for the human race. Without him, we wouldn't have purifying light or purifying black ink battleships or purifying black ink pills. Now that he's alone at the no-return pass, what I want to ask is, should we send help over to him?" After a pause, Mi Jinglun added, "That boy simply does not know the meaning of the word restraint, so he definitely won't stop. I'm afraid that if something happens to him, we might lose an essential talent. Help him? How are we going to do that? Furthermore, all of our front lines on a battlefield are barely holding on as it is. We can only manage to defend ourselves, so how can we pull a significant force off our lines to send over to him?" An eighth-order open heaven realm master immediately refuted Mi Jinglun's idea. He was not trying to go against Mi Jinglun on purpose, just stating the reality of their situation. The human race's defense lines had shrunk to a dozen great territories, but their situation still did not look too good either. Many of the others nodded in agreement. Someone spoke up and said, "If we want to help an eighth-order open heaven realm master like him, we would have to reassign several eighth-order open heaven realm masters, but each eighth-order master is indispensable on the current battlefield. Where do we pull them from?" Mi Jinglun stayed silent for a moment before saying quietly, "If we can't reassign anyone given our current defense perimeter, then why don't we give up one of the battlefields?" Everyone's jaws dropped at his words, and the one who spoke earlier stared at Mi Jinglun in disbelief. "Brother me, do you think the safety of Xianxia is more important than the loss of an entire battlefield?" Countless soldiers had shed blood to hold every single one of the dozen great territories. The front lines were formed from their sacrifices and could not be given up so easily. Mi Jinglun's suggestion shocked everyone to the core. Mi Jinglun shook his head. Giving up one of the great territory battlefields doesn't imply that Xianxia is more important than them. However, we don't have enough manpower to maintain all of our current battlefields as it is. If we give up on one, we will reduce the pressure we are under. Also, everyone, don't forget that Xianxia is the only one who can use purifying light. The eighth-order masters fell silent, and moments later, the air was filled with divine senses as they began discussing among themselves. Xianxia gave Mi Jinglun a somewhat helpless glance. This had started as an ordinary conference, but Mi Jinglun was now suggesting that they abandon one of the battlefields. This was no small issue. If they did decide to do this, it would cause a lot of disapproval and dissatisfaction. So many soldiers had died in battle, each of them someone's brother or sister from the same sect. Who among the living did not yearn to avenge these deaths? Who among them was willing to retreat? Even though they would still be heading into battle against the Black Ink clan on a different battlefield, it was not the same. If things didn't go well today, Mi Jinglun would become a target of everyone's anger and reproach. At this moment, Xianxia sorely missed the purifying light that Xianxia had. The human race were having a hard time maintaining their current lines, partially because of the lack of purifying light. The human race had nearly exhausted all the purifying light they had. With the little they had retained stored up inside, just a few purifying black ink battleships. The Supreme Headquarters had set aside this supply of purifying light for special purposes, such as an army commander or other critically important characters being corrupted by black ink strength. They did not have the leisure to use it for day-to-day situations. Although purifying black ink pills could purge black ink strength when a person had not been fully corrupted, the efficacy paled in comparison to purifying light. Because of this, it felt as if the humans had their hands tied when fighting against the Black Ink clan. You brat, since you're not dead, hurry back and create more purifying light. Why are you messing around at the no return pass? Meanwhile, on the Black Ink battlefield, Xianxia snuck over and was now hiding outside the no return pass. It had been 6 months since the day he destroyed 5 high-rank Black Ink nests. He had fully recovered from his injuries by now, but upon returning to the no-return pass, he saw that it was still heavily guarded. Along the way, he encountered countless Black Ink clan search teams with many feudal lords and even a number of territory lords patrolling around, keeping a vigilant watch over the surroundings. The Black Ink clan is being too cautious. Xianxia grumbled to himself. What he did not know was that after the chaos he caused at the no-return pass earlier on, the royal lord flew into an absolute rage. It was not just the territory lords, but even he who was standing guard at the no-return pass, not daring to enter a Black Ink nest to recover from his injuries, because he had to constantly be on alert in case Xianxia launched another sneak attack. The Black Ink clan's caution made things difficult for Xianxia. Originally, he wanted to attack a few more times and destroy as many high-rank Black Ink nests as possible, but for what he was seeing now, this was probably the last time he could act. In that case, let's raise some real havoc one last time. Martial Peak, Chapter 55:12 bold. Now that Xianxia had made his mind up, he scanned through the no-return pass to find his target. Soon, he zeroed in on a high-rank Black Ink nest on the right side of the no-return pass. Despite not seeing any sign of the Royal Lord or detecting the latter's aura, Xianxia knew that the Royal Lord had to be hiding somewhere, waiting for him to show up. Therefore, as soon as he made his move, he would be on the receiving end of the Royal Lord's counterattack. However, there was an obstacle in his path this time around. The Black Ink clan had not been on their toes when he attacked the last time. That was how he could easily destroy 2 high-rank Black Ink nests with just one strike. This time, the territory lords had spread out to guard the various Black Ink nests. No matter where Xianxia showed up, he would immediately encounter a territory lord standing in his way. He chose the high-rank Black Ink nest on the right side of the no-return pass because the territory lord who was guarding that area looked quite worn out. Even his aura was unstable. He's heavily injured, which means he's an easy target. Most of the territory lords at the no-return pass were injured in some way or another. Xianxia deduced that they had retreated from the battlefields in the 3,000 worlds. He did not study them closely the last time he was here, but after observing them this time, he confirmed his inference. The Black Ink clan had managed to reopen the territory gate to the barren territory, which he had sealed up back then. At the time, Xianxia thought that he could cut off the Black Ink clan supply lines entirely by simply blocking the portal. Later on, he realized that he had been wrong about that. The Black Ink clan had a way of reopening the sealed territory gates, but it would take some time, and they would have to pay a heavy price to do so. To Xianxia, this was not entirely bad news. Since the portal was open, it provided another escape route for him to take. If he made his way through the territory gate, the Royal Lord would not dare to chase after him quite so readily. Xianxia did not need to test the waters with anything else. Launching a swift and direct attack was the best choice under the circumstances. With that thought in mind, Xianxia manipulated space principles, and in an instant he was above the high-rank Black Ink nest, and with a forceful thrust of the Azure Dragon Spear, he stabbed right at the territory lord who was standing guard here. Xianxia also immediately used a soul-rending thorn for good measure. Soul-rending thorns were incredibly effective against the heavily injured territory lords around the no-return pass, as Xianxia had found when he had a taste of the sweet victory the last time he was here, so he was not stingy this time. All he had to do was sacrifice a small piece of his soul, which was something he could bear. This territory lord was unlucky. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had severely injured him when he was on the front lines of the war. Thus, he had no choice but to retreat to the no-return pass to recuperate. However, after only getting to rest for a few days, Xianxia had rushed in and raised hell. The royal lord had given the order, and this territory lord no longer had the chance to recuperate. He had to keep watch over the area assigned to him in case that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master launched another attack. Half a year had passed, and after seeing no signs of the human, this territory lord had become less vigilant. Furthermore, he was quite severely injured. At this moment, he was refining the black ink strength that drifted out from the black ink nest to slowly tend to his injuries. It was not particularly effective, but it was better than nothing. When space rippled around him and Xianxia's spear came crashing down, the territory lord could not react immediately as his injury-laden body numbed his ability to sense danger. The next instant, it felt as if a needle had pierced into his head and an agonizing pain coursed through his whole body, causing him to shudder violently and almost knocked him unconscious. The sharp spear grew increasingly larger in his vision as the territory lord wanted to defend himself. But try as he might, he could not draw upon his black ink strength. He had to watch as the spear pierced right through his skull. Xianxia hit his mark with just one strike, and the formidable power behind his blow did not dissipate as it flew out and annihilated the high-rank black ink nest below. Another kill. At the same time, the territory lords who were standing guard nearby jumped into action. They charged towards Xianxia from all directions, and the royal lord's enormous figure burst forth from within the no-return pass as well, a cold and menacing expression filling his face. He had underestimated this human's boldness and recklessness. Initially, he thought that the human would have to stay in hiding for several years, if not longer, but who would have known that he would show up again just 6 months? Thankfully, he did not let his guard down and thus detected Xianxia as soon as he showed up. Unfortunately, even though the royal lord reacted quickly, he was not in time to save that territory lord. Xianxia had killed another territory lord in the blink of an eye. However, the royal lord was not too affected by this. He considered the loss of a single territory lord and a high-rank black ink nest the price they had to pay in order to kill this pesky human right here, right now. No 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could escape with his life in a situation like this when a group of territory lords and a royal lord had him surrounded. The royal lord had also learned from his previous mistake and channeled much of his energy into disrupting the local space to prevent Xianxia from escaping by using space principles. However, Xianxia did not intend to escape this time. After destroying the black ink nest, he turned around and rushed deeper into the no-return pass, as if he wanted to have a showdown against the royal lord. The territory lords who were moving to encircle him were dumbfounded, wondering if this human had a death wish. Just as the territory lords were about to celebrate, they saw their closest fellow territory lord to Xianxia howl in agony as he stumbled unsteadily. Xianxia quickened his pace, and in a flash, he broke through their encirclement. Yet another soul-rending thorn had been used, but Xianxia did not have the time to kill the second territory lord. Between killing these heavily injured territory lords and destroying high-rank black ink nests, Xianxia preferred doing the latter. Once he broke out of their siege, Xianxia raised his spear, and in a burst of light, yet another high-rank black ink nest turned to dust. Bold human! The royal lord who was charging over roared in fury. If he included what happened 6 months ago, there were now a total of 7 high-rank black ink nests that had been destroyed and 3 territory lords who were killed by this single human. And all of this happened right under his nose, which made him feel deeply humiliated. The royal lord no longer wanted to simply rip Xianxia's corpse apart anymore. He had made his mind up. If he managed to capture Xianxia alive, he was going to extract Xianxia's soul and refine it before torturing him until he begged for death. Even more territory lords stormed towards Xianxia now, and their auras were all as sharp as knives as they sent a flurry of attacks towards him. The entirety of the no-return pass was in a frenzy, as if someone had dropped cold water into a boiling pot of oil. Even though a royal lord was charging over, Xianxia's expression was still perfectly calm and tranquil. All of a sudden, He put away his azure dragon spear, and with a wave of his hands, two small stone race armies of over 1,000,000 each appeared, one bearing the symbol of the great sun, and the other the symbol of the great moon. The sudden appearance of so many small stone race soldiers startled the Black Ink clansmen, but soon some of the territory lords recognized these strange beings. On the current battlefields, these beings fought against the Black Ink clan under the command of the humans. They did not fear being corrupted by Black Ink strength, nor were they afraid of death. As a result, the Black Ink clan suffered significant losses at their hands. That being said, what could these dregs do when faced with so many territory lords and even a royal lord? No matter how large their numbers were, these strange stone men were no better than ants. Under Yang Kai's command, the two small stone race armies charged towards the royal lord. However, as soon as they came into contact with his aura, they were ground to dust. Countless of them turned into rock fragments, as the royal lord was simply too powerful for the small stone race soldiers to even get close. Still, numbering 2,000,000 in total, there were enough to swiftly bury the royal lord in bodies. At the same time, Yang Kai found himself completely surrounded by the territory lords who came at him from all sides. One of the territory lords tried to land a deadly blow immediately, and the concentrated Black Ink strength turned into divine abilities that charged straight at Yang Kai. Even a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would not fare well if struck by such a ferocious attack, let alone an Eighth Order Master. However, it was as if Yang Kai did not see the attack coming at all, as he simply stretched out his hands. The great sun and great moon marks on the backs of his hands started to burn before they lit up in conjunction with the two small stone race armies. The next instant, incredibly pure and concentrated great sun and great moon energy were drawn out and swiftly combined to form the purest light imaginable. The royal lord, who was surrounded by the small stone race, immediately had a bad premonition. The territory lords who surrounded Yang Kai also felt greatly disconcerted for no apparent reason. A tiny sun that looked just like the real sun suddenly exploded outwards with pure, dazzling white light illuminating the entire Northern Pass. For a moment, several tens of millions of kilometers of the void seemed to glow with unimaginable white radiance. Countless lower-ranked Black Ink clansmen simply vanished under the intense light. Even most of the divine abilities and secret techniques, which were formed from Black Ink strength that came charging towards Yang Kai, disappeared without a trace, leaving just a few dregs to hit Yang Kai, causing him to stagger slightly. The territory lords all howled in pain as they felt their bodies being bathed in the most toxic poison in existence. Black Ink strength sizzled as it flooded out of their bodies. The blinding light lasted for 10 breaths before it slowly faded away. However, by the time the dust settled, the casualties suffered by Black Ink clan both within and outside the No Return Pass had climbed to an uncountable height. Many new Black Ink clansmen had been born in the great passes nearest to where the light had shone, but now, not even a tenth of them remained. Although things were a little better on the universe fragments and great passes that were further out, there were still significant losses there. Only the Black Ink clan masters who were on the outskirts of the great passes were less affected. The aura of over a dozen of the territory lords who were nearest to Yang Kai plummeted, dropping down to the level of feudal lords in one fell swoop, damaging their foundations permanently and sending their minds and souls into disarray. The royal lord, whom the two small stone race armies had completely surrounded, was equally stunned and shocked by what just transpired. The two 1,000,000-strong, small stone race armies had all turned into shattered rocks, obscuring the royal lord's disheveled figure. He had been at the center of that explosion of purifying light, so he had naturally suffered the most. Even though he was a royal lord, his aura had been thrown into utter chaos. He knew about the existence of purifying light, but never thought that someone could unleash such a massive amount of it all at once. Even he would not be able to withstand a few more attacks of such intensity. The aura of those territory lords had dropped to that of a feudal lord because their heritage had been ground away, so naturally, the royal lord did not escape unscathed either. Right now, about 10% of his foundation had been destroyed. While this was not enough for his cultivation to regress, even if the royal lord fully healed from his injuries now, he would no longer be as powerful as he once was and would need to cultivate for hundreds, if not thousands of years to return to his peak. If he was struck by another blast of purifying light of such might, he was not certain he could even remain a royal lord. Thus, once the light faded away, the royal lord instantly looked around to see where Xianxia was, deeply afraid that the latter would repeat this stunt. Soon, however, the royal lord turned towards the territory gate and saw a pale-faced Xianxia standing at its edge, staring back at him with a look of provocation and condescension. Martial Peak, Chapter 55:13, Restrained. Xianxia and the royal lord locked eyes as Xianxia made a slitting gesture across his neck, childishly taunting the royal lord before turning around and leaping into the portal. The royal lord was so infuriated that he nearly spat blood. He was about to dash after Xianxia when he quickly stopped, his expression darkening as he realized a hard reality. He couldn't leave. The no-return pass was the Black Ink clan's most important base, with all of their high-rank and many of their mid-rank Black Ink nests having been set up here. As he was the only surviving royal lord, if an unexpected crisis occurred at the no-return pass because of his departure, then it would surely threaten the entire foundation of the Black Ink clan. Thus, even though he wished more than anything to chase after that human and slaughter him, he had to suppress that impulse. "Sir," one of the territory lords approached the royal lord for orders. The royal lord had not given chase, and they did not dare to do so either. Over the last 6 months, 3 territory lords had died at the hands of that human and his spear despite him not even targeting them. His target had only been the high-rank Black Ink nests, which all of the Black Ink clansmen had figured out by now. If he had intended to assassinate territory lords instead, the number of dead would not be a paltry 3. Their opponent was far stronger than they could ever imagine. If they went after him without the royal lord, what would happen if that human had set up an ambush on the other side of the territory gate? No one wanted to be sent off to their death just like that. However, if the royal lord gave the order, then they had to give chase no matter how fearful they were. Thankfully, the royal lord had considered the same possibility. He had personally witnessed just how formidable Xianxia was, and he knew that the territory lords here were mostly injured. Therefore, after mulling it over for a brief moment, he quickly said, "Don't bother going after him." His words washed over the territory lords like a pardon from the heavens. Still, all of them were heavy-hearted. It could not be helped as they had lost too much. Not only did they lose another territory lord this time, but 4 high-rank Black Ink nests and over a dozen mid-rank Black Ink nests had been destroyed as well. Initially, that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had only destroyed 2 high-rank Black Ink nests, but when the dazzling white light exploded around them, the Black Ink nests that were closest to the epicenter were shattered into dust as well, including 2 more high-rank Black Ink nests. Over a dozen territory lords had also regressed to feudal lords, while the others who were showered by the white light had their strength affected to varying degrees. Their fear and apprehension only increased when they noticed that even the royal lord's aura seemed to have weakened. 6 months ago, that human appeared out of the blue, destroyed 5 high-rank Black Ink nests, and killed 2 territory lords. Although he only destroyed 4 high-rank Black Ink nests and killed 1 territory lord this time, the total losses were actually more severe, and these losses did not even take into account the lower-ranked Black Ink clansmen, who were immediately vaporized when that burst of purifying light hit them. All of the Black Ink clansmen had one question in mind. What was that light, and why did it have such a horrifying effect on the Black Ink clan? All they saw was the humans summoning 2 small stone race armies, and then everything went white literally. Now the small stone race armies had turned into shattered rock and no longer existed. While the territory lords were caught up in their uneasy thoughts, Xianxia was already waiting on the other side of the territory gate, but to his dismay, no one came after him, even though he waited for quite some time. Once he was certain that the Black Ink clan dared not come after him, he casually sealed the portal again. Although the Black Ink clan had the means to reopen the territory gate, it would take them significant time and effort to do so. Xianxia was more than happy to make things a little more difficult for his enemy. After taking stock of the outcome, Xianxia felt fairly satisfied. The only thing he felt bad about was the loss of 2 million small stone race soldiers. Still, this couldn't be helped. There was no way he could avoid making sacrifices if he wanted to oppose a royal lord. The only thing he could do now to face off against a royal lord was to use a large number of small stone races to set off a massive explosion of purifying light. Even the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel could not compare to this in terms of effectiveness. The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was Xianxia's most powerful secret technique, but it did not have the special characteristic of being able to directly counter the Black Ink clan. Once the portal was sealed up once more, Xianxia exhaled lightly. He achieved a lot in this risky gambit of his, and suffered significant injuries in the process, as at the last moment he had to focus on igniting the Great Sun and Great Moon's strengths inside the small stone race soldiers, disallowing him to block the attacks from the various territory lords. While most of the attacks were significantly weakened or blocked entirely by the wave of purifying light, with so many territory lords attacking him at once, some of them inevitably hit their mark. However, none of the attacks had been deadly, so Xianxia simply checked over himself a little without bothering to spend time recuperating. He then turned around and flew in a different direction where he sensed devastating shock waves emanating from. The last time Xianxia was in the Barren Territory, the Black Ink clan and the human race were engaged in a fearsome battle that turned the entire Great Territory into a battlefield. Now all that remained were the scars left from that battle. As he made his way forward, he saw far too many scattered remains belonging to both the humans and the Black Ink clan. There were also lots of wreckage from humans' warships, as well as tufts of black ink clouds of varying sizes. The shock waves would burst forth in irregular intervals, but each time they did, it seemed like the entire barren territory trembled. The closer Xianxia got to the source, the clearer he could sense what was causing it. At last, Xianxia stopped and stared into the distance as two enormous figures reflected in his eyes. They belonged to two giant spirit gods. One was Aer, and the other was the Black Ink giant spirit god who revived and came out of the late ancient era battlefield. Xianxia had surmised as much when he noticed the commotion earlier, but still, he was dumbstruck by what he saw. It seemed these two really never tired. They must have been fighting for over 100 years already, yet they had not even paused to take a break. The humans and the Black Ink clan had already retreated from the barren territory, but as the fight between the two giant spirit gods was still perfectly even, they continued duking it out. From the way things appeared now, there was no telling how much longer they intended to continue fighting. It was fortuitous that giant spirit god Aer had suddenly appeared and pinned down this Black Ink giant spirit god. Otherwise, the human race would have suffered catastrophic losses on the barren territory battlefield. The fight between two giant spirit gods was violent and brutal. They did not use any divine abilities or secret techniques, and instead engaged in a simple hand-to-hand battle. But every blow delivered was enough to make everything around them quake and shudder. A region of over 10 million kilometers around these two was filled with volatile void cracks, as space itself seemed unable to withstand the fury of their exchanges. Xianxia even wondered whether the barren territory would completely collapse if their fight carried on like this for long enough. After silently observing them for a while, he raised his hands to form a cone around his mouth before yelling with all his might, "Aer, kill him!" As if Aer had heard Xianxia's cheering, even his tuft of hair started giving off a formidable feeling as his attacks became more vicious. Xianxia chuckled and watched them for a little longer before leaving. He could not get involved in a fight between two giant spirit gods. Though he was an 8th Order right now, he could not even get close to them without being sent flying. Only 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could involve themselves in such a battle. Xianxia still had a long road ahead of him. Half a day later, he arrived at a different part of the void. The place here was dark and covered in black ink strength, but strangely, the black ink strength did not scatter or move at all. It was completely concentrated together. The second Black Ink giant spirit god is standing guard here. This black ink giant spirit god was the one that Luin and his companion had revived back in the divine spirit ancestral land. At this moment, the black ink giant spirit god was sitting cross-legged in the void. His towering figure looked like a mountain, and in front of it was the passage that led from the barren territory to wine mist territory. The Black Ink Clan army had used this breach to invade the broader 3,000 worlds. One could even say that this place was the starting point that led to everything that happened later in the 3,000 worlds. When the portal had not been fully opened yet, Xianxia had rushed to wine mist territory in time and tried to stop it, but the black ink giant spirit god rushed from the shattered heaven to the barren territory and forced his arm right through the half-open portal, managing to open up the territory gate. Even now, his arm was still stuck in the same position. It was not what this black ink giant spirit god wanted to be stuck here. It was simply that he could not move. Xianxia looked over and saw abstruse runes that appeared and disappeared along half of that black ink giant spirit god's arm, which was thrust through the boundary wall. These abstruse runes were crawling around like snakes to form a large chain that locked it in place. Xianxia detected a familiar aura from those runes. After calming his mind and focusing for a moment, it soon dawned on Xianxia that it was old ancestor Xiaoxiao's aura. It was not just old ancestor Xiaoxiao that he detected either. There was another person's aura which was almost as powerful as old ancestor Xiaoxiao's. Wuxia. Xianxia's brow rose slightly. The humans only had two ninth-order old ancestors left. One was old ancestor Xiaoxiao and the other was Wuxia. This meant that the two ninth-order old ancestors were currently in Wind Mine territory and had used some sort of secret technique to restrain the black ink giant spirit god here. Naturally, these two were no match in a battle against a black ink giant spirit god, but Xiaoxiao and Wuxia had chosen the best opportunity to make their move. Back then, the two of them had commanded the human race army to withdraw from the barren territory before making a few arrangements and then immediately rushing over to Wine Mist territory. At that time, it seemed that in order to maintain the territory gate between the two great territories, the black ink giant spirit god could not retract his arm from the breach. The two ninth-order old ancestors arrived at Wind Mist territory before the Black Ink Clan army had fully moved out and then worked together to attach this chain-like secret technique to the black ink giant spirit god's arm. The black ink giant spirit god could have chosen to sacrifice his arm to free himself from these shackles, but he would lose a lot of his strength if he did so, and he was unwilling to do that. Therefore, for the past few decades, he had been engaging in a silent battle of patience with the two ninth-order old ancestors. The black ink giant spirit god sensed Xianxia's arrival and was secretly shocked by the fact that the latter was still alive. At the time, a royal lord had specifically left the barren territory to hunt Xianxia down, yet here Xianxia was alive and well. If Xianxia was alive, though, then the fate of that royal lord was evident. However, the black ink giant spirit god showed no inclination of paying any attention to Xianxia, as most of his focus was on trying to outwit the two ninth-order old ancestors. Simply put, he felt no need to spare a puny ant like Xianxia any mind. He ignored Xianxia, who did likewise. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly as he quietly took in everything in front of him. Martial Peak, Chapter 55:14, Who Are You? Decades had passed, and most of the traces of that great battle had faded away, but Xianxia could still sense the tragic atmosphere looming over this place. In the last moments of the battle in the barren territory, 33 old ancestors sacrificed their lives here, along with the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders. Only old ancestors Xiaoxiao and Wuxia were spared from that tragedy. The 33 old ancestors managed to kill 44 royal lords and over 1 million Black Ink Clan soldiers in their final blaze of glory. There was no denying how tragic the battle had been, and this was the very battlefield where the fight had taken place. Even though Xianxia was not present during that last battle and could not witness it, as he stood here now and took in the traces left behind, he could almost imagine what it was like then, when the black ink giant spirit god left the shattered heaven and came to the barren territory he smashed through the human race army's defense lines and came here before using his arm to force open the passage between the two great territories. This allowed the Black Ink Clan army to swarm into Wind Mist territory. For the humans, the battle was lost at that moment, as the invasion of the 3,000 worlds could no longer be stopped. Under those circumstances, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had two choices. One was to lead the human race army's retreat and leave the barren territory. They could then preserve their strength to fight another day. They were the most powerful of all the human race masters, and if they chose not to engage in battle, the Black Ink Clan could not do anything to them. However, the Ninth Order Old Ancestors chose the second option. They chose to fight to the bitter end. The 33 Old Ancestors showed no regard for the cultivation and longevity that they had attained with great difficulty and fearlessly launched a final assault on the Black Ink Clan. The Dragon and Phoenix Clan leaders followed suit. 44 Royal Lords had been killed in that battle, which was every single Royal Lord there was save for the one who left the barren territory earlier to pursue Xianxia and the one who stood guard over the no-return pass. Too much had been sacrificed in that battle, but it had also cleared the obstacles that stood in the way of the human race's future. The Old Ancestors had sacrificed their lives in exchange for giving the younger generation, including people like Xianxia, time to grow stronger. It had been over 20 years since then, but as Xianxia stood in this place, it was as if he had traveled back in time and witnessed the tragedies of that battle. His heart constricted and his dragon blood started to boil. When confronted with 33 Old Ancestors, along with the Dragon and Phoenix Clan leaders, the Black Ink Clan would have also put up a fierce resistance to withstand their sudden attack. Still, they could not resist the dying determination of these valiant souls. Once the Royal Lords had been wiped out, the surviving Old Ancestors did not retreat, though, and instead continued to attack the Black Ink Giant Spirit God who was pinned down here. In the end, none of them survived. What they had accomplished in that battle was still showing its effect now, as the Black Ink Giant Spirit God did not come out of the fight unscathed. His colossal body was covered in wounds that could not heal due to the many Tao strengths that crisscrossed around them. Black Ink strength kept leaking out of the wounds, but the Black Ink Giant Spirit God would absorb it back in his body, and the cycle repeated. This was most likely the reason why Xianxia and Wuxia could restrain the Black Ink Giant Spirit God from afar. If he was completely fine, then even if the two Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm had the advantage of making the first move, it would still be incredibly difficult for them to keep this Black Ink Giant Spirit God locked in place. It was the heroic sacrifice made by the Old Ancestors back then that allowed the current stalemate to exist. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked over at the Black Ink Giant Spirit God as he coldly snorted, "Look at you now, Mo." Every Black Ink Giant Spirit God was one of Mo's soul clones, but because Mo was so powerful and was already in the creation realm, his soul clones were also powerful beyond comparison. Mo could not be bothered to trifle with Xianxia. He ran into this human boy when he awakened in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, and knew that while he was a weakling, he was incredibly proficient when it came to escaping. It was not as if he did not want to kill this human back then, but the latter did not give him the chance to act. It was even more impossible for him to kill this human now that it was restrained and could not move. Thus, Mo did not wish to respond to Xianxia's taunting. What it needed to do now was to build up its energy and break free from the two Old Ancestors. Once it regained its freedom, no one in all of the 3,000 worlds could stop it. However, what Xianxia said next would put an end to Mo's silence. Mo, I just came back from Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction after bringing someone over there. Who do you think it was? Xianxia asked with a chuckle. Mo finally glanced at Xianxia before answering coolly. It makes no difference who you sent over there. Moo's trump card has already been used, and Tsang is dead. When my true body awakens, the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction will easily crumble apart. Xianxia slowly shook his head. Don't be so sure about that. Since I sent that person over, it means I'm confident about this. After all, that person is an old friend of yours. Mo's expression changed for a moment, but it soon snorted, "Stop trying to scare me." All of this Supreme One's old friends died long ago. Since a soul clone like you knows that Mu's trump card has been used, then you should also know that Senior Tsang left me something before he died. You've lived since ancient times, so you must be very knowledgeable. Why don't you try guessing what it was? Why did Senior Tsang pass it to me just before he died? Yang Kai slowly said. Mo stayed silent. Yang Kai continued. How many years will it take before your true body awakens? A few thousand years? Over 10,000 years? What Mu left behind must have been quite powerful, right? But let me give you a word of advice. You should wake up sooner rather than later, otherwise it will be too late. Even if your true body wakes up, you still won't be able to do anything if you loiter for too long. Yang Kai was curious to know how much longer Mo's true body would remain unconscious. Wu Kuang had shamelessly boasted that he could become a ninth-order master in 3,000 years. But if Mo's true body awakened before then, the situation would become a lot more challenging. If that happened, Yang Kai would have to find a way to take Xianxia and Wu Qing over to see if they could help Wu Kuang. However, if he did that, then the humans' only remaining two ninth-order open heaven realm masters would be permanently occupied, and the black ink giant spirit god here would be completely free. Mo remained quiet for a long time before asking, "Who did you bring over there?" Yang Kai chuckled and started to reply, "That person." "Don't tell it too much." A voice suddenly cut in from somewhere else and interrupted Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled at first, but he soon snapped out of it and asked hesitantly, "Old ancestor Wu Qing." Wu Qing did not respond. Instead, it was old ancestor Xiao Zhao's voice that rang out. "The black ink giant spirit god is exceedingly powerful. Be careful. It might try to corrupt you." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "How are the two of you doing, old ancestor? Is everything all right?" He never thought that Xiao and Wu Qing could communicate with him across the different territories. But now that he thought about it, the black ink giant spirit god had cleared the passage between the barren territory and wind mist territory, which meant that the passage was open the whole time. It was unsurprising that the two ninth-order open heaven realm masters on the other side could still communicate through that gap. "We're all right, old ancestor," Xiao replied. "As for you, you should hurry up and return to the star boundary. Your wives miss you dearly." Yang Kai chuckled embarrassedly. "You met them, old ancestor." "Of course," old ancestor Xiao responded in a huff. "They joined the Great Evolution Army earlier on." "Not only did I meet them, but that Yuru Meng, that annoying little girl, never gave me face at all each time we met, always demanding I compensate them for losing their husband." As old ancestor Xiao recalled this, she felt the urge to give Yang Kai a good beating. "Don't stay here too long," Wu Qing said. Yang Kai nodded and solemnly replied, "Junior understands." Mo had been silent for a time, but now it could not resist cutting in and asking, "Who did you bring over there?" Yang Kai grinned at Mo. "Why don't you tell me how many years it will take for your true body to wake up first?" Mo stared fixedly at Yang Kai and chose not to answer. "Did Song teach you how to control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction?" Why would he be asking about my true body if that wasn't the case? It's obvious that he's afraid my true body will wake up and break open the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Yang Kai snorted. "Mo, don't waste time on these unnecessary questions. Why would I need Song to teach me how to control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction?" Mo frowned. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at Mo dismissively. "Why would I need someone to teach me what I already know?" Mo's expression changed as a thought flashed across his mind. "Who are you?" he asked quietly. "Take a guess." Yang Kai flashed him a smile. Mo was furious as it realized just how exhausting it was to communicate with the human in front of it. After a moment of silence, though, it said, "I can answer your question, but in return, you must tell me who you are." Yang Kai was startled. There was no rhyme or reason to the things he was saying at random. He merely wanted to see if he could trick Mo into telling him what was going on with its true body. It would be great if he did get the information he wanted, but even if he failed, there was no harm in that either. Plus, his vague and mysterious answers might even serve to rattle Mo. He was just doing it because he could. He did not expect Imo to actually lose its cool this quickly. However, after giving it more thought, Xianxia realized that this was indeed a child's temperament. Regardless of how old Mo was and how many years it lived, it barely had any life experience. Thus, it had a childish personality, which could be seen in the way it kept pressing on to find out what it wanted to know and was relentless if it did not get what it wanted. Xianxia nodded at once. That works, but how will I know whether you're telling the truth? Why would I need to lie to you? Mo retorted arrogantly. I can't prove whether you're telling me the truth either. Xianxia agreed with him on that. Don't tell him any secrets, Wuxia reminded. Xianxia chuckled. Rest assured, old ancestor. I know what I'm doing. Wuxia hummed an acknowledgement and did not say anything else. Xianxia looked at Mo and said, Go on. Tell me what's happening with your true body. Mo scoffed. I won't stoop so low as to lie to you, but how do I know whether or not you'll keep your promise? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Shall I swear an oath first? Mo's expression became extremely unpleasant. Humans' oaths are all worthless. From the looks of it, it had been tricked by a human's oath before. Xianxia shrugged. There's no other way, then. You just have to take the risk. Mo stared closely at Xianxia as if it was trying to see right through him. After a long time, it finally said, There's no harm in telling you anyway. My true body will awaken sometime between 2,000 and 5,000 years from now. Xianxia frowned. That's such a wide time frame. The answer was of no help at all. If Mo's true body awakened in 2,000 years, then Wu Kuang would definitely not be able to become a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but 5,000 would be ample time. Mo shook his head and said, I'm just a soul clone of my true body and can only make speculations regarding what's happening. How can I be sure of anything? However, my true body created 3 soul clones and was affected by the trump card Mu left behind, so it won't be waking up anytime soon. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-15, Profound Nether Territory. Even though Mo had reached the creation realm, splitting off 3 soul clones were still immensely taxing on it. Furthermore, it was also affected by the trump card Mu had left behind back then, and thus fell into a deep slumber. 2,000 to 5,000 years. Xianxia silently pondered to himself. 2,000 years from now, he would have to make regular trips to the primordial heavens source grand restriction to check on the situation, as Wu Kuang had no way of getting the word out if something happened there. As Xianxia was deep in thought, Mo grew impatient and started urging, It's your turn. Xianxia chuckled and did not speak. However, with a quick flash of a certain secret technique, large amounts of pure black ink strength poured out of Mo's wound, which Xianxia then absorbed and refined. Mo's expression hardened. Sure, it's you. The heaven-devouring battle law was unique, so it went without saying that Mo recognized it at once. What's more, there's only one person in this world who could use the heaven-devouring battle law, the one who created it. Xianxia stopped using the heaven-devouring battle law almost immediately, a faint smile lingering on his face as he remained quiet. He noticed that Mo seemed to fear Sure, and after giving it some thought, it made sense to him. The heaven-devouring battle law could refine anything, including black ink strength, which made things difficult for Mo too, as it was Sure's efforts back then greatly contributed to the reason why the primordial heavens source grand restriction managed to restrict Mo all these years. He kept devouring black ink strength and refining it to weaken Mo. Among Tsang and the others, Mo showed the most respect to Mu, but the one it was most afraid of was Sure. I can't believe you're still alive. Mo stared at Xianxia incredulously. Xianxia remained silent with a faint smile on his face. Meanwhile, over in Wind Mist territory, Xiao and Wuxia, the 2 Ninth Order old ancestors, exchanged glances with puzzled looks on their faces. They knew about the situation in the barren territory, but they had no idea what the black ink giant spirit god was prattling about. Who was Sure? One of the 10 that included Song? What did Xianxia have to do with this person called Sure? Although the 2 human Ninth Order Masters could not figure out what was happening, The fact that the black ink giant spirit god was noticeably disturbed was great news to them. They quickly formed hand seals to strengthen their secret techniques. In the next breath, more runes began creeping up the black ink giant spirit god's arm towards its shoulder. The symbols turned into large chains which were about to lock up its entire torso. Emo snapped out of its reverie and swiftly countered. Immobilizing one of the black ink giant spirit god's arms was already the most that the two Ninth Order old ancestors could achieve, and while they managed to make a move, while Mo was distracted, their efforts were neutralized as soon as it fought back. All at once, the glowing runes began flickering, sometimes advancing, other times retreating. Xianxia saw what was going on, and he swiftly growled, "Stop being so stubborn, Mo." Then, with a wave of his hand, a highly concentrated wave of purifying light launched straight at Mo. Wherever the light passed, the darkness receded. The pure light entered the black ink giant spirit god's wounds next in an attempt to move through its body. Mo let out a series of roars, and black ink strength gushed out once more to fend off the purifying light. The two lights, one bright and one dark, tangled together as they clashed and neutralized one another. Xianxia did not use his small stone ray soldiers this time, as there was no reason for him to do so. Unlike the situation back at the No Return Pass, Mo was a sitting duck here and could not move at all. All Xianxia had to do was extract power from the yellow and blue crystals in his small universe and merge them into purifying light. Back at the No Return Pass, using the small stone race army to confront a royal lord was a surefire way to catch the other party off guard, but the small stone race provided a great advantage, and Xianxia did not want to sacrifice them unless absolutely necessary. The dazzling white light continued to flow out, depleting massive quantities of yellow and blue crystals. Xianxia was not in a position to feel bad about using them now, though. In any case, if he ran out, he could just go ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for more. He had never used purifying light this way before. The two lights continued their struggle in the void, but despite giving it his all, Xianxia failed to break through the black ink strength's blockade. It was as if the black ink giant spirit god had endless strength. Thanks to Xianxia's efforts, though, Xiao and Wu Qing, the two Ninth Order old ancestors in Wind Mist territory, immediately felt the pressure they were facing lighten. While they did not know what Xianxia did, they could tell that he managed to draw most of the black ink giant spirit god's focus to himself. The two Ninth Order masters naturally did not hold back. World force flowed freely as they worked together, and soon, the chains around the black ink giant spirit god's arm became a lot stronger. This showdown lasted for almost an hour, which was long enough that 2 mountains worth of yellow and blue crystals in Xianxia's small universe were expended. Even the great sun and great moon marks on the back of his hands became burning hot. Initially, Xianxia had hoped that he could get rid of this black ink giant spirit god by using purifying light, but now that he tried it out for himself, he realized just how much of a dream that was. The black ink giant spirit god's aura did weaken slightly, but by Xianxia's estimate, even if he used up all of his yellow and blue crystals, it would still be insufficient to vanquish this opponent for good. Moreover, if things carried on like this, Xianxia could not be sure whether his great sun and great moon marks could hold out. The burning sensation on the back of his hands was getting stronger, and it felt as if his hands were about to explode. Still, his actions were not futile. At the very least, with his help, the two human Ninth Order masters managed to further suppress the black ink giant spirit god. Xianxia figured this attack would take the black ink giant spirit god at least 100 years to recover from. Perhaps I should come by now and then to ease the burden of the two old ancestors, Xianxia thought to himself. Since he could not get rid of the black ink giant spirit god for good, he did not persist any longer. He withdrew his 2 marks and stopped drawing strength from the yellow and blue crystals. The dazzling white light lingered for a moment longer before being completely enveloped by black ink strength. Xianxia looked over at the black ink giant spirit god, whose expression was gloomy. Darkness swirled around the giant figure that was undoubtedly furious. It could have attacked Xianxia if it had not been immobilized, but after a moment of silence, Mo simply asked, "Who did you send to the primordial heavens source grand restriction?" Mo was still hung up on this question. Xianxia could not be bothered to entertain the black ink giant spirit god, and instead turned towards the passage as he called out, "Old ancestors, rest assured, the human race won't lose." He originally wanted to head over to Wind Mist territory to check on the two Ninth Order old ancestors, but he did not need to anymore. With the two of them together, it was unlikely that the Black Ink clan would try to stir up trouble with them, so there was no reason to be worried about their safety for the moment. Old ancestor Xiao's voice replied, "Go ahead, as long as Wuxia and I are still alive. This Black Ink giant spirit god won't be able to leave the barren territory." Xianxia nodded before smirking at the Black Ink giant spirit god. "Stay strong, Mo. I'll come back and see you in a few years." Mo glared at Xianxia in fury without saying anything as it recognized this blatant threat. Yet it could not do anything about it. Xianxia laughed before his figure flickered and flew off. Two Black Ink giant spirit gods were held up inside the barren territory, and the only royal lord alive was standing guard over the no-return pass. Thus, the strongest masters among the Black Ink clan now were merely innate territory lords. The humans suffered heavy casualties throughout the many years of crusades, but the Black Ink clan fared no better. Many of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had readily chosen to sacrifice their lives for the sake of clearing the way for the next generation. Their sacrifice had given the human race a chance to grow stronger. The younger generation would inherit the responsibility of the older generation, and all would work selflessly towards their common goal. Such was the human race's determination. With such will, how could they possibly lose? Furthermore, Xianxia now had two world tree clones with him. If he could find a suitable place to plant them, the humans would then have two more star boundaries. In the future, the 3,000 worlds would surely belong to the human race. There would come a time when the Black Ink clan was completely wiped out, and order would be restored from chaos. Xianxia firmly believed this and was eagerly anticipating that day's arrival. Profound Nether Territory was one of the dozen or so frontline great territories where the humans were now fighting the Black Ink clan. This great territory was named for Profound Nether Sect, a second-class great force. In the 3,000 worlds, Profound Nether Sect was not a prominent one. In fact, it was not even as powerful as the Profound Abundant Sect that Xianxia went to previously. The Profound Abundant Sect once had two Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among their ranks, but Profound Nether Sect only had one Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, based on the way the great forces in the 3,000 worlds were classified, Profound Nether Sect was considered a second-class great force, and thus had the right to claim hegemony over a great territory. If a sect did not possess sufficient strength, then the great territory that belonged to that sect would not be much either. Although there were quite a number of universe worlds within Profound Nether Territory, few were suitable for human inhabitation, and those that did not have very flourishing martial daos. Second-class great force was a general term, and there was a wide disparity between those that fell under this classification. The top second-class great forces would all have multiple Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while the weakest of the second-class great forces might only have one Fourth-Order Master. Strong great forces naturally claimed the best great territories, so the weaker ones could only choose the places that few others wanted as their base. Now, that Profound Nether Territory was one of the frontline territories in the war against the Black Ink clan, though. The human race had deployed over 1 million masters to this great territory. This was an alarming number, as the over 1 million fighters were all Open Heaven Realm Masters. Anyone below the Open Heaven Realm was simply not capable of fighting the Black Ink clan and did not enter the battlefield. Even if a few overeager Emperor Realm cultivators tried to force their way in, they would only end up becoming meaningless sacrifices. On the Black Ink battlefield, there were usually 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers posted at each great pass, all of them Fifth Order Masters and above, which was simply incomparable to the Grand Human Army in Profound Nether Territory. Now that the Black Ink clan launched a full-scale invasion of the 3,000 worlds, though, the order requirement for Open Heaven Realm Masters fighting back was not as strict as it was once. Even First Order and Second Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could join the battlefield to kill the enemy if they volunteered to. Naturally, this decision came with its own set of risks as well. The lower the cultivators' order was, the easier it was for Black Ink strength to corrupt them and turn them into Black Ink disciples, which would only benefit the enemy. However, purifying Black Ink pills greatly decreased the chances of this happening. As long as a purifying Black Ink pill was consumed before one fought the Black Ink clan, then before the medicinal efficacies wore off, even First Order and Second Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not be corrupted by Black Ink strength. While this meant that the demand for purifying Black Ink pill ballooned, it was still good that more cultivators could join the fight. As of now, the human race were mainly focusing on defending against the Black Ink clan's onslaught, unable to go on the offense. This was the same across all the great territory battlefields. Here at Profound Nether Territory, the humans' forward outpost was set up right in front of the rear territory gate. This way, it was convenient for them to guard the territory gate and prevent the Black Ink clan from sneaking through. Apart from that, in the event of a defeat, the human army in Profound Nether Territory could still retreat through the territory gate and avoid being completely wiped out. It could not be denied that such an arrangement had been done with a sense of sorrow and helplessness. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55:16, Unwilling. Alas, such was the situation that the humans were in now. As things became more and more serious on the various battlefields, those at the Supreme Headquarters could not avoid planning for the possibility that the humans might be defeated. Thus, having the forward outpost right outside the territory gate was the best strategy. Among the dozen or so great territory battlefields, the fight between the humans and the Black Ink clan in Profound Nether Territory was not the most intense, but it was still fraught with tension. The 1 million-strong army's defense line had been quite long at first, but as the Black Ink clan army continued to press forward over the recent years, the front shrunk as well. Right now, the region that was under the humans' control was less than 30% of what they once had. Once the human race army retreated to a certain point, they would have no choice but to consider retreating from the territory altogether, regardless of how reluctant the humans in Profound Nether Territory were. It would not be easy to organize the evacuation of over 1 million soldiers. The human race had to prepare their exit strategy in advance. Or else, if they showed any signs of disorder, the Black Ink clan would surely pounce and inflict massive losses. Compared to the battles between the human race and the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, the Black Ink clan's invasion now had led to battle between the two sides becoming far more frequent and fierce. Fights big and small broke out at every moment, and during each clash, both sides continued to suffer casualties. At the moment, somewhere less than half a day's journey away from the humans' forward outpost, the humans and the Black Ink clan were engaged in a relentless battle around a large universe fragment. The human race had 300,000 soldiers stationed at this universe fragment, which was covered in countless arrays and artifacts to aid them against the Black Ink clan's attacks. This battle had carried on for 3 months already. Thanks to the arrays and artifacts installed in the universe fragment, as well as a steady stream of reinforcements from the rear, the human race had managed to fend off the Black Ink clan's attacks over 100 times and killed countless Black Ink clansmen. That being said, just like the human race had reinforcements, the Black Ink clan did too, and their numbers were far greater. As of now, the Black Ink clan occupied nearly all of the great territories in the 3,000 worlds and had planted Black Ink nests in all of their conquered land. As a result, the Black Ink clan army had an endless stream of new soldiers to throw into the war. Even though many hunters moved through these great territories and destroyed numerous Black Ink nests, this barely made a dent in the number of Black Ink nests there were. No matter how many low-rank Black Ink nests they destroyed, it was no use if the humans did not destroy their source, which are the mid-rank Black Ink nests. Each time the human race destroyed one low-rank nest, the Black Ink clan would immediately regrow another, so it was merely an exercise in futility that wasted resources. For the Black Ink clan, who currently occupied basically all of the 3,000 worlds, they did not lack resources, and furthermore, they were receiving more from the Black Ink battlefield as well. The battle was particularly fierce just outside the universe fragment. Scores of human warships flew about as the light from spear arrays and secret techniques shot out to push the Black Ink clan army back. Atop the universe fragment, an imposing middle-aged man dressed in a set of golden armor sat cross-legged as he stared out into the battlefield with a look of concern. The situation in profound Nether territory did not look good, but the human race could not afford to lose this battle in particular. If they did, then the profound Nether army would have no other place to retreat to. They would have to give up the entire profound Nether territory, and the human race would lose yet another one of their front lines against the Black Ink clan. This outcome was hard for the human race to stomach, and a defeat here would surely cause a precipitous drop in morale. However, the difference in strength between the human race and the Black Ink clan was clear, so how were they supposed to hold onto profound Nether territory? The middle-aged man had no answer. He was not an expert in military strategy. What he excelled at was charging in and wreaking havoc. Yet, the situation was deeply worrying right now. Although he wanted to join the fight, his injuries were severe enough that he needed to rest and focus on healing right now. So he had to quell his itch to fight. All of a sudden, a figure fell from the sky and landed near him. The man stumbled and coughed, blood dripping from the corner of his lips. The middle-aged man turned to look, and the newcomer grinned. "Tending to your injuries, old Wei. Isn't that obvious? Why would I be sitting here if I wasn't tending to my injuries?" Wei Junyang snorted to himself, but as they were old friends, there was no reason to stick to formalities. After thinking briefly, Wei Junyang said, "Brother Ouyang, just focus on healing yourself. Don't force yourself to keep up." The person flashed a stubborn smile. "Don't just pay attention to my injuries. That territory lord isn't having a good time either. I was so close. I nearly bashed his head apart. Alas, what a shame." However, he did sit down cross-legged and stuffed a pill into his mouth. If Yang Kai was here, he would have recognized the person that Wei Junyang addressed as Brother Ouyang. It was Ouyang Lai, the one he brought back from the Black Ink battlefield a few decades ago. They were all well acquainted with each other, as their paths crossed numerous times at Great Evolution Pass. The two 8th Order Masters shared a preference for charging straight towards the enemy. Thus, they got along well and had been friends for many years. There were quite a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in profound Nether territory, as the 1 million-strong human army was made up of the remnants of the armies from over a dozen human Great Passes that fought on the Black Ink battlefield. This included Great Battle Pass and Great Evolution Pass. Wei Junyang was the army commander of the Eastern Army at Great Battle Pass. Over the past 500 or so years, the human race armies of the various Great Passes had gone through battles at the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction, the No Return Pass, and the Barren Territory. These three major wars greatly depleted the human race's reserves. Thus, when the human race retreated to High Heaven Territory and the Star Boundary, the various Great Pass armies were disbanded and reorganized into armies named after the dozen or so Great Territory battlefields. The army here at Profound Nether Territory was the Profound Nether Army. If they failed to hold their ground in Profound Nether Territory, then the Profound Nether Army would be broken up and redistributed to the other armies. Right now, Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai were both commanders in the Profound Nether Army. As long as no 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master showed up, the veteran 8th Order Army commanders would remain in charge. They were not the only army commanders here, though, as there were several other 8th Order Masters who held such a rank. After quietly tending to their injuries for a while, Ouyang Lai abruptly said, "It's hard to fight against these innate territory lords. Compared to the territory lords they were used to facing on the Black Ink battlefield, these innate territory lords that came out of the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction were far stronger." Back on the Black Ink battlefield, Ouyang Lai could kill average territory lords if he pushed himself to his limits, though he would suffer serious injuries in the process. However, When facing off against innate territory lords whose powers were on par with his, even his most fervent attacks did not achieve similar results. Earlier on the battlefield, he was clashing with an innate territory lord for quite some time, but in the end, both of them were heavily injured and had to withdraw to tend to their injuries. Ouyang Lai and Wei Yungyang both ranked among the strongest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. So if this was the case for them, then it was not hard to imagine the pressure the ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters faced. On the Black Ink battlefield, 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were generally stronger than Territory Lords, but now, the positions have been flipped. That's to be expected. Wei Yungyang nodded coolly. It said that the innate Territory Lords are born straight from the Black Ink nests and possess a trace of most source. They are born with immense strength, but have to sacrifice their future for it. Innate Territory Lords could not become Royal Lords because all their potential was exhausted from the moment they were created, but due to this, they possessed great strength from the moment they came to be and could stand toe-to-toe against the human race's most powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. I know that. I just don't like it. Ouyang Lai grumbled. Humans had to work hard and spend countless years to become 8th Order Masters. Along the way, they had to brave numerous risks and perils. However, the Black Ink clan did not have the same problem. A high-rank Black Ink nest could give birth to numerous innate territory lords. All they needed was sufficient resources. Although Ouyang Lai considered the Black Ink clan his mortal enemy, he had to admit that their method of creating new masters was an unsolvable conundrum. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Lai asked, "What did those at the Supreme Headquarters say?" Wei Junyang sighed. They said that if the profound Nether Army can't hold out against the enemy, we need to start making preparations to evacuate. Retreating again. Ouyang Lai's expression hardened as he snarled, "We've gone from the primordial heavens source grand restriction to the no-return pass, from the no-return pass to the barren territory, and then from the barren territory to here. Why are we retreating further still? Will there be any space for the human race to survive in if we keep retreating like this? What are Big Head Me and Big Head Xiang doing? Aren't they supposed to be the best strategists? Can't they think of a way to ease the situation here? Sooner or later, I'm going to tear their heads off and kick them around like a ball." Wei Junyang shook his head. "It's not a failing on the army's part if we can't stand against the Black Ink clan. You know the situation that we're in right now. It's not necessarily a bad thing if the profound Nether Army evacuates. The battles in the other great territories are just as intense and worrying. If the profound Nether Army breaks up into smaller units to support the other great territories, we might be able to stabilize the situation. My guess is the Supreme Headquarters is considering giving up on profound Nether territory because the other great territories can benefit from it." Ouyang Lai snorted. "Is that the so-called making sacrifices for the greater good? Don't listen to that nonsense. If they can give up on profound Nether territory today, they can give up on Heavenly Wolf territory tomorrow. And what about the day after tomorrow? Are they going to give up on Twin Poles territory too? Why don't we just give up on all the great territories? Everyone can just hide inside High Heaven territory and gather all of the human race's strength together. I'm sure the Black Ink clan won't be able to force their way in then." Wei Yungyang eyed him and said, "You and I both know that what you just said might very well happen." Ouyang Lai's expression twitched as he knew that it was a possibility, but still, he was unwilling. After centuries of retreating and evacuating, even their spirits had left as well. He did not want to retreat anymore. What about our reinforcements? The profound Nether Army has 1 million people, but there are only 300,000 here. Where's the rest of the army? Ouyang Lai asked. Although he was one of the profound Nether Army commanders, he was a man of action and not someone who could be left in charge of strategy and logistics. When the battle started, all he cared about was fighting the enemy. He did not care about plans or the bigger picture. The way he saw it, why make complicated strategies when you can just kill off all the enemies and be done with it? Thus, Ouyang Lai did not know much about what was happening with the overall profound Nether Army. Wei Junyang sighed once more. Although there were 1 million of us in the profound Nether Army at the start, over the years of battle, many have died. We now have just over 700,000 left. Some of them need to stand guard at the forward outpost of the territory gate, and some need to fend off the Black Ink clan at the various bases, so we won't be getting any reinforcements. Xianxia opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, all he could do was curse at the situation. However, I've sent a message to the Supreme Headquarters and requested that they deploy the Divine Spirits to aid us. Judging by how many days it has been, they should be arriving soon. Divine Spirits. Xianxia raised his brow. There were many Divine Spirits who fought alongside the human race now. Apart from the Dragon and Phoenix clans, which had stood guard at the No-Return Pass, there was also a large group of Divine Spirits who came from the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. What's more, just over a decade ago, some 100 Divine Spirits suddenly appeared outside the star boundary, which gave the human race masters who were on guard there a huge fright. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5517, What have you all been doing? These Divine Spirits were strange, as they had appeared out of nowhere. They did not come from the No-Return Pass, nor the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. After making contact, the Divine Spirits specifically stated that they wanted to talk to a woman named Xianxia from High Heaven Palace. High Heaven Palace dared not do anything to slight them, and Xianxia immediately came forward, finally figuring out that it was Xianxia who convinced these Divine Spirits and sent them over from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary to aid them. The human race cheered when they heard this news. They did not have enough combat power right now, so the sudden appearance of over 100 Divine Spirits was undoubtedly a great boost. Everyone thought that they would be a powerful backup for the army. However, no one would have expected that upon arriving at the star boundary, these Divine Spirits were not interested in standing with the human race in battle. Instead, they remained inside the star boundary and threw their weight around haughtily. In the end, Fu Guang, who had been tending to his injuries, had to come out and teach them a harsh lesson before they restrained themselves. Following that, Xianxia acted as a mediator and communicated with the Divine Spirits who came from Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Eventually, they were willing to help the human race, but they refused to listen to anyone's orders. If the humans needed their help, the human race had to discuss the situation with them in advance, and they reserved the right to refuse. While the process had been difficult, the 100 or so Divine Spirits were still a force that could not be overlooked. Now, all Divine Spirits have been separated into several teams, not standing guard over any one battlefield, and instead being deployed by the Supreme Headquarters to any of the battlefields that needed aid. This way, the Divine Spirit's utility was maximized. There have been several times when the human race's defense lines in various frontline great territories had nearly been overrun when the Divine Spirits showed up and managed to turn the tide. Thus, one could say that the Divine Spirits played an essential part in moments of crises that allowed the human race to maintain their current lines. Therefore, when Xianxia heard that Wei Junyang had already sent word to the Supreme Headquarters to ask for help from the Divine Spirits, he felt a lot less worried. However, he quickly started having concerns again and asked, "The Divine Spirits who are coming won't be the ones who came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, right?" Those Divine Spirits were a lot less reliable than the ones from the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land and the No-Return Pass. Wei Junyang shook his head. "I'm not sure. There aren't many Divine Spirits, only 6 teams in total, and it's those at the Supreme Headquarters who have to decide which one to send to us." The two were still talking when something changed on the battlefield. Although the human race was under great pressure, they were still able to maintain a balance with the Black Ink clan. However, all of a sudden, over 10 incredibly powerful auras burst out on the battlefield. The human race army was caught off guard and multiple warships exploded one after the other. Open Heaven Realm Masters were slaughtered as well, and the Black Ink clan swarmed in from over a dozen different directions. Wei Junyang and Xianxia, who had been tending to their injuries, immediately got to their feet with stormy expressions. "What are those people at the Supreme Headquarters doing?" Xianxia ranted. "Why didn't we get any news that over a dozen territory lords were coming over?" Although there was a disparity in numbers between the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the territory lords on the profound Nether Territory battlefield, It was only a slight difference, and both parties were fully aware of each other's strength. However, the dozen-plus auras that suddenly appeared were all unfamiliar, which meant that they were new and had not been seen on this battlefield before. While over a dozen territory lords was not necessarily a high number, they were all innate territory lords, and with the element of surprise on their side, it was quite possible for them to break through the defense lines. Wei Yungyang's expression was also dark as he quickly said, "Perhaps they did not come from other territories. Every now and then, some territory lords disappear after suffering heavy injuries. Those at the Supreme Headquarters have guessed that they might have gone back to the no-return pass to heal, as they have many high-rank black ink nests there, which makes it easier for them to rapidly recover. There's a high chance that these territory lords came from the no-return pass." Both parties were stuck in a deadlock across all the various battlefields, so if over a dozen innate territory lords left any one of the front lines, there was no way that the Supreme Headquarters would not have noticed. Since the Supreme Headquarters did not send out any warnings, it meant that they did not know about the presence of these territory lords either. It was quite likely that these dozen or so territory lords came from the no-return pass. It was clear that they swarmed here because they wanted to break the profound Nether Territory's defense perimeter and claim the whole Great Territory for themselves. The two 8th Order Army commanders could not spare any more time to tend to their injuries and immediately shot off into the sky, each of them heading for one of the newly appeared territory lords. At the same time, 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from all directions shot out as well. Both Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai knew full well that this might very well be the end of the battle here in profound Nether Territory. The support of over a dozen innate territory lords was enough for the Black Ink clan to overrun the profound Nether Army's defense lines. Under these circumstances, the profound Nether Army could not even retreat, for if they did, the newly reinforced enemy would surely hit them from behind and inflict heavy casualties. Their only option now was to push back the Black Ink clan at risk of their lives, try to open up a window to evacuate. This time, it had to be a fight to the death. The human race had encountered this situation far too many times, though. Thus, even though the crisis had been sudden, the human army did not panic or back down. In the next instant, masters from both sides began clashing. With the support of a dozen more territory lords, the Black Ink clan army instantly gained the advantage and began pushing into the human lines. Countless flashes of light sparked across the void in bursts of varied colors. In less than half a day, 30% of the 300,000-strong human race army had died, and two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had died as well. Although the two 8th Order Masters had given it their all before their death, they only managed to severely wound their opponents. None of the innate territory lords had died. The loss of the two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sent the human race army into a frenzy. Somewhere on the battlefield, Ouyang Lai spat out mouthfuls of blood, but he showed no signs of retreating. He kept attacking again and again. However, he was already injured and could not exert his full strength, so how could he best an innate territory lord? Fortunately, Ouyang Lai's ferocity managed to make the innate territory lord he was facing somewhat hesitant. If that had not been the case, the latter would have killed Ouyang Lai by now. That being said, the territory lord was in no rush. The humans were on the verge of collapse, and the Black Ink clan was sure to come out victorious. So the territory lord had no reason to risk his neck in this fight against Ouyang Lai. Even if he just dragged the fight out, his side would still win. Not to mention the fact that there were more territory lords than there were 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Black Ink clan had the absolute advantage here. After more fierce battling, the territory lord abruptly shot a menacing smirk at Ouyang Lai, whose heart jolted at the sight as he had a foreboding feeling. Just then, a piercing, murderous intent came at him from the side, and the territory lord in front of him charged towards him as well. At this life-or-death moment, Ouyang Lai did not choose to back away. He charged forward and spat a mouthful of blood essence on his weapon, which instantly glowed brightly. As the two passed each other, blood spewed out of Ouyang Lai's chest, and at the same time, a deep gash appeared on the territory lord's neck. It was so deep that bone was visible, and Ouyang Lai's sword intent lingered around the wound. The territory lord's expression darkened. Earlier, he had nearly died to his opponent's blade. It was true that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could not be underestimated. Ouyang Lai slowly turned around and looked at his opponent, who had another innate territory lord beside him now. It was the one who had snuck up on him just now. As it was, Ouyang Lai could barely hold his own in a one-on-one fight, let alone if he had to fight two of them. What a pity! Ouyang Lai sighed lamentably to himself. If he had managed to kill his first opponent just now, his death would not have been in vain, but now it was unlikely that he would have the chance to do so. He looked around and saw Wei Junyang fending off two enemies despite his injuries. He was at a great disadvantage, and many of the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were in similarly hopeless situations. How many of the profound Nether Army could survive this battle today? Ouyang Lai's vision was blurred by the blood dripping down his face, but he could still see that the two territory lords did not want to waste any more time and were charging at him together. Want to kill me, huh? One of you is coming down with me. Ouyang Lai laughed maniacally as the blade in his hand shattered into a burst of light that exploded across the void. This was an artifact that he had cultivated for many years, and now that it was shattering on purpose, the sudden surge of power it released was quite terrifying. The two territory lords who were charging at Ouyang Lai sensed danger and immediately moved backwards while he seized this chance to go forward. He had his eye on his first opponent and launched a flurry of attacks that left his opponent in tatters. Alas, that was all he could do. After his attack, Ouyang Lai's strength swiftly diminished, and the very next moment, he was a shadow of his previous imposing self. The two territory lords noticed this and knew that their opportunity had come. Both began unleashing their secret techniques, and a series of terrifying divine abilities came straight at him. Ouyang Lai's body moved slightly as he wanted to avoid the attacks, but did not have the strength to do so. He could only sigh and resign himself to this. In a way, this was preferable for him. Over the last few centuries, the human race was forced to retreat again and again, driving him to the limit of his tolerance. Perhaps dying in battle was a better option than slinking away in defeat. The constant overexertion had left Ouyang Lai in a bit of a daze. So when a voice called out from nearby, he wasn't sure if he was hearing things or not. Exile! A deep voice rang out, and Ouyang Lai's figure became hazy as if he no longer existed. The two innate territory lord attacks flew straight through Ouyang Lai's body, and the enormous strength shook the void, causing Ouyang Lai to cough up a mouthful of blood, but he was not dead. As the territory lords reacted in shock, a dense, murderous intent fell over them. A great distance away, a golden light broke through the void like a shooting star, weaving through the battlefield from the rear of the Black Ink Clan army. And wherever it passed, the Black Ink Clan lines collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the golden light was right in front of them. Profound and mysterious strengths swirled as the glow of a spear swiftly enlarged within the vision of one of the territory lords. The territory lord was terrified by the murderous intent that enveloped him. He wanted to fight back, but all of a sudden he felt a piercing pain in his head. Pain racked his entire body as his black ink strength no longer circulated properly. In the next instant, the spear covered in multicolored light pierced through the head of the powerful innate territory lord, causing his life aura to immediately swell up before bursting apart and dissipating. All of this only took a single breath, causing the other territory lord's expression to stiffen. He looked over and finally saw a young man with a cold look in his eyes withdrawing his spear. At the same time, the air seemed to quiver, and the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had been on the verge of death immediately disappeared, seemingly sent off somewhere. The territory lord locked eyes with the young man, who snapped icily, "What have you all been doing while I was gone?" While he spoke, space seemed to freeze, and the innate territory lord felt as if he was about to meet his doom. A Ninth Order human master? Wasn't it said that the only two left were held up somewhere else? Where did this Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master come from? However, upon closer inspection, the Territory Lord noticed that his opponent only had the aura of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which only confused him further. After all, how could a mere 8th Order human kill an innate Territory Lord in one blow? Martial Peak, Chapter 55:18, How Useless. Xianxia suddenly appeared on top of the universe fragment at the front lines of profound nether territory, covered in blood and in complete disarray. Even his aura was in total disorder. The intense battles against the innate Territory Lords seemed to have exhausted all of his energy. His mind was dazed and his head felt heavy. He was on the verge of losing consciousness at any moment, and he figured it would take over a year for him to recover from his ghastly injuries. He should be celebrating his escape from the clutches of death, but he had no clue how he managed to survive and why he ended up here. However, a theory soon formed in his mind when he recalled the familiar voice he heard earlier. Thus, he gathered all the strength he could muster and looked out into the void. Immediately, he saw a familiar figure who was battling the innate Territory Lord who had snuck up on him earlier. It really is that brat. Xianxia was thunderstruck. Moments ago, he had already come to terms with his impending death. Yet in that life-and-death moment, space around him warped. He sensed that he had somehow merged with the void at that instant, allowing him to survive the attacks from 2 Territory Lords. Space secret technique. He knew that Xianxia was the only one who could do this. Xianxia also had to be the reason why he suddenly appeared on this universe fragment. That brat must have used his space secret technique to move me here. It's good that he came. Xianxia exhaled slowly before collapsing to the ground, no longer able to hold himself up anymore. All his strength seemed to evaporate at that moment, as he watched the innate Territory Lord scrambling around the battlefield to dodge Xianxia's fierce attacks. A strange feeling formed in his heart. When did I start feeling a sense of relief whenever this brat shows up? It felt as if the humans would surely emerge victorious if Xianxia was here. Xianxia chuckled at the thought of how old men like him seemed so useless. Despite their millennia of cultivation, in the end, they had to rely on a younger generation when it came down to it. Xianxia had saved him twice now if he included what happened back at the No-Return Pass. Honored Master, take this pill. All of a sudden, a voice called out behind Xianxia. Xianxia turned around and saw his treasured disciple limping over to him with a bottle raised, one that contained valuable spirit pills. Gong Lian was severely injured as well. There was a large gash across his abdomen that had nearly cut him in half. He would not have retreated from the fight if it had not been for such grave injuries. Xianxia glanced at his disciple's sorry state before glancing at Xianxia's magnificence on the battlefield and could not help but exclaim with a sigh, "How useless!" This disciple of his was someone whose talents surpassed many others. He would not have taken Gong Lian in if that had not been the case. Gong Lian was now a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after Xianxia took him under his wing and put a lot of thought and effort into training him. While Gong Lian was indeed a remarkable talent, that was still nothing in comparison to Xianxia's achievements. Why did I not consider taking Xianxia as my disciple? Gong Lian had purposely come over to give his honored master some medicine. He thought that this would lead to a touching moment between the master and disciple, so he did not expect to be criticized in such a manner instead and felt rather aggrieved. Honored master, the speed of this disciple's cultivation is already fast enough. It took him 200 years to become an emperor, another 100 years to condense his Dao seal, and yet another 100 years to break through directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Then, in less than 1,000 years, he became a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. All in all, he had only been cultivating for about 1,500 years. Few people in all the 3,000 worlds became 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at such a young age. However, Gong Lian's honored master just called him useless. The comment made him feel as if he had been stabbed in the heart. Never mind. Not everyone is a freak like that brat. I can't demand it of you. Xianxia sighed once more before taking the spirit pill from Gong Lian and consuming it. If his disciple was considered a genius, then Xianxia was the most extraordinary genius among all geniuses. Gong Lian eked out a faint smile, but he felt even more crushed on the inside. Just then, they sensed the death of yet another innate territory lord. Ouyang Lai turned to look before loudly exclaiming, "Astonishing!" As expected, Yang Kai had killed the innate territory lord who snuck up on Ouyang Lai earlier. It had not even been 30 breaths of time since Yang Kai's appearance, but in that short span, he had killed two powerful innate territory lords. Ouyang Lai had a feeling that Yang Kai was even stronger now than he was back when they met at the No Return Pass. "Look over there, honored master." Gong Lian noticed something unusual and pointed out. Ouyang Lai followed Gong Lian's gaze and noticed that the rear of the Black Ink Clan army was in chaos. A series of great suns and great moons illuminated the darkness. Under the glare of these lights, countless strange creatures were attacking the Black Ink Clan army from the back, which caused their formation to crumble. Small stone race. Ouyang Lai's eyes brightened as he quickly figured out that Yang Kai must have brought these creatures here. In general, the human race masters did know that Yang Kai had many small stone race soldiers with him. After all, the small stone race found in all the various battlefields were handed out by Yang Kai previously. There were even some small stone race soldiers here in profound nether territory, though their numbers were fairly small. After so many years of fighting, a significant number of the small stone race that Yang Kai had given away back then had died. The small stone race was useful when it came to dealing with the Black Ink Clan, but they had their weaknesses too. They were hard to control and varied greatly in strength. Based on the fighting prowess of each of the race's armies, when the numbers were equal, the humans were stronger than the Black Ink Clan, but the Black Ink Clan was a lot stronger than the small stone race. Therefore, although the number of small stone race was tremendous, many were sacrificed in each battle. Those at the Supreme Headquarters ran the numbers half a year ago. In total, Yang Kai had given away approximately 40 million small stone race soldiers. However, only about 17 million of them were still alive right now. The remaining 23 million had been slaughtered by the Black Ink Clan. The loss of 23 million in just a few decades of fighting was deeply alarming. The human race would have long been driven to extinction if they suffered such casualties. There are just over 1 million small stone race soldiers in profound nether territory. Thus, including the 1 million strong human army, there were about 2 million soldiers. That being said, only 400,000 of the small stone race were deployed to the front lines of the battlefield, while the rest were spread out across the various auxiliary fronts, including the forward outpost. If that had not been the case, just the 300,000 humans here might not have been enough to hold the front lines of the battlefield. After the fierce battle, it was quite likely that most of the 400,000 small stone race would be sacrificed. Nevertheless, right now, countless great suns and great moons were streaking across the sky behind the Black Ink Clan army, their blinding light illuminating nearly half of profound nether territory. How many small stone race soldiers did it take for such a display? Millions? Tens of millions? Ouyang Lai and his disciple did not know for sure, but they were certain about one thing. The Black Ink Clan in profound nether territory was in serious trouble. "Come with me. Let's charge out at our enemies once more." Ouyang Lai's fervor for battle bubbled up once more, but as he stood up, blood gushed out of his wounds. Gong Lian jumped in fright. "Don't do anything reckless, honored master. You're severely injured right now and can barely exert a tenth of your strength. How can you possibly join the fight? You should be focusing on tending to your injuries right now." Ouyang Lai smacked Gong Lian across the head. "Enough of your nonsense. I know very well what my condition is like right now. I can't kill any territory lords, but I can still kill a few feudal lords. Hurry up." Saying so, he rushed off without a moment's hesitation. Gong Lian was speechless, but since his honored master had rejoined the battle, he could only follow along behind him. The changes on the battlefield, which included the sudden emergence of a massive small stone race army behind the Black Ink Clan, caused the entire flow of the battle to change. What's more, the death of two innate territory lords in a burst of golden light had caught everyone's attention. With this sudden change of fortunes, The Black Ink clan was fully aware that a powerful master had come to aid the humans, a master who could kill territory lords as if they were random chickens or dogs. The other territory lords were both shocked and furious. The Black Ink clan had been planning this operation in profound nether territory for some time now, and had even secretly sent out the over a dozen territory lords for this purpose. They were right on the cusp of success, but none of them expected a sudden twist at the critical moment. None of the territory lords could accept this outcome. As the streaks of powerful divine sense weaved through the void, the territory lords could not decide whether to retreat or to continue the attack. Before they could discuss what to do, though, the aura of yet another territory lord swelled up before vanishing. When they looked at where the aura had vanished, they saw the same Eighth Order Master standing tall with his eyes sweeping across the battlefield condescendingly. A third territory lord had been killed. All 3 territory lords had been killed in less than a half cup of tea's time. The territory lords could not hesitate any longer. They were deathly afraid that they would be the next to fall, so they immediately shouted for their forces to retreat. After receiving the order from the territory lords, the Black Ink clan army started withdrawing. Naturally, the experienced human race army could tell what was happening. So even without an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's command, the soldiers began chasing down the retreating enemy. All at once, the Black Ink clan army was in the unfortunate predicament of being sandwiched between the human and small stone race armies. Xianxia's figure continued flickering across the battlefield as well. Wherever his spear passed, Black Ink clan soldiers met their demise. He no longer targeted the territory lords, not because he did not want to, but because he could not. Xianxia had already reached his limit after using soul-rending thorns thrice in a short span of time. Right now, his soul was cracked and in great agony. If he tried to use another soul-rending thorn, he could very well lose consciousness, just like he had back at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. If he did not use a soul-rending thorn, then with his current strength, it would be hard for him to kill an innate territory lord who was determined to escape. Since that was the case, he started slaughtering the other Black Ink clan soldiers instead. Attacked from 2 sides, the Black Ink clan army suffered calamitous casualties. But since the small stone race only acted according to their instincts, while they were courageous on the battlefield, they employed no form of strategy. It was fairly easy for the Black Ink clan army to break through the small stone race's siege with just a few sacrifices. The tides had changed in a flash for the human race who were on the brink of doom just moments ago. The void was thick with world force as the light from all sorts of divine abilities and secret techniques blazed across the battlefield. The human race were victorious in this battle. Now, it was only a matter of how many of their enemies they could destroy today. The Eighth Order Masters were truly glad and relieved that victory was theirs. Just an hour ago, it seemed certain that the human race would lose. They were already considering sacrificing all the remaining small stone race soldiers to buy time for the human race's evacuation, but everything changed with the arrival of one person. In a flash, the human race army and the small stone race grouped together as they pursued the Black Ink clan for several million kilometers, slaughtering them as they went. Suddenly, Xianxia's heart jolted, and he turned his head as he sensed a familiar aura coming from a certain direction. He swiftly leapt across the void, and in the next instant, he appeared before a certain warship. As he looked up, he was greeted by several familiar faces, including some that looked coquettish, some glamorous, and some dignified. Those on the warship had been alarmed by the sudden appearance of this figure, but once they took a good look at him, their hearts settled back into place. A gentle expression settled on Xianxia's face as he smiled at these people. Martial Peak, Chapter 5519, I'm back. The cultivators on board this warship were all women with not a single man in sight. They were a true female army, and most of them had intimate relationships with Xianxia. Earlier on, he rushed over because he sensed their auras. All at once, Xianxia's heart was flooded with yearning. His mind raced with all that he longed to say to them. But in the end, all he said was a simple greeting, I'm back. Yes, he was back. It had been around 1,000 years since he left Black Territory, and now he was finally back. It was nearly 5,000 years since then if he included the time he spent in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. While it was a pity that he did not return triumphant, at least he was back. Yonkai dreamt of this moment countless times during the crusade against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, and at last his dream had come true. Yu Ming immediately rushed forward in agitation, and Yonkai opened his arms as he waited for her to fly into his embrace. However, the charm demon Saint simply brushed past Yonkai and sent forth a divine ability that battered the fleeing Black Ink clan soldiers in the distance. Yu Ming's cultivation had reached the 7th Order Open Heaven realm now. Enough of that nonsense. Our priority now is to kill the enemy. Yonkai wore the most awkward expression possible as he stood frozen on the spot with his hands outstretched. This was not what he had been expecting. It has been 1,000 years since your husband left. Now that he's back, shouldn't you all be crying tears of joy and throwing yourselves at me? Shouldn't we be enjoying the sorely missed warmth and loving embrace? What's going on? Why are you ignoring my presence instead? Meanwhile, Su Yin and Ji Yao, who were in front of him, were frozen as well. Their eyes reddened, but before they could say anything, Yu Ming called out firmly, Su Yin, Yao Luo, come with me. Yue, Huashang, Waner, Qing'er, you all will form a team as well. Proceed with caution. The women's expressions became solemn when they heard this, and the others swiftly rushed forward as the 8 women formed 2 groups before charging out of the warship. They formed 2 4-symbols formations, which was the simplest battle formation that was commonly used on the Black Ink battlefield, as all it required was sufficient numbers in the same order. Yonkai had also used this battle formation with other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Dawn on occasion. While it was a simple battle formation, it allowed the cultivators to cover each other's backs and combine their strengths. Thus, it was incredibly useful in the chaos of the battlefield. There were only 10 people on board the warship, so now that 8 of them left, only 2 remained. Greetings, Sect Master. Luan by phone, one of the last 2, bowed elegantly. Yonkai nodded with the sternness that befitted his position as the Sect Master and waved his hand at ease. Alas, it seemed his subordinates were more reliable. As for the madams, they seemed to be showing signs of rebellion. However, Yonkai could understand their reactions. After all, he did basically abandon them for 1,000 years. It was not surprising that they were upset about it. These women had every reason to react the way they did. Young Master, Yui called out with a choked voice. Yonkai walked over and stroked her head with a smile. Good. You're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now. I see that you didn't neglect your cultivation. Yui was not the only one who was now in the 7th Order. In fact, all 10 women aboard this warship were in the 7th Order. It was not unexpected in the case of Yu, he, and Luan by phone. They were already in the 6th Order when Yonkai left, and during this time, neither Voidland nor High Heaven Palace lacked the resources for cultivation. There was also a World Tree clone in the Star Boundary as well. For those in the Open Heaven realm like Yuhi and Luan by phone, the clone's feedback effects did not give them any boost to their innate talent, but the environment still boosted their cultivation speed. Yu Ming and Yonkai's other wives had directly become 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and a number had even become disciples of ancestors from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Naturally, their cultivation would rapidly increase since they did not lack the resources or guidance they needed. This team of 10 consisted entirely of people Yonkai trusted implicitly, so it was clear that someone had arranged this on purpose. No other squad could possess such a luxurious lineup. If 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joined forces, they were even able to face off against the Territory Lord for some time. This was probably the reason why none of these women showed any signs of serious injury. Of course, there was another reason for this as well. Their warship was a little unique, and Yonkai sensed it as soon as he came over. Based on age alone, Yuhi was much older than Yonkai. After all, she had already been a veteran 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master when she first met him. However, the moment Yonkai stroked her head, she could not stop her tears from flowing as she stared at him with a teary-eyed smile. Kill. Yuru Meng shouted fiercely from in front of the warship. She did not hold back at all as she mercilessly slaughtered the Black Ink clan. Smelly man, how can he still be getting all sentimental at a time like this? Does he not know the meaning of the word death? Yang Kai bowed. Senior, you must have had a hard time all these years. Many thanks for your care. The warship trembled slightly as an old voice rang out with a slightly teasing tone. This old master didn't have to do much. You're the one who must work hard from now on. This was not a true warship, but rather one of Baishi's soul clones. Naturally, this clone did not possess the full strength of Baishi's true body, but it was similar in strength to a veteran 7th Order master, so it was not weak by any means. Furthermore, Baishi was most proficient in defense. It would not be easy for Yuru Meng and the rest to encounter any form of trouble as they had the protection of such a warship. These 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were paired with one of Baishi's soul clones, and this combination was enough for them to fear nothing on the battlefield if they did not target the innate territory lords. Yang Kai did not know who the commanders were for the army here, but it had to be people who were well acquainted with him and knew about his importance. That was why they made these special arrangements for his family. Thus, Yang Kai made a note of the favor they had done for him. Yang Kai then turned around and said, "We'll catch up later. Please take over, Senior." That was all Yang Kai said before he rushed out in a flash. He did not focus on helping Yuru Meng and the others, and instead charged forward with a spear in hand. Under the looming shadow of this spear, the Black Ink clan who were trying to flee were shredded like paper. Occasionally, some would survive the onslaught from Yang Kai, but Yuru Meng and the others who were following behind would easily deal with them. The human race army and the small stone race both chased down the retreating Black Ink clan, turning the once contested battlefield into a meat grinder filled with mournful screams and furious roars. Withdraw. All of a sudden, a piercing call echoed across the battlefield. The humans, who had been fervently hunting down their enemies, finally stopped. They could not continue chasing down the Black Ink clan anymore, lest they stretch themselves too thin and suffer serious losses from a sudden counterattack. Still, they had already dealt a crushing blow to the Black Ink clan army in profound nether territory, making this a triumphant victory. They could not destroy the Black Ink clan in one blow, and if they forced the Black Ink clan into fighting back out of desperation, the humans would also suffer greatly. Thus, withdrawing after gaining some benefits was the optimal strategy. Yuru Meng and the others swiftly returned to the warship, all of them breathing heavily and covered in sweat with visible streaks of blood on their clothes. It was evident that they had suffered some injuries in this battle. No one could guarantee that they would remain unscathed in the chaos of the battlefield, as accidents would always happen. Yang Kai did not return to the warship right away, and instead used his great sun and great moon marks to gather the surviving small stone race army, first before rejoining the others. However, no one paid any attention to him. Yuhi wanted to talk to him, but a glare from Yuru Meng forced her to remain still. All is not well within the family. Yang Kai lamented to himself as he watched these women sitting down cross-legged, none of them showing any signs of wanting to talk to him. He could not help but miss his gentlest little senior sister. If little senior sister was here, she wouldn't ignore me like this. Although he did not see Xianxia, he knew that she would not be here on the battlefield as her specialty was not fighting. Alchemy was her strong suit. The human race army's need for all kinds of spirit pills was enormous, so alchemists like little senior sister had to remain behind in safety to refine spirit pills for those on the front lines. The human race could not afford to lose such talents, so the higher-ups would never allow them to join the battlefield unless there was no other choice. As the army retreated, numerous 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters passed by, but they merely nodded to Yang Kai in greeting and showed no intention of coming over. It was clear that they knew what Yang Kai's relationship with the women on this warship was. Since it was his first time reuniting with them, he would have a lot to talk about with his madams. They were not obtuse enough to disturb him now. However, they were also puzzled by what they saw. Something was amiss about the atmosphere on the warship. While there was no fighting, it felt as if the warship was a frigid purgatory, causing many of them to shudder lightly. They were also secretly exclaiming over the luck Yang Kai had with love, for he had so many wives who were all high-rank, open heaven realm masters. They were truly envious of him. Bai Shi's quiet chuckle sounded, as if he was enjoying the show. Luan Bai Feng was also glancing around at the others as she stood by the side. She was the only outsider among this group, but she did not treat herself as one. Instead, she was taking in the strange atmosphere in amusement. Everyone else was tending to their injuries. Thus, Yang Kai joined them awkwardly by sitting down cross-legged and stuffing a fistful of spirit pills into his mouth. He looked like an injured animal who was quietly licking his wounds, making for a pitiful sight. Yui felt a pang in her heart, but before she could do anything, Ru Meng's eyes flashed open and shot her a glare. Yui sighed. Although her heart ached for her young master, Madame Ru Meng seemed to want to teach him a lesson, and it was best for her to stay out of these family issues. She knew that all the other madams followed Ru Meng's leadership and would go along with what she decided. After thinking about it, Yui figured that it was probably a good thing to teach her young master a lesson so that he would not keep running around all the time. Previously, it was a little better as he only left for a few decades at most, which could not be considered long for cultivators of their realm. Plus, regardless of where he was still within the 3,000 worlds back then. However, this time, he left for around 1,000 years and had gone to an extremely dangerous place, constantly putting his life at risk. Amid the void, people were cleaning up the battlefield and retrieving the bodies of the fallen soldiers. This was done in silence as sorrow and grief spread through the area. While Yang Kai tended to his injuries, he checked with Bai Shi about the humans' current situation. After the battle at the primordial heavens source grand restriction, Yang Kai spent several centuries running around without even stopping for a moment. He did not partake in the battles of the No-Return Pass and the Barren Territory either. Therefore, he knew nothing about the human race's present state. Now that he was back, the first thing he wanted to do was get some information. Bai Shi kept nothing from him. A long conversation later, Yang Kai had the gist of what happened with the human race in recent years. Back when the Black Ink clan broke through the passage between the Barren Territory and Wind Mist Territory, the human race began withdrawing and evacuating, with their end destination being High Heaven Territory, where the star boundary was located. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5520, just some minor injuries. Yang Kai knew about this in a general sense. He had helped the cultivators besieged in Swallowing Seas territory and several other great territories over the years. Many would not have been able to deal with the Black Ink clan if it had not been for his assistance and the small stone ray soldiers he gave them to aid in their evacuation. This was something Yang Kai often did as he went around refining over 2,000 universe worlds in several hundred great territories. One could tell just how many evacuating great forces he must have run in is solely based on the fact that he had given away some 40 million of the small stone race. Most of the cultivators in the great territories had already evacuated, saving those forces in their entirety. However, many had also been set upon by the Black Ink clan army on the way, wiping them out as a result. There was nothing that could be done about this. The Black Ink clan had invaded the entire 3,000 worlds, and few great territories could defend themselves from such an attack. The weaker cultivators from the scattered second-class great forces could not put up a fight against a massive and organized Black Ink clan army. All hope for the human race's future depended on the star boundary, as it was a true open heaven realm cradle. This was the reasoning behind the evacuation plan set by the human race's leaders. Otherwise, there was no reason why out of all the great territories in the 3,000 worlds, the human race had to head for High Heaven Territory, where the star boundary was. However, not all of the great forces could be housed within High Heaven Territory. Firstly, High Heaven Territory did not have a great number of universe worlds that could sustain life. That being said, the new great territory could ease some of this burden as it neighbored High Heaven Territory and the conditions that were much better, including the cultivation environment. It also had a lot more habitable universe worlds than High Heaven Territory did. The new great territory could only be accessed from High Heaven Territory, So Yonkai had set up a restriction back then to only allow those from Voidland and High Heaven Palace inside. Of course, this restriction was taken down now, given the current circumstances. As long as the human race did not lose its hold on High Heaven territory, the Black Ink clan couldn't invade the new Great Territory. Secondly, the humans could not resign themselves to surrendering without a fight. If they did stop trying to fight back, then all the Black Ink clan had to do was target High Heaven territory. This would put the human race in a far too vulnerable position. Thus, the many leaders of the human race came to a decision. They gathered as many Open Heaven Realm masters as they could and formed over a dozen armies based on the framework of the remnants of the armies from the Black Ink battlefield. These armies were then posted to defend the surrounding great territories, with High Heaven territory at the center. Profound Nether territory was one of these battlefields, along with Heavenly Wolf territory, Twin Poles territory, and several others. Profound Nether territory was said to have an army of 1,000,000 soldiers, but after many years of fighting, that was no longer the case, unless the surviving small stone race were counted as well. Throughout the past few decades, Profound Nether territory and the other frontline great territories were in a constant state of battle. While the humans did pay a heavy price in the process, they managed to gather most, if not all, of their strength in these dozen or so great territories and just barely managed to maintain their current perimeter. However, from the way things were progressing, the situation was gradually deteriorating. Over a dozen territory lords had appeared out of the blue and joined the main battle in Profound Nether territory. The human race army had been caught off guard and suffered significant casualties as a result. Chances were they would have failed to hold onto Profound Nether territory if the tides had not turned following Yonkai's arrival. If the humans lost Profound Nether territory, it would be a crushing blow not only to their army, but to their morale as well. The human race army in Profound Nether territory was formed from over a dozen remnants of previous armies, including the Great Evolution Army, Great Battle Army, Nine Stars Army, and Purple Jade Army. These armies had previously gone through the three major wars at the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction, the No Return Pass, and the Barren Territory. Thus, they were truly veterans with a wealth of experience. They formed the core of the Profound Nether army with cultivators from other various great forces making up the rest of the numbers. This was the reason why Yonkai ran into Uru Meng and the others here. Back then, the cultivators from Voidland and High Heaven Palace had joined the fight in the Barren Territory, and old ancestor Xiao personally recruited them into the Great Evolution Army. Thus, they could be considered soldiers who belonged to the Great Evolution Army. After hearing everything, Yonkai was secretly relieved. He could have chosen any of the numerous routes that would have taken him back to the star boundary. But as he wanted to get there as quickly as possible, he chose the shortest one, which meant that he had to pass through Profound Nether territory. He was filled with lingering dread at the thought of how terrible things would have been in Profound Nether territory if he had not made it here in time. Thanks to your preempting back then, those for Void territory were able to prepare in advance. Therefore, when the order to evacuate was given, all of the great forces of Void territory were able to leave safely. But it's a shame when we think about the other living beings in those universe worlds. Baishi sighed mournfully. The human race could not bring all the living beings in those universe worlds along with them when the Black Ink clan invaded, so they must have been turned into Black Ink disciples by now. I've already refined those universe worlds, Senior. You don't need to feel bad about them, Yonkai said. Void territory was considered Yonkai's territory, so he would not stand by and do nothing when it faced this existential crisis. When Yonkai went to Void territory back then, he purposely checked on Voidland. When he realized that Voidland had completely disappeared, he figured that she must have evacuated everyone. At the time, the Black Ink clan had not invaded Void territory yet, so Yonkai refined all the universe worlds and took them with him. Baishi froze for a moment, not quite understanding what Yonkai meant when he said he refined the universe worlds. But just as he was about to ask, he saw Yonkai turning ashen-faced before coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. His aura swiftly deflated as he slumped backwards. Bai Shi was alarmed while cries rang out from all directions. However, Yang Kai did not end up falling to the ground as a soft and nimble figure caught him. Yang Kai's eyelids parted slightly, and he saw Yu Ru Ming's anxious expression. The others swiftly gathered around him with similarly concerned looks in their eyes. "Husband, what happened?" Yu Ru Ming asked with a trembling voice. The demon saint's previous coldness was now replaced with great fear and worry. Yang Kai opened his mouth to respond, but before he could say anything, he spat out another mouthful of blood that dyed Yu Ru Ming's clothes gold. Then he rasped, "I am fine. It's just some minor injuries." He tapped his finger ever so gently against the deck of the warship. Bai Shi was startled for a moment before he quickly exclaimed, "How can you call that a minor injury? Your aura's unstable and your world force circulation is a mess right now. Did you get hit by one of those territory lords' final counterattacks?" "It's all right. It's nothing serious," Yang Kai insisted weakly. The more he insisted, though, the more fraught the women around him became. Earlier on, they witnessed from afar the way Yang Kai had slaughtered 3 territory lords in quick succession. It went without saying that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai would have had to pay a heavy price in order to kill 3 territory lords like this. It was just that he had been hiding his injuries and putting up a strong front earlier. "Healing pills," Yu Ru Ming cried out, and Su Yang quickly stuffed a few high-quality spirit pills into Yang Kai's mouth. Shanqing Luo quickly kneeled beside Yang Kai and grabbed his hand to check on his injuries. But a moment later, Luo frowned. She did not detect any trace of physical wounds, so she stared at Yang Kai in puzzlement and began to ask, "Husband, your injuries?" Yang Kai forced out a weak smile. "My body's fine. It's my soul that's injured." "Soul, rending thorns?" Zhu Qing asked grimly. Yang Kai was taken aback as he asked, "How did you know?" "Senior Ouyang told us about them." "He told us a lot about you, actually," Shui Yu explained softly. "Senior Ouyang. Ouyang Lai?" Shui Yu nodded. Yang Kai came to a sudden realization. Since there were remnants of the Great Evolution Army here in the profound Nether Army, it was not unusual that Ouyang Lai was here as well. Ouyang Lai didn't know about the soul-rending thorns as back then, outside Great Evolution Pass all those years ago, Ouyang Lai was the one watching over Yang Kai. With just his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, Yang Kai managed to kill and critically wound numerous territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples inside the Black Ink nest space with the help of the soul-rending thorns. From the looks of it, it had most likely been Ouyang Lai's doing that led to Yu Ru Ming and the rest forming this special squad. Yu Ru Ming noticed that Yang Kai wanted to ask more questions, so she quickly blocked his mouth with her hand. "Stop talking. You should be focusing on tending to your injuries now." Yang Kai paused before nodding lightly and settled into a more comfortable position in Yu Ru Ming's arms before closing his eyes. The women around him were all beside themselves with worry. Meanwhile, on the universe fragment at the front lines, the human army returned in victory and settled down to rest as well. However, the news that Yang Kai was seriously injured spread in next to no time. Therefore, quite a number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wanted to visit him, with Ouyang Lai and Wei Junyang at the helm. However, Yu Ru Ming and the others stopped them by saying that their husband was too injured and could not see anyone as he had to focus on his recovery first. Naturally, Ouyang Lai and the others were understanding enough. They asked about the cause of Yang Kai's injuries, and when they found out it was the price he had to pay to be able to slaughter 3 territory lords, they were deeply troubled. One of the 8th Order Masters brought out some special spirit pills he had been safekeeping and passed them to Yu Ru Ming before assuring her that she could focus on tending to Yang Kai. Yu Ru Ming accepted the pills and thanked him. That boy killed 3 innate territory lords in less than an instant stick of time. He has grown too quickly. Wei Junyang turned back to glance at the warship that was formed out of Bai Shi's soul clone with an indiscernible expression. When Wei Junyang first heard about Yang Kai back then on the Black Ink battlefield, the latter had only been a 6th Order junior, yet Yang Kai had the same cultivation as him now. However, Yang Kai was even stronger and more formidable in battle, as he could slaughter innate territory lords who were a lot stronger than ordinary territory lords. In a one-on-one fight, there was no guarantee that even peak 8th Order masters like Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai could kill an innate territory lord. Nevertheless, Yang Kai did just that, though it seemed that he had paid heavily in the process. Have we grown too old? Kong Chunga chuckled. He was originally the army commander of the Nine Stars Army's Southern Army. He and the other 8th Order masters were some of the finest talents back in their day. They had cultivated for many years to achieve the strength they had now. But when they compared themselves to Yang Kai, who was generations younger than them, they could not help but feel somewhat ashamed of themselves. During the last battle in the Barren Territory, this old master didn't agree with the old ancestor's decision. One of the old men spoke up abruptly. It was Fei Yongzhe, who was originally the army commander of the Purple Jade Western Army. The Ninth Order old ancestors are the backbone of our human race, our strongest and most experienced fighters. It's incredibly difficult for someone to become a Ninth Order master. Even after all these years, only a handful of Ninth Order masters existed. As long as we humans still had them, we would still have hope. And yet, during that fateful battle, the old ancestors boldly and without hesitation chose to sacrifice themselves in a battle to the death. This old master believed that the old ancestors made the wrong decision back then. They had been too reckless in entrusting the future of the human race to the hands of the younger generation. How about now? Kong Chengde turned to look at him. Fei Yongzhe remained silent for a moment before saying, "Perhaps this old master was too conservative and narrow-minded. Let's see how things go in the future." His opinion had been shaken by the way Yang Kai slaughtered 3 innate territory lords in one go, but only time could tell whether the old ancestors had made the right decision back then. It was not something that he could determine just like that. Martial Peak, Chapter 5521, Divine Spirits Have Come to Assist. While the rest carried on with their conversation, Ouyang Lai was the only one who kept glancing behind him with a brooding expression, wondering, what the hell is that brat up to? The others might not be aware of how formidable Yang Kai was in combat, but the same could not be said for Ouyang Lai. Of all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters here in profound Nether Territory, he was the one who was most familiar with Yang Kai, as they had fought alongside each other for many years in the Great Evolution Army. Yang Kai was also the reason why he managed to make it out of the Black Ink battlefield and arrive at the Barren Territory. Of course, Yang Kai would not have come out of the battle unscathed after slaughtering 3 innate territory lords in such a short amount of time. So Ouyang Lai did not even need to check to understand he had used his soul rending thorns. Injuries in battle were unavoidable, but nevertheless, Ouyang Lai did not believe that Yang Kai's wounds were as severe as they seemed to be. He had witnessed just how indomitable Yang Kai had been when they stormed the no-return pass. However, Yang Kai's aura was currently as frail as a candle's flame amid a terrifying storm. It was almost as if he would die at any moment. Is he really that wounded? Ouyang Lai threw a glance in that direction once more, and his eyes flashed perceptively as a thought occurred to him. Soon, he chuckled and snickered, "Crafty brat. What did you say?" Wei Junyang turned to Ouyang Lai. "It's nothing." Ouyang Lai slowly shook his head. Although he deduced that something mischievous was afoot, he was not about to expose it, as this involved someone else's private affairs. If he did, then he would be offending Yang Kai for no reason. Ouyang Lai was certain. That brat's injured all right, but his injuries are definitely not that severe. Since Ouyang Lai did not wish to elaborate, Wei Junyang did not try to pry it out of him. Everyone fought hard in this battle. Let's return and tend to our injuries first so that we can return to our peak as soon as possible, lest the Black Ink clan starts getting ideas again. Everyone else nodded in agreement. The profound Nether Territory army suffered considerable casualties in this battle, including the loss of 2 8th Order masters. Even though 3 territory lords had been killed as well, there were more territory lords than 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters to begin with. The injuries that Ouyang Lai, Wei Junyang, and the others suffered were fairly serious, so it was true that they needed to hurry up and tend to their wounds. However, before they moved away, a figure fell from the sky and landed in front of them before cupping his fist as he announced, "Sirs, the Divine Spirit's reinforcement team has arrived." Ouyang could not resist snapping. What excellent timing! What was the point if the Divine Spirits only arrived when the battle was over? Were they here to help clean up the battlefield? If they came earlier, the profound Nether Army would not have suffered such heavy casualties. Ouyang could not be blamed for feeling resentful, while the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt the same to varying degrees. There had been no sign of these divine spirits earlier when the battle was at its fiercest and the profound Nether Army was on the verge of defeat. That was the time when they needed reinforcements the most. Fortunately, Xianxia had arrived and managed to drive the Black Ink clan back with his unstoppable strength. Yet, it was only now that the divine spirits showed up. However, though they were dissatisfied, they knew the situation could not be helped. There were only so many divine spirits, and the human race needed all the help they could get on all the different battlefields. The divine spirits who had to rush everywhere to offer assistance were under a lot of pressure too. Without the support of the divine spirits, at least 2 or 3 of the humans' current frontline great territories would have been lost. The divine spirits had contributed greatly to the human race's success in holding off the Black Ink clan. Wei Junyang sighed. "They're having a hard time too, Brother Ouyang, so let's not mention such things." "I know," Ouyang huffed. No one was having it easy. They were all pitifully fighting in a bid for survival. He was just grumbling for the sake of it. Even under these circumstances, while the divine spirits might have been late, they would not have been too late. If Xianxia had not shown up, the profound Nether Army would likely still be stretched thin, and the risk of defeat would be looming over their heads right now. The divine spirits' arrival would surely have provided them with much-needed help. And if the divine spirits were powerful enough, the profound Nether Army might even manage to turn things around and score a victory. "Bring them over," Wei Junyang instructed. The messenger nodded quickly and did as he was instructed. Soon, a group of 50 or so divine spirits who did not bother reigning in their imposing presence approached. All the soldiers nearby backed away from the heavy presence of these divine spirits. Ouyang frowned as he exchanged looks with Wei Junyang, both thinking the same thing. It's them. Previously, Wei Junyang said that the Supreme Headquarters was sending a team of divine spirits over as reinforcements. Ouyang had asked if these divine spirits were the ones who came from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but Wei Junyang did not know the answer. It was those at the Supreme Headquarters who made the arrangements. Thus, he had no say in the matter. From the looks of it, the divine spirits were indeed the ones from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. It was easy enough to tell. Although these divine spirits had a domineering presence, they were basically all on par with 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in terms of strength. Only a few of them were on par with 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Furthermore, only these divine spirits would behave this arrogantly. All the divine spirits who sided with the human race came from one of 3 places. They were either from the No Return Pass, Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, or Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Overall, the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary were weaker than those from the No Return Pass and the Ancestral Land. It was not because they were weaker by nature, but they had only just left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so they had yet to fully adapt to the principles of the 3,000 worlds, meaning their strength was somewhat suppressed. This had been the case with Zhu Jioyin back then. Her true strength had been on par with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but once Xianxia brought her out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, it dropped to that of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and it took her many years before she returned to her peak. Thus, upon seeing that these divine spirits mostly had 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivations, Ouyang and the others easily figured out where they were from. They belonged to the group of divine spirits who came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but this was not all of them. These divine spirits were not all that reliable. When they first arrived at the Star Boundary after leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, they caused quite a bit of trouble. It was Fu Guang of the Dragon Clan who had to step up and teach them a harsh lesson before they reined themselves in. Many unverifiable rumors regarding these divine spirits circulated among the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Apparently, they were cowardly in the face of death and did not do their best in the battle against the Black Ink clan. Even though they now allowed the Supreme Headquarters to send them out as reinforcements to various front lines, somehow, they often did things that bungled the human race's chances of winning the battle. Those at the Supreme Headquarters would not choose to dispatch these divine spirits unless absolutely necessary. In fact, they considered splitting up the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and assigning them to the other divine spirit teams. But in the end, they could not do so, as these divine spirits refused to be separated. If the Supreme Headquarters tried to force the issue, then it would only backfire. Divine Dragon Fu Guang was now recuperating in seclusion, so there was no one around who could exert authority over these unruly divine spirits. Furthermore, they were related to Yang Kai, so even Xianxia and Mi Jingluan did not want to push too hard when dealing with them. The reinforcements came in the form of roughly 50 divine spirits and one Seventh Order human master. As a few unpleasant events had happened in the past, a human master was now assigned to accompany the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary whenever they were sent into battle. The human's role was ostensibly to lead the way, as the divine spirits were unfamiliar with the 3,000 worlds, but in reality, their job was there to keep an eye on them. Both sides were fully aware of this. No one knew which cave, heaven, or paradise this Seventh Order master was from, but as he came over and looked around, his expression was as dark as night. Once he arrived in front of Wei Junyang and the others, he bowed and greeted, "Supreme Headquarters Yuzhen greets, sirs." Wei Yungyang smiled and reached out to raise him from the bow before nodding lightly at the Eighth Order divine spirits who stood in front. "Many thanks for making the effort to come here." Of the divine spirits who took the lead, the one who took the form of a middle-aged man chuckled. It was no effort at all. Rather, did the battle here end so quickly? I thought you humans were at risk of being overwhelmed. An unexpected incident occurred, and we managed to repel the Black Ink clan. Wei Junyang replied, but he showed no inclination of sharing in further detail. Naturally, the divine spirit did not bother asking either. "Oh," the middle-aged man said in acknowledgement before turning to Yuzhen, "since there's nothing left to do here, does this mean we can go back now?" Yuzhen kept quiet, but his expression was icy. By now, everyone else could tell that Yuzhen did not get along with these divine spirits. However, outsiders would not know what caused the rift between them. Still, it was rather hard to think favorably of the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. They were different from the divine spirits from the Ancestral Land and the No Return Pass. It would have been more surprising if the humans heard that Yuzhen, the Seventh Order Master who was supposed to keep an eye on these divine spirits, had gotten along with them. Perhaps they had shunned him during the journey over here. "We came all the way here for nothing." A young man among the group of divine spirits grumbled in dissatisfaction. "What a waste of all our efforts to rush over as quickly as possible. The Black Ink clan here are so weak. They should have held out a few more days." "Stop trying to talk big, Hodo. If you really had to fight against the Black Ink clan, you might end up peeing your pants. Everyone knows you're a coward who's afraid to die." A burst of laughter rang out. The divine spirit named Hodo immediately retorted, "As if you're any better, Yinemo. During the last battle, you were wailing your head off and begging for mercy when that territory lord chased after you." Yinemo turned bright red. "That was a territory lord. He's even stronger than an Eighth Order human. I haven't fully restored my strength yet, you know. Once that happens, why would I need to fear a territory lord?" The divine spirits thus continued bickering among themselves. Wei Junyang and the others frowned. They had fought alongside many divine spirits during the Battle of the No Return Pass, and even though those divine spirits were just as haughty and prideful, always looking down on the humans, when it came to actually fighting, they were reliable comrades in arms whose strength in combat could not be denied. This was even the case with the Dragon and Phoenix clans. As for the divine spirits in front of them now, were they nothing more than a farce? They were standing on the front lines of a battlefield where the human race had suffered countless losses during the earlier battle, and even more of them were injured. And yet, these divine spirits turned it into a place where they bickered over who was the bravest. Still, despite their discontent, Wei Junyang and the others could not make any comments as these divine spirits had come here as reinforcements. Yu Zhen seemed to be accustomed to the divine spirits bickering, so he just turned to Wei Junyang and asked, "Sirs, is there a need for us to stay here in profound nether territory in case the Black Ink clan mounts a counterattack?" Wei Junyang glanced in the direction where Yang Kai was resting and shook his head. "That won't be necessary. The Black Ink clan suffered significant casualties this time around, so they most likely won't be coming back anytime soon. Even if they did with him around, it would not be hard to defend profound nether territory. The other battlefields might have a greater need for reinforcements." "Did we achieve a sweeping victory here?" Yu Zhen exclaimed in surprise. This was something that had not happened in a very long time. Though the human race emerged victorious now and then throughout the various battlefields, those were generally hard-fought wins. After all, if they wanted to force the stronger and numerically superior Black Ink clan into retreat, they would have to pay a heavy price in the process. Martial Peak, Chapter 5522, What About Me? Yu Zhen was ecstatic. If the human race achieved a sweeping victory in profound nether territory, the good news was bound to improve the morale of the armies on the other battlefields. Wei Yungyang shook his head and corrected with a bitter smile. It was a costly victory. It could have been considered a sweeping victory if they had not lost 2 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they did, so the victory was no longer as sweet. Yu Zhen paled when he heard this. "Did we lose an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master?" Wei Junyang nodded morosely. "2." Yu Zhen's figure rocked ever so slightly. Ever since the human race army established the current frontline battlefields, including profound nether territory, they had only lost 10 8th-order masters in total. Those 10 had been lost throughout the many decades of fighting. However, 2 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters have been sacrificed in just this one battle alone. Regardless of how much the human race managed to achieve in return, it was still a costly victory. It was not easy to become an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Those who did were the most talented cultivators among the human race, and yet it still took several millennia for one to reach such a height. Far too many 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters had died throughout the years of battle, so the surviving ones were now the human race's pillars of strength. Yet 2 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters died in the battle in profound nether territory. Yu Zhen lowered his head and clenched his fists. His voice quavered as he said, "The 2 sirs need not have died. If we had only arrived sooner." Upon seeing that Yu Zhen blamed himself for this, Ouyang Lai went forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Our 2 brothers died honorably. You don't need to let their deaths weigh too heavily on you. It wasn't your fault." Although 2 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were sacrificed in battle, they managed to gravely injure their opponents before they took their last breath. Dying on the battlefield was an honorable way for them to go. Yu Zhen slowly shook his head before all of a sudden, he glared at the divine spirits with bloodshot eyes. "You were supposed to come here as reinforcements, but all of you kept causing undue delays. Your lack of urgency resulted in the death of 2 of the profound Nether Army's 8th-order Division commanders. I will report this to the Supreme Headquarters and hope you can give a reasonable justification for your actions when the time comes." "What did you say?" Ouyang Lai and the others were shocked to hear this. Wei Junyang's expression was grim. "Undue delays? What happened?" When everyone heard Yu Zhen's statement earlier, they thought he was merely blaming himself for the situation. But from the looks of it now, it seemed that something else must have happened. All at once, the 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters began staring at the divine spirits with sharp, piercing gazes. An undue delay was not something to be taken lightly, and as the one who was tasked with overseeing these divine spirits, Yu Zhen's words carried great weight. If it was just as Yu Zhen had said, and the divine spirits did hinder military operations, then it was a serious matter. Wei Junyang and the others believed Yu Zhan's words without any hesitation or doubt. And they had a good reason for this, as the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary had done this in the past. It happened during the first time they were sent to aid the humans in battle. They took so long on the trip over that, by the time they arrived on the battlefield, the fighting was nearly over. As no human was keeping an eye on them at the time, there was no way of confirming whether or not the divine spirits had done this on purpose. Due to that incident, there was now always a human race master who accompanied the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary whenever they were deployed as reinforcements. Meanwhile, despite the Eighth Order open heaven realm master's gazes, the divine spirits were unperturbed. Some of them were on par with Eighth Order masters, so they were not afraid of Wei Junyang and the other humans. Furthermore, the human race needed their strength. Even if the human race discovered anything in their investigations, they could not do anything about it. The middle-aged man who was in the lead chuckled as he began releasing his divine spirit presence to its fullest. Wei Junyang and the others were fairly injured in the first place, and now they became even paler. He looked at Yu Zhan and retorted coolly, "Watch what you say, boy. Ever since we received the command, we have done our best to rush over as soon as possible. How do we cause any undue delays?" The pressure from a mature divine spirit was directed fully at Yu Zhan, and it made him feel as if he was being crushed under a mountain. He could barely keep himself upright, let alone speak. Yu Zhan and the middle-aged man were an order apart in terms of cultivation. "What are you doing?" Wei Junyang fought back with an imposing presence of his own as he eyed that middle-aged man coldly. "Are you trying to start a revolt in front of the army? See if I don't cut your head off." The middle-aged man glanced at Wei Junyang before snorting, "As if you could." The two locked gazes as their imposing presence clashed, but it was clear that Wei Junyang was having a harder time as his complexion grew even paler. The middle-aged man looked around before declaring, "You should be honored that we divine spirits have come to help. However, not only did you not thank us, you even have the gall to spew such nonsense. Unbelievable. The losses you've suffered on the battlefield here have nothing to do with us. It's all because of how useless you are. Even if we did arrive sooner, so what? If you're useless, you're useless. You should just die and move on to your next life instead of sticking around and embarrassing yourselves." Everyone immediately flew into an uproar. Ouyang Lai was on the verge of throwing fists, but he knew that he was in no shape to fight another battle right now, so he forced himself to hold back. Still, he roared in fury. "The Black Ink clan has invaded the 3,000 worlds. Both the humans and the divine spirits have to fight together to survive. If we humans are driven into extinction, do you think the divine spirits will be any better off?" "Well, we're here, aren't we?" The middle-aged man smirked. "We're only a little late. It's not a big deal. It's not as if they lost profound nether territory anyway. Just a bunch of ants whining incessantly. He would have attacked them by now if it had not been for a few things he had to be wary of." Yu Zhan spoke up from behind Wei Junyang. "Either way, I will report this to the Supreme Headquarters. They will decide what's right and wrong." One of the divine spirits snorted, "Your Supreme Headquarters has no control over us. It's up to us whether or not we're willing to help the human race fend off their enemies." In other words, no one could do anything to them if they did not wish to fight. The humans were vexed to no end, and the veins along Ouyang Lai's forehead were throbbing. 100+ divine spirits came out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, and quite a number of them were now as strong as Eighth Order masters. What's more, within a few years, these divine spirits would only continue to grow stronger as even more of them regained their true strength. With the way things were going for the humans right now, no one wanted to offend a powerful group of allies. Even if this news reached the Supreme Headquarters, there was a high chance that nothing would come of it. Many of the divine spirits were snickering, while the middle-aged man in the lead stared at the humans haughtily. He dared to behave this belligerently because he was certain that the humans would not do anything to them. But suddenly, a cold voice sounded, "Even if those at the Supreme Headquarters can't do anything, what about me?" The divine spirits all froze when they heard this voice, and their expressions changed as they swiftly turned towards the direction where the voice came from. They saw a familiar figure approaching. The middle-aged man frowned. Why is this little bastard here? He did not detect Xianxia's aura when he first arrived. However, upon closer inspection, he realized why that was. Xianxia was heavily injured and his aura was quite feeble. It was no surprise he had overlooked him when he was in such a state. As Xianxia came closer, the divine spirit's expressions kept changing. It had been some 20 years since Xianxia sent them out of the grand ancient ruins boundary and delivered them to the star boundary. But during that time, they heard nothing from Xianxia and no one knew where he went. There were only two individuals that these divine spirits feared, Fu Guang of the Dragon Clan and Xianxia. The former was strong, so strong they could not afford to offend him. As for the latter, well, they had sworn a bloodline oath with him that they had to abide by. A group of women were gathered beside Xianxia, with Yu Meng and the others looking on in concern. They knew how serious their husband's injuries were. He should be focusing on his recovery right now. So why was he running over here and involving himself in this mess? That being said, it was not as if they could talk Xianxia out of it, so they came along to protect him. Soon, Xianxia stood in front of the divine spirits as he eyed the middle-aged man frigidly. The latter forced himself to smile as he cupped his fist and greeted, "Sir." The divine spirits quickly followed suit, regardless of whether or not they were doing so willingly. After all, their bloodline oath was in place. They could leave the great ancient ruins boundary because they pledged their service and loyalty to Xianxia for 3,000 years. After that, Xianxia would grant them their freedom. Since they had to serve Xianxia, it meant that there was a clear hierarchy. The divine spirits were under Xianxia's command. At the time, Xianxia wanted them to acknowledge him as their master, but the divine spirits were too proud. Even though he was of the Dragon Clan, the divine spirits were unwilling to bow their heads. They were only willing to pledge their loyalty and be of service to him for a fixed duration. Xianxia did not mind this as to him. There was no difference whether they merely pledged their loyalty or considered him their master, as long as they helped the human race fight the Black Ink clan. At the time, Xianxia assumed that these divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary would be a huge help to the humans, as a lot could be done with 100 mature divine spirits. He never thought it would lead to such aggravating matters instead. As a result, he was beginning to regret bringing them out. He witnessed this today, but what about all the things that happened without him knowing? Xianxia stared at the middle-aged man. He did not say anything, but he recognized that this was the human form of the divine spirit Tao Wu. Tao Wu could be considered an ominous beast like Tao Tai and Xianxia. The ancestors of these ominous beasts had done things to harm the 3,000 worlds in the past, so that was why the old tree caught them and kept them locked up inside the grand ancient ruins boundary. Most of the ancestors of the divine spirits inside the grand ancient ruins boundary were those who had committed great evils. They were lawless and bloodthirsty. And although the crimes of the ancestors had nothing to do with the current generation, the divine spirits that Xianxia had brought out had more or less inherited the callousness and brutality of their predecessors. These divine spirits were completely different from those that came from the ancestral land and the no-return past. Xianxia turned around and looked at the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master who came with the divine spirits before nodding at him. "Greetings, Brother Yu." "You are?" Yuzhen queried doubtfully. "Great evolutions." The star boundaries Xianxia. The Great Evolution Army had been dissolved and was now part of the Profound Nether Army, so he could not introduce himself by his previous title anymore. "So, it is Sir Yang," Yuzhen exclaimed in realization. He had long since heard about the immensely talented human from the star boundary who took less than 1,000 years to go from 5th Order to 8th Order. He initially thought it was just an exaggerated story, but upon seeing Xianxia now, he realized that it was true after all. He's really an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, though his injuries seem quite serious. Yuzhen knew that Xianxia had to be a lot younger than him, but he addressed Xianxia respectfully anyway due to the latter's higher cultivation. Martial Peak Chapter 55:23. For those who hinder military operations, the sentence is death. Xianxia nodded and asked, Brother Yu, I heard you saying there were undue delays along the way. What happened? Before Yu Zhen could answer, Tao Wu quickly cried out, That's just a misunderstanding, sir. Xianxia glanced at him. I didn't ask you. Tao Wu tried to explain himself anyway, but Xianxia cut him off with a cold stare. Say one more word, and I'll relieve you of your head. Tao Wu turned red with fury, but he dared not speak up again. The divine spirits behind him became restless too. Yu Zhen was shocked. Sir Yang possesses such authority. Tao Wu is the strongest of all the divine spirits who came out of the grand ancient ruins boundary. He is as strong as our 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which is why the other divine spirits follow his lead. Even those at the Supreme Headquarters dared not impose on these divine spirits too much. Yu Zhen could not believe that Tao Wu did not fly into a rage, even though Xianxia showed such disdain for him. Furthermore, the divine spirits had addressed Xianxia respectfully as Sir when he first came over. What's going on? Everyone knew that Xianxia was the one who brought over the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary, but none knew what their true relationship was. Tao Wu and the others did not go around talking about it either. They were divine spirits, and it would be a huge loss of face for them if others knew that they pledged their loyalty to a human. No one looked into the matter either, as divine spirits were proud and arrogant beings, so it was already a blessing that they were somewhat willing to help the humans in battle. Talking about these unnecessary things would only serve to offend the divine spirits. Thus, everyone was taken aback by what they now saw happening. Brother Yu, please speak freely. Xianxia turned back to Yu Zhen. Yu Zhen pursed his lips before cupping his fist and recounting, Supreme Headquarters issued orders for us to immediately make for the profound Nether Territory battlefield to aid the soldiers here. If we stuck to the original schedule, we could have reached here a day earlier and joined the battle, but on the way over, they spent half a day resting after claiming that both their physical bodies and their spirits were drained. After that, we encountered a few scattered Black Ink clansmen, and they insisted on hunting them down, which caused even more delays. That's why we only arrived here today. Physically and spiritually drained, Xianxia scoffed. The divine spirits were the epitome of strength and health. Even though they had not fully restored their peak strength yet, how could it be possible for them to be physically and spiritually drained just from traveling? He eyed Tao Wu and the other divine spirits coldly. Many of them had sheepish expressions, as they probably felt that the excuse was too flippant as well. Were there any territory lords among those scattered Black Ink clansmen? Yu Zhen shook his head. There were only a few Black Ink clansmen reserves who were led by some feudal lords. Xianxia nodded lightly. By now, Wei Junyang, O Yang Lai, and the others gathered around were livid. If what Yu Zhen said was true, then the team of divine spirit reinforcements could have arrived a day earlier, and if they had, the profound Nether Territory army would not have suffered nearly as many casualties. The two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not have had to sacrifice their lives either. Earlier on, when Wei Junyang and O Yang Lai spoke while tending to their injuries, O Yang Lai asked about the reinforcements, and Wei Junyang said that they should be arriving soon. However, neither one of them would have thought that the reinforcements should have already arrived by then, but had purposely delayed themselves. Why would they need a group of divine spirits to hunt down scattered Black Ink clan reserves that were only led by feudal lords? The divine spirits' task was to aid the humans on the front lines of profound Nether Territory. The main battlefield would have been the highest priority, even if they did run into a territory lord along the way, let alone a few enemy scouts. Their most important mission was to aid the humans on the profound Nether Territory battlefield. They did not have to bother with anything else. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were beside themselves with rage and couldn't help cursing the Supreme Headquarters for assigning the wrong team to this task, though they knew full well that the Supreme Headquarters would not utilize these divine spirits unless they had no other choice. Chances were that no other reinforcements could be sent over, so that was why they had to deploy these divine spirits. Yang Kai's expression remained neutral. After hearing what Yuzhen said, he turned to Tao Wu. What do you have to say for yourself? Tao Wu remained silent, not even trying to claim it was a misunderstanding anymore, as he still had his own sense of pride. It was one thing if no one exposed what had happened, but since his deeds had been brought to light, he did not stoop so low as to deny them. After a while, he declared, "The humans at the Supreme Headquarters only told us to come and aid the humans in profound nether territory, and it hasn't been lost." He did not say anything else, but it was easy enough to decipher what he was implying. Since profound nether territory had not been lost, then even if they did cause unnecessary delays when coming over, it was not a big deal as it did not change the overall outcome. Yang Kai nodded. That means you admit to delaying your arrival on purpose. Tao Wu frowned. Why are you harping on this? Even if I admit it, so what? Are the humans going to kill us divine spirits? You wouldn't dare. The humans were already having a hard time holding their front lines and were stretched thin as they tried to fend off the Black Ink clan. They were not in a position to make new enemies. Regardless of everything else, the divine spirits from the grand, ancient ruins boundary provided indispensable combat strength. Very good. Yang Kai's icy gaze fixed on Tao Wu before all of a sudden he growled, "Senior Ouyang, what are the rules of the human race army?" Ouyang Lai stepped forward and rattled off. When the army is in battle, the punishment for desertion is death. For those who disrupt morale, the sentence is death. For those who hinder military operations, the sentence is death. He spat out the last few words venomously. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned his Azure Dragon Spear. With the tip of the spear nearly pressing against Tao Wu's head, Yang Kai asked through gritted teeth, "Do you understand now?" The air was filled with murderous intent. Yuru Ming and the other women began circulating their world force in preparation for what was to come. They would take their husband's side no matter what he did, even if he chose to join the Black Ink clan, so there was no need to hesitate at this juncture. On the other hand, Wei Junyang and the others froze in shock. Although they found these divine spirits reprehensible and deserving of death, it would not be easy to settle the situation if it got too far out of hand. After all, the human race still needed these divine spirits' help. The Eighth Order Masters had long since outgrown the age of holding onto grudges. They held important positions and had to act in the human race's best interests. What's more, it was not just one or two divine spirits here, it was 50 of them. There were also another 50 on a different battlefield. The divine spirits were alarmed by Yang Kai's aggressive approach and could not help but unleash their divine spirit pressure as well. In a blink of an eye, the atmosphere grew tense. Many of the human race masters who had been observing in secret noticed the change and quickly flew over from all directions. They too began exerting their presence to challenge the divine spirits. Yuzhen was dumbstruck as he never thought things would come to this. He resented these divine spirits and was going to report their misconduct to the Supreme Headquarters, but he knew full well that the Supreme Headquarters could not do anything about it. At most, the Supreme Commanders would reprimand the divine spirits, but in the end, they would have to smooth things over without making a huge fuss. Division Commander Yang is so brave and decisive. His spear is almost stabbing into the divine spirit's face. It could not be denied that the sight the humans saw now was incredibly satisfying. The anger that welled up inside them previously was now appeased. However, after a momentary bout of gratification, they started worrying. How are they going to settle the situation if it went any further? We can't let it come to blows, right? The divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary are firm about sticking together, so if a fight breaks out, it's our side that will suffer losses. How ironic it would be if they survived the onslaught from the Black Ink clan army only to die at the hands of these divine spirits. Many others shared Yu Zhen's worries, and a few veteran Eighth Order Masters were frowning hard as well. Yang Kai is still too young. Doing this may feel satisfying for now, but it won't resolve the issue. If things went too far, it would fall on them, the older ones, to clean up the mess, so why even bother? With such thoughts in mind, they started communicating with Yang Kai as they reminded him to focus on the bigger picture. However, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, as if he did not hear them. Tao Wu seemed to have noticed their transmissions. Just moments ago, his expression was grim, but now he abruptly laughed and said to Yang Kai, "Do you want to execute me, sir?" "Why wouldn't I execute you?" Yang Kai replied, "You're their leader, the one who decides what they do, so you should take responsibility for everything." Tao Wu shook his head. "If you insist, sir, then I have nothing to say." However, he paused and chuckled. "If you're going to attack me, sir, then I will respond in kind. This does not go against the oath." They were not in the grand ancient ruins boundary anymore. While there, the divine spirit's strength had been suppressed, and they could not stand against Yang Kai, resulting in Zhu Jian and the others being soundly defeated. As Yang Kai was able to take them out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, they willingly made a bloodline oath to pledge their loyalty to Yang Kai for 3,000 years. No one could break a bloodline oath, so they had to abide by its conditions. But if Yang Kai tried to kill them, they had the right to defend themselves. After all, they had pledged their loyalty to him, not their lives. It would be far too unreasonable for them to have to die at Yang Kai's whim. So what if this brat is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Is my strength not equal to his? Tao Wu thought. Furthermore, Tao Wu was certain that Yang Kai was merely trying to scare him. For if Yang Kai did want to go through with it, he wouldn't need to make such a grand spectacle of things. He would have just thrust his spear out and been done with it rather than wasting his breath on all this nonsense. Tao Wu actually readily welcomed the possibility of Yang Kai attacking him. That way, he would no longer have to abide by his oath and would have the chance to rid himself of the need to serve for 3,000 years. Many of the divine spirits shared the same thought as Tao Wu. 3,000 years was a long time. So if this was their chance to break the chains that shackled them, then it was a good thing, as they would be able to regain their freedom. "Go ahead and fight back. See if I manage to kill you or not," Yang Kai retorted coolly. Quite a number of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were still secretly trying to dissuade Yang Kai, when all of a sudden, a powerful force was unleashed from Yang Kai's spear as it thrust towards Tao Wu's head. "If any of you want to attack, then go ahead," Yang Kai bellowed. "Let's see whether it's you or me who dies." The human race masters were thunderstruck. The divine spirits were stunned as well. Even Tao Wu gawked in disbelief. Yang Kai did make the first move, and it was a deadly blow. "It's not an act. He wants to take my life." Tao Wu was enraged. He was a mature divine spirit on par with an 8th Order human master. Without a 9th Order old ancestor around, he was one of the strongest beings in all the 3,000 worlds. Yet this brat wanted to kill him just because he was a bit tardy today. Tao Wu hated being constrained by the bloodline oath to begin with. So now that Yang Kai was attacking him, while he did feel angry, he was also thrilled to have the chance to obtain his freedom. Although Yang Kai's attack was sharp and powerful, Tao Wu knew it was not enough to take his life. After all, he had been keeping his guard up as Yang Kai's spear had been pointed at his head the whole time. Thus, as soon as Yang Kai launched his attack, Tao Wu reacted by unleashing his strength as a divine spirit and moved to dodge the spear. At that exact moment, though, a piercing pain coursed through his head, like his soul was being torn apart. He felt dizzy, and his vision grew hazy, and even his movements became sluggish. Martial Peak, Chapter 5524 really killed. It would not have been as bad for Tao Wu if that was all. The force unleashed by Yang Kai's spear was brutal and relentless, but it was still not enough to kill him. At most, he would be heavily injured. Yet, all of a sudden, a mysterious force shrouded Tao Wu, causing over half of his strength to instantly be suppressed. He was already in agony over his soul being ripped apart, and now his divine spirit strength was nullified as well. It meant he could not withstand the menacing blow from Yang Kai's spear. A muffled sound rang out as the Azure Dragon's spear pierced right through Tao Wu's skull, his eyes still wide with fear and disbelief. His strength diffused into the air as his blood essence spurted out, filling the void with a heavy scent of metal. The human race masters gasped in shock while the divine spirits showed a similar reaction. He really killed him. Tao Wu, a divine spirit who was as powerful as an 8th Order Open Heaven Master, had been executed on the spot. Before this happened, both the humans and the divine spirits thought it was unlikely that Xianxia would follow through with his threat. They assumed he simply wanted to intimidate Tao Wu. Otherwise, he would not have exposed his murderous intent. Tao Wu was not weak by any means, and any sane person would have their guard up when they sensed such potent murderous intent being directed at them. Wei Junyang and the others had already prepared what they were going to say. They were going to wait until Xianxia had finished with his threats before they came in and smoothed things over. That way, Xianxia would have a valid reason to hold himself back, and the divine spirits would not feel too offended. Everyone would still be able to work together in the future under such circumstances. It never crossed their minds that Xianxia would kill Tao Wu just like that. However, Wei Junyang and the other humans were even more confused as to why Tao Wu seemed so weak. It was not the same when Xianxia killed the innate territory lords. Although Xianxia had killed those innate territory lords swiftly and decisively, one could consider it a sneak attack of sorts due to the soul-rending thorns. Firstly, Xianxia was powerful, and he was also willing to sacrifice pieces of his soul to use the soul-rending thorns. Even innate territory lord would be caught off guard by such an attack, and therefore it was not surprising that Xianxia could seize the opening to kill them off. In return, Xianxia had to pay a heavy price. After all, they saw that Xianxia stopped attacking any other territory lords after killing 3 of them. They knew it was not because he did not want to continue, but because he could not. If innate territory lords could be killed off that easily, then Xianxia could have dealt with all of them by himself, and the human race would not have to be in such a difficult predicament. But then, what happened to Tao Wu? Xianxia kept his azure dragon spear pointed at Tao Wu's head for several breaths of time. But even so, Tao Wu still died after a single blow. Weren't divine spirits supposed to be as strong, if not stronger than humans in the same realm as them? Did that not apply to the divine spirits who came from the grand ancient ruins boundary? The human race masters were confused, but they were still quick to react. All of them began condensing their world force as they warily eyed the divine spirits in front of them. The divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary were a closely knit bunch who stuck together no matter what. Now that Xianxia killed Tao Wu, there was no way of guaranteeing that these divine spirits would not rebel. However, even after a few breaths, the divine spirits showed no signs of acting, still just stuck in their state of shock. Tao Wu's dead. Xianxia said he would kill Tao Wu, then he did just that. In an instant, the divine spirits were filled with trepidation after witnessing Xianxia's merciless act. The human race masters saw Xianxia killing Tao Wu with ease and assumed that Tao Wu was too weak. They did not notice much else, but the divine spirits did. At that very moment when Tao Wu was killed, a strange force emanated from Xianxia that suppressed all of their divine spirit bloodlines. When that happened, the divine spirits felt as if they were being crushed under the weight of an entire universe world, making it difficult for them to even breathe. What kind of power was that? Most of the divine spirits had no clue, but a few of the strongest seemed to have sensed something and stared at the back of Xianxia's hands in shock. There seemed to be some kind of mysterious imprints that glowed momentarily, but they disappeared too quickly, so none of them got a clear look at them. Was that the source of that suppressing power? The divine spirits were shaken. If Xianxia had the power to completely suppress their bloodlines, it was not a shock that Tao Wu died. Nevertheless, what was it that enabled him to do so? Even a master as strong as Tao Wu could not resist it. These divine spirits left the grand ancient ruins boundary not too long ago, so they had no clue that Xianxia possessed the great sun and great moon marks. As it was, not many people knew about these 2 great marks. Only the human race's highest authority figures did. They knew that these 2 great marks gave Xianxia the ability to use purifying light. Without them, it was impossible to extract power from the yellow and blue crystals and then merge them to form purifying light. However, only 1 or 2 others knew that purifying light was not the only thing these 2 great marks were capable of. After all, These two marks were personally bestowed upon Yang Kai by the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, and were formed from those two supreme beings' source strength. Even though Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan denied being the progenitors of the divine spirits, they were still connected to them somehow. On top of that, their bloodlines surpassed those of all divine spirits, so their source auras alone were enough to suppress divine spirits by force. It was similar to the Dragon Clan's bloodline suppression. Those of the Dragon Clan with pure dragon veins had the natural ability to suppress those whose bloodline wasn't as pure. Back then, when Yang Kai headed for the no-return pass on old ancestor Xiao Zhao's orders, Ji Lao Sin showed up to challenge him. In just 2 strikes, Yang Kai easily managed to subdue Ji Lao San. Even when Ji Lao San assumed his dragon form, Yang Kai was able to smack him back into his human form with just a casual slap. What Yang Kai relied upon at the time was not his strength or his dragon vein, as Ji Lao San's dragon vein was not any weaker than his, but rather the great sun and great moon marks. Even Ji Lao San's Dragon Clan bloodline was suppressed to the point where he could not fight back. So how could Tao Wu fare any better? How could Tao Wu possibly survive a sudden attack in the form of a soul-rending thorn combined with the suppression from the source of the 2 great marks? Yang Kai withdrew his spear and turned to the other divine spirits. Earlier, when he attacked Tao Wu, a few divine spirits surged their strength, as if they wanted to help the latter, but the 2 great marks nullified everything, and before they could come to their senses, Tao Wu was dead. Now that Yang Kai was eyeing them coldly, the divine spirits turned pale and held their breaths in fear that Yang Kai would attack them next. Even Tao Wu had died without being able to fight back, so the rest knew they were no match for Yang Kai. Thus, a strange scene played out in front of everyone. The humans were grim and alert as they were afraid that Yang Kai's act of executing Tao Wu would lead to a frenzied response from the divine spirits. If that happened, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle, and many more humans might die. If that was indeed what was to come, then the irony of the situation could not be missed. However, the divine spirits showed no signs of wanting to avenge Tao Wu. Rather, they were cowering in fear and did not even dare to speak up. Why did they look so terrified? Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai exchanged nonplussed glances. Were the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary that afraid of Yang Kai? Though it was their first time interacting with these divine spirits, they heard a lot about them. These divine spirits were a lot haughtier than the ones from the ancestral land and the no-return pass. During their time in the star boundary, they stirred up quite a lot of trouble, and High Heaven Palace had to keep cleaning up the mess they left behind. Thankfully, they were not completely lawless and never did anything that led directly to the death of others. Otherwise, the human race would not be cooperating with them now. In contrast to the divine spirits from the ancestral land and the no-return pass, the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary only had a loose relationship with the humans. They aided the human race to secure the front lines of various battlefields, but they did not come under the human race's command structure. This was the reason why those at the Supreme Headquarters were reluctant to send out these divine spirits. There was no way of guaranteeing what they would do. The Supreme Headquarters would not have sent them over this time if it had not been because there was literally no one else they could send. However, the human race masters exhaled in relief. They were thankful that a fight did not break out, and there was still the chance of peacefully resolving this situation. They now waited to see how Yang Kai wanted to settle the matter. The atmosphere was fraught with tension as the divine spirits stared at Yang Kai with complicated expressions. They were fearful and cautious, but they were also on guard lest Yang Kai attacked again. Zhu Jian. After a long time, Yang Kai finally spoke up again. A burly, pot-bellied man who was one of the divine spirits standing in front mustered up the courage to step forward. He cupped his fist and called out, "Sir, tell me what all of you swore to me when we were still in the grand ancient ruins boundary." Yang Kai stared at Zhu Jian with a neutral expression. Zhu Jian was the first divine spirit that Yang Kai subdued in the grand ancient ruins boundary. He came along with this team of reinforcements, and even though he was now in his human form, Yang Kai recognized him right away. Zhu Jian started quaking when he heard Yang Kai's question, as he still remembered that Yang Kai had originally wanted to roast him alive before eating him. He would not still be breathing now if he had not choked down his pride and surrendered back then. He had already been fearful of Yang Kai before, and now that Tao was killed so easily, he was even less inclined to behave insolently. He respectfully replied, "We swore a bloodline oath that pledged our loyalty to Sir for 3,000 years. The human race masters were dumbfounded when they heard this. This was their first time hearing that such a relationship existed between Yang Kai and the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Pledging loyalty was no joking matter, especially when it involved these haughty divine spirits who were all masters in their own right. No one of such strength and pride would easily serve another, even if only temporarily. The humans were filled with curiosity as to how Yang Kai managed to make the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary submit to him, as this was not something strength alone could accomplish. "I thought you'd all forgotten," Yang Kai sneered. Zhu Jian lowered his head. "We wouldn't dare to. No one would dare to desecrate the sanctity of a bloodline oath." "Good. Now, what were my orders when I sent you all out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary?" Zhu Jian instantly replied, "To head directly to the star boundary, find Xianxia, and obey her commands." This was the command Yang Kai had given them, so naturally, Zhu Jian still recalled it clearly. In fact, all the divine spirits present remembered these exact words. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. "Did you tell her that?" "Well," Zhu Jian mumbled awkwardly. After noting Zhu Jian's hesitation, Yang Kai knew that he guessed correctly. Xianxia probably had no idea that he had sent these divine spirits over to be under her command. Otherwise, why would the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary be able to act in such an unbridled manner? "Do you want to die?" Yang Kai's eyes filled with murderous intent again. Sweat flowed down Zhu Jian's forehead as he shouted. "Tao Wu and the others said to Manager Hua that we've been sent over to help them, sir." It was true that Yang Kai had indeed sent the divine spirits over to help the humans, but the divine spirits had only relayed this information to Xianxia in a vague manner. Martial Peak, Chapter 5525, Punishment. The divine spirits did not tell Xianxia that they were supposed to be under her command. By only saying they were sent to help, they were able to decide what they wished to do. Their original orders were to be under her command, which meant they had to do whatever they were told to. It was clear that these were two vastly different situations. They had clearly twisted the truth on purpose. It was probably the result of their pride. Due to this, Xianxia misunderstood the situation. As the human race were now dealing with a powerful team of reinforcements who were supposedly helping the human race of their own volition, the humans would compromise and put up with a lot of things. This allowed the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary to behave even more wantonly. That was why they could establish a so-called collaborative relationship with the human race's leaders, rather than one of subordinates and superiors. "You're all quite shrewd, aren't you?" Yang Kai sneered. Yang Kai knew he was partly to blame for this too. He had been in a rush to take Wu Kuang to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. So he opened a passage with the help of the old tree and sent the divine spirits to the star boundary without going along with them to ensure things went smoothly. None of this would have happened if he had just taken a moment to return to the star boundary and explain the situation to Xianxia. Still, it was impossible for him to have predicted these divine spirits would act so shamelessly. "What did Manager Hua instruct you to do?" Yang Kai asked. Zhu Jian was sweating. "Manager Hua told us to join the battlefields and work together with the human race army." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Is this how you work together with them?" The battle in profound nether territory rapidly intensified when the Black Ink clan snuck in a large number of territory lords, causing the human race army to fall into a critical disadvantage. But you lot purposely delayed your arrival. Profound nether territory might have been lost to the enemy if I hadn't returned by coincidence. Now it was Wei Junyang and the others who looked ashamed. Yang Kai was right. If it had not been for his sudden appearance, they would have most likely decided to abandon profound nether territory and retreat in order to preserve as much manpower as possible, though the efficacy of such a strategy was questionable at best. Xianxia's cold gaze swept across the group of divine spirits, but none of them dared to speak. Xianxia was boiling with rage and wanted nothing more than for one of them to jump out and refute him, which would give him a chance to set another example. But none of them dared to come forward. Tao Wu said that the Supreme Headquarters had no control over your actions, but since Manager Hua told you to work together with the humans, it very much meant they have the right to command you. As your leader, Tao Wu hindered military operations and caused the human race army to suffer heavy casualties, so I executed him for his crimes. Do any of you have a problem with that? This was a redundant question, as who among them would have the gall to protest now? After hearing what Xianxia said, not only did the divine spirits not voice any dissatisfaction, but many of them even relaxed. Although Xianxia had not stated things clearly, his words implied that he was only going to punish their leader, Tao Wu, for this. Now that Tao Wu was dead, Xianxia was unlikely to execute the other divine spirits. Sir has made a wise decision. Zhu Jian cupped his fist. Xianxia slowly continued. As the leader of the Grand Ancestral Ruins Boundary Divine Spirits, Tao Wu's death is justified. Although the rest of you do not deserve to be executed for your misdeeds, that does not mean you can be absolved of responsibility so easily either. Instantly, the divine spirits started fretting once more as they did not know what Xianxia would do to them. Senior Wei. Xianxia abruptly turned to Wei Junyang. We lost 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this battle, correct? Xianxia had not known about this earlier, but he found out after overhearing the conversation between Wei Junyang and Yuzhen earlier when he was tending to his injuries. Wei Junyang's expression was grim as he nodded. Indeed, the human race had lost 2 8th Order Division commanders, while the Black Ink Clan lost 3 territory lords. It seemed as if they were not the ones who lost the most, but in reality, all 3 territory lords had died at Xianxia's hands. If it had not been for Xianxia's serendipitous arrival, the profound Nether Army would have suffered a devastating defeat. Xianxia turned back to Zhu Jian and the other divine spirits. You heard that, he snarled coldly. 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters died because you were late. Zhu Jian and the other divine spirits felt aggrieved, but they dared not refute him. Within 3 months, I want to see the heads of 2 territory lords. I don't care how you do it, where you do it, or when you do it. The method is up to you, but if you fail to do so, Xianxia eyed them once more, it will be your heads that start rolling. The divine spirits paled. Don't think I'm joking about this, Xianxia continued icily. There are a total of 49 of you, and 3 of you have reached the level of 8th Order human masters. It should be easy enough for you to kill 2 territory lords. Of course, feel free to try and run. If you flee, then perhaps I won't be able to find you in the vastness of the 3,000 worlds. We wouldn't dare, Zhu Jian replied bitterly. Who would dare to run when their bloodline oath was still in effect? Would it even be possible for them to run? But to kill 2 innate territory lords. Even though the divine spirits were fairly strong, it was not easy to kill a territory lord. All the territory lords were accompanied by Black Ink Clan armies, which were at least 100,000 strong. If they wanted to kill a territory lord, they would first have to deal with the army under their command. Zhu Jian was livid as he thought to himself. Tao Wu didn't just smash open his own head. He dragged us down with him too. Why do you have to cause those delays anyway? He's dead now, but we're being punished in his place. However, despite grumbling on the inside, Zhu Jian knew that the divine spirits had been caged up inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary the whole time, and now that they finally had a chance at freedom, none of them wanted to risk their lives in any way. They valued their lives more than anything. This was why the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary were even more cowardly than the divine spirits from other places. Maybe you can surrender yourself to the Black Ink Clan and support them instead, Xianxia suggested with a smile as he surveyed the divine spirits. Not a peep was heard from the divine spirits. After all, there was no way they were going to do that. If they chose to side with the Black Ink clan, that would mean offering themselves up to be corrupted by Black Ink strength. Even though they had a lot more resistance to Black Ink strength than humans did, they wouldn't be able to withstand being corrupted forever. I'm tired. I will take my leave now, sirs. Yang Kai waved at Wei Junyang and the others before heading back to buy Shi's soul clone. He kept coughing up blood as he walked, looking like he was on the verge of death, and this brought even more heartache to Su Yin and the others. He was already injured, even though it looked as if he easily killed off Tao Wu. Who knows what kind of price he had to pay to do so? Soon, Yang Kai was back inside the warship that was made out of by Shi's soul clone. He looked deathly pale as he sat down to rest, while Su Yin sat behind him so that he could lean against her. The other women crowded around, expressing their concern and fussing over Yang Kai as he wheezed and gasped. Yuru Meng, on the other hand, stood back and watched the scene unfold with a clear gaze, scoffing on the inside. Yang Kai managed to fool her earlier, and as a result, she had been on edge for quite some time. However, she realized that he did not seem like an injured person at all when he killed Tao Wu. No physical injuries, but an injured soul instead, was it? She knew very well that he had the soul-warming lotus. She had been too concerned earlier, and it had been around 1,000 years since they last met, so it did not occur to her then, but it did now. No matter how injured his soul is, nothing will happen because he has the soul-warming lotus to protect and heal it. He will recover sooner or later, but there he is, acting as if he's about to die. Yuru Meng snorted when she saw the looks of concern on Su Yin and the other women's faces. Naive women, fawning all over him like that. It's really true, the longer the hair, the shorter the wits. Have you all forgotten how he abandoned us for 1,000 years? Get move on. Do none of you have any injuries to tend to? Meanwhile, Wei Junyang ordered the human masters to disperse. They were still in a daze over the shocking turn of events, but after hearing Wei Junyang's order, they finally snapped out of it and moved away as they gleefully celebrated on the inside. They had long since heard about the abhorrent behavior of these divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary. The latter's delayed arrival had also led to the sacrifice of two of the profound Nether Army's 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, as well as many lower order soldiers, resulting in a great deal of frustration and anger. Thus, they felt particularly gratified when Yang Kai executed Tao Wu. It was as if he had vented all their rage on their behalf. Yang Lai smacked his lips as he secretly lamented the loss of an 8th Order divine spirit. Why kill him off just like that? It would have been better to throw him at the Black Ink clan army and have him kill them instead. With luck, he might have even taken down a territory lord. We could have extracted that divine spirit's blood essence and source and let the humans refine them too. It would have been a great help. Yang Lai thought Yang Kai was being too wasteful. He's never been an army commander, so he doesn't know how to make the best use of such resources. Once the crowd cleared out, Wei Yungyang looked at Yu Zhen and said, "Now that the battle in profound nether territory has calmed for the moment, we have a lot of things to attend to here. You should report back to the Supreme Headquarters first. I don't think we'll be seeing any battles here in the near future." "Yes, sir." Yu Zhen cupped his fist and carried out his orders, turning to leave without paying any attention to the divine spirits. However, he had not gone very far away when the divine spirits caught up to him. Zhu Jian even went over to Yu Zhen with a sheepish smile. "Brother Yu, Sir Yang has asked us to kill 2 territory lords in 3 months, but it's not easy to kill them. Do you have any advice for us?" Yu Zhen eyed him coldly and said, "How could I possibly dare to give you advice? Aren't you divine spirits supposed to be so high and mighty? On the way over, when you weren't ignoring me, you were insulting me. Even when I urged you to focus on our mission, Tao Wu just berated me for it. Yet, here you're being so courteous with me." Everyone knew that it was hard to kill a territory lord, as all the surviving territory lords were innate territory lords. Every single one of them was powerful, not any weaker than a peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Why would we need you if those territory lords were easily killed? Yuzhan was appeased by the fact that Yang Kai had given the divine spirits a challenging task, so the anger and contempt he felt had mostly dissipated. Zhu Jian sighed and said, "We were wrong, brother Yu. This old ox apologizes on behalf of all my fellow divine spirits. Sir Yang is angry now, so if we don't kill 2 territory lords in 3 months, I'm afraid we might not be able to keep our heads." Sir Yang cannot be underestimated. He had noticed this during his initial encounter with Yang Kai back at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. This incident just reminded him how vicious and merciless Yang Kai could be. Yang Kai executed Tao Wu without even the slightest hesitation. As Zhu Jian thought about it now, he began to think that Yang Kai was not just trying to scare him when he said he would slaughter him and eat his meat. Zhu Jian was certain that if he had refused Yang Kai back then, he would have ended up in Yang Kai's stomach. Zhu Jian felt chills, as if he had survived a narrow brush with death. "What does that have to do with me?" Yuzhan retorted coolly. He was only there to keep an eye on them. When it came to actual strength in combat, he was a lot weaker than these divine spirits. Zhu Jian sighed, "Brother Yu, although what we did was wrong, having us around benefits the human race too. Otherwise, Sir Yang wouldn't have brought us out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in the first place. Wouldn't it have been fine to let us live there in peace? If Sir Yang does kill us because we failed to accomplish the task he gave us, it will only benefit the opponent instead. Don't you think so?" Yuzhan glanced at Zhu Jian in surprise. This old ox looks like he's nothing but a muscle head, but it seems he does have some wits about him. Even though Yuzhan did not want to bother with these divine spirits anymore, he knew that Zhu Jian was right. The divine spirits could be a great help to the human race, and it would be a waste if Yang Kai just killed them all. Furthermore, the fact that Yang Kai had given them 3 months to kill 2 territory lords was something to be taken seriously. If the divine spirits managed to do this, it would be wonderful news for the human race, and all past grievances between them could be considered settled. But if they failed to complete this task, then Yang Kai would be put in a difficult situation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5526. From now on, I'll call him Big Head Yang. Yang Kai had given the ultimatum in front of an entire crowd of human masters. But was he truly going to kill all the divine spirits if they failed to meet his demand? The divine spirits would not take such an act lying down, and after seeing what happened to Tao Wu, they might very well choose to rebel to defend themselves if they had no other choice. If that happened, it would be extremely detrimental to the human race and only benefit their common enemy, the Black Ink clan. Thus, even though Yuzhan was somewhat reluctant, he softened his tone and said, 3 months isn't very long, and it will be hard to kill 2 territory lords in that time. I'm just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so I can't help you with it." "You don't need to help us with the act, brother Yu," Zhu Jian quickly said. "However, you're aware of our situation. We don't have much information about the different battlefields. We didn't pay much attention to the battles back then, but now that Sir has given us an order, we'll surely do our best to meet his expectations. How's this? When you go back to the Supreme Headquarters, please put in a good word for us, brother Yu, and find out which battlefield requires the most assistance right now. We'll head over at once, and we won't stop until we kill a few territory lords." Yuzhan stared at Zhu Jian in surprise, as if he was startled to find that Zhu Jian had a brain after all. Zhu Jian just flashed him a simple-minded smile. It was indeed a good strategy. The human race were clashing with the Black Ink clan on over a dozen different battlefields, and the fights were getting more intense by the day. Those at the Supreme Headquarters had overall command of the war, so naturally, they knew exactly what was happening on all the fronts. If Yuzhan could find a way to get some information from the Supreme Headquarters and give the divine spirits a few pointers, then it would be fairly easy for the latter to kill 2 territory lords within 3 months. After all, these divine spirits could not be considered weak, and there were many of them. Yuzhan was laughing happily on the inside. Those at the Supreme Headquarters had been extremely resistant to sending out the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary because they were too unreliable. The human race would not have sent these divine spirits to profound nether territory as reinforcements if they had other options available. Even though Yu Zhan was sent along to supervise the divine spirits, they were still able to play a few tricks. Well, now that Yang Kai has set an example by executing Tao Wu, I bet the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary won't have the gall to disobey orders again. Yu Zhan nodded and said, "That's not a problem. I'll help you get this information." Zhu Jin quickly cupped his fist. "Many thanks, brother Yu." Zhu Jin finally exhaled, feeling like a weight had been lifted off his chest. With Yu Zhan's help, they would most likely be able to overcome this challenge. But in the process of killing 2 territory lords, who knows if we might suffer any casualties? Zhu Jin shuddered when he recalled the way Yang Kai executed Tao Wu. He made up his mind to talk to the rest of the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary and warn them to do as told, lest they follow in Tao Wu's footsteps. Brother Ouyang, how do you feel about all of us coming together and submitting a request to the Supreme Headquarters for Yang Kai to become the army commander here and oversee profound nether territory? Wei Junyang abruptly asked from his spot on the universe fragment. Ouyang Lai was taken aback. Let him be the army commander of an entire battlefield? He's strong enough, but not experienced enough, don't you think? I can't believe Wei Junyang would even suggest that. No one could deny Yang Kai's strength. Even after killing 3 territory lords in a row, he could still kill the divine spirit Tao Wu with a single thrust of his spear despite being heavily injured. Based on strength alone, none of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in profound nether territory were his match. However, Ouyang Lai did not think it was a wise decision to make Yang Kai the army commander of the profound nether army. Yang Kai was too young, still a rising star by all measures. There were many more experienced people above him, including 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were even more experienced in strategy and command than Ouyang Lai and Wei Junyang. Although there were quite a number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the profound nether territory battlefield, none of them was the actual army commander who presided over the entire situation. Wei Junyang was considered the leader, but he, Ouyang Lai, Fei Yong Zhe, Kong Chengde, and 2 other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all currently share the responsibility among them. Whenever a decision needed to be made, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would come together and form a joint plan of action based on the directives set by the Supreme Headquarters. As it was, Ouyang Lai was mainly a silent member of this team of commanders. All he ever cared about was charging at the enemy, so he did not get involved in the day-to-day operations of the army. Even so, Ouyang Lai was shocked that Wei Junyang suggested having Yang Kai assume full command of profound nether territory. Wei Junyang was a powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and would not easily defer to someone else's authority. Though this was not because he was wildly ambitious or power-hungry. It was simply because it was hard to be convinced by someone's leadership if that person was neither powerful enough nor experienced enough. Do you think so highly of him, old Wei? Wei Junyang eyed Ouyang Lai a little helplessly. Everyone else liked saying that he and Ouyang Lai were 2 peas in a pod, so that was why they considered each other confidants. Still, why would the Supreme Headquarters feel it was safe to let him be in charge of profound nether territory if he did not have some wits about him? Brother Ouyang is the only one who doesn't think at all. Why do you think Yang Kai executed Tao Wu? All of a sudden, Wei Junyang asked an off-topic question. Ouyang Lai stared at him blankly. He killed a divine spirit who hindered military operations. What other reason could there be? I knew you wouldn't have picked up on anything else. However, Ouyang Lai seemed to have an epiphany. That brat is young and impulsive. He doesn't have much tolerance and can't hold himself back. It wouldn't be good if he was put in charge of the profound nether territory battlefield. Wei Junyang smirked and shook his head. What you saw was only the surface intent. Don't tell me you think there was a deeper meaning behind Yang Kai's decision to kill Tao Wu. Ouyang Lai retorted, frowning before asking, what was he considering? Wei Junyang glanced at Bai Shi's soul clone and said, it's true that he's young and impulsive, but I think he executed Tao Wu more to send a warning to the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary and to open up an opportunity for reconciliation between them and we humans. Ouyang Lai paused and thought. He was reckless, but that did not mean he could not think. He just couldn't be bothered to spend time mulling things over. However, now that Wei Junyang pointed this out to him, he had a vague idea of what Yang Kai's motives had been. The divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary have a pretty bad reputation. However, they haven't committed any grave mistakes thus far, so those at the Supreme Headquarters can't be too harsh on them. This time around, though, their delay led to the deaths of two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If word of this got back to the Supreme Headquarters, Xianxia, Mi Jinglin, and the rest wouldn't let it slide so easily. According to the rules of the army, Tao Wu would have to be executed, but could they do that? Perhaps it wouldn't have been difficult to kill Tao Wu, but it would mean offending all the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary, and they're a group with significant strength. Yet, if the Supreme Headquarters did not punish Tao Wu, how would they appease the rest of the human army? They would have had to choose between two extremely difficult decisions if Yang Kai hadn't executed Tao Wu. Ouyang Lai nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. That's what I thought too. As if you can think of this with that dull head of yours. Wei Junyang ignored him and continued. Once the news got out, it would have caused a rift between the humans and the divine spirits. Now that the Black Ink clan has invaded the 3,000 worlds, the humans and the divine spirits need to stand together. But this rift might even affect the divine spirits from the ancestral land and the no-return pass, since at the end of the day, they're also divine spirits, just like the ones from the grand ancient ruins boundary. With how things are going in the 3,000 worlds, who knows when the tides will turn against us? If the humans and the divine spirits can't work together to fend off our common enemy, then it'll lead to endless troubles. Ouyang Lai nodded fervently. That's just what I was thinking. That's why Tao Wu had to die, and Yang Kai had to be the one to kill him. That way, the human race wouldn't bear animosity towards the divine spirits even after the fact. Ouyang Lai slapped his thigh. That brat takes after Big Head Xiang and Big Head me. From now on, I'll call him Big Head Yang. He turned around and eyed Gong Lian, who was right behind him, and admonished him sternly. You should learn from your senior brother Yang. Don't rush into the battlefield like a fool. Use your brain more often. Gong Lian was so exasperated he could only feel tired. I'm not the one who rushes into the battlefield like a fool. That would be you, honored master. Also, when did Yang Kai become senior brother Yang to me? He's a lot younger than me. Well, he's stronger than me now, so I guess it's not wrong to call him senior brother. Naturally, Gong Lian dared not refute Ouyang Lai aloud. Yes, this disciple will remember. Thus, he just respectfully replied. After telling off his disciple, Ouyang Lai began discussing with Wei Junyang. I don't mind if Yang Kai becomes the army commander here, but I'm not sure how Old Fei and the others will feel about this. Wei Junyang chuckled and said, What's there for them to think or feel about it? The old ancestors are tied up in wind-mist territory and can't leave, and all the battlefields lack capable people who can take charge and be the pillar for others. Yang Kai is powerful and has an enormous small stone race army with him. If he assumes command over profound nether territory, then he will be the rock that everyone can depend on. Old Fei and the others would want nothing more than that. That's true. Ouyang Lai imagined what the situation at profound nether territory would be like in the future and grinned. It's decided then. Let Yang Kai be in charge of profound nether territory. We'll be his subordinates and run his errands for him. He did not care about prestige or glory. Even though Yang Kai was younger than him, he believed that the profound nether army would be blessed to have Yang Kai as their commander. Out of the blue, though, a thought occurred to him. Would Yang Kai be willing to take up the role? He will, Wei Junyang declared with full confidence. And even if he isn't, he will have to. Aboard the warship made from Bai Shi's soul clone, Yang Kai closed his eyes and focused on recuperating while Su Yin and the others gathered around him as they did the same. In reality, if Yang Kai heard Wei Junyang's analysis about appeasing the human race army and mending the rift between the humans and the divine spirits, his response would have been simple. What the hell are you talking about? He did what he did without considering anything else. He executed Tao Wu simply because the latter disobeyed orders. In Yang Kai's mind, it was all very straightforward. I brought you out of the grand ancient ruins boundary to help us kill off our enemies, so why would I keep you around if you don't put in the effort to do just that? Of course, he did mean for it to serve as a warning to the rest of the divine spirits, and he was fairly certain that they would not have the courage to behave impudently again. Right now, however, Yang Kai was facing a far more difficult challenge. Even though he was focusing on his recovery, he could sense that Ru Meng was glaring at him. Ru Meng, your beloved husband, is truly injured. In total, Yang Kai used 4 soul, rending thorn in quick succession, and his soul was heavily damaged. Thankfully, it had not been 4 times in a row, as there had been a short break before the last one was unleashed. He was fairly certain he would be unconscious right now if he had used those 4 soul, rending thorn all at once. While Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, which meant that the core of his soul would not be affected, ripping out 4 large pieces of it within a few days was by no means easy. It would take him quite some time to recover. Ru Meng needs to be taught a lesson. Yang Kai fumed to himself, swearing to spend many long, arduous nights with her doing just that once he recovered. The human race army was busy tending to their wounds and other cleanup tasks after the battle. Though the profound Nether army suffered significant casualties in this battle, the Black Ink clan did not have it any better. After such an intense battle like this one, it was likely that profound Nether territory would experience a long period of calm. If nothing unexpected occurred, then it was unlikely that a huge battle would break out for many years. Those smaller skirmishes were inevitable. This was not only true of profound Nether territory, but also of all the other great territory battlefields. Martial Peak, Chapter 5527, Xianxia's Arrival. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yang Kai's condition had stabilized. Though the injury to his soul hadn't fully healed, he had the soul-warming lotus continuously nourishing it. So all that was required was time. He had used soul-rending thorns many times by now and was used to getting injured in this fashion. Moreover, after having torn apart his soul countless times, his soul had become more robust and resilient than before. When he thought about it, this was something that happened often because the path of martial Tao usually followed the principle of tribulation before success, so the process of constantly tearing apart his soul and restoring it could be considered a type of cultivation. It was just that such a cultivation method wasn't widely usable by others. At this moment, Yang Kai was summoning purifying light and sealing it into a purifying black ink battleship. Now, all the battlefields were strained because there were a large number of troops, but limited logistical resources. When fighting against the Black Ink clan, the first hurdle the humans had to cross was the corruption of black ink strength. Purifying black ink pills could solve the greater half of that issue. However, with over a dozen battlefields and more than 10 million troops almost constantly engaged in battle, there was a huge demand for purifying black ink pills. Even after gathering all the alchemists in the 3,000 worlds and having them work without rest, there still weren't enough pills to satisfy the demand. Without purifying black ink pills to suppress the corruption of black ink strength, soldiers wouldn't be able to go all out when fighting the Black Ink clan and would lose about 30% of their combat efficacy. Back when they were on the Black Ink battlefield, the soldiers from all great passes had purifying light, but after so many years of battle, the purifying light from all those great passes had been depleted. Fortunately, Yang Kai had returned, and there was an abundance of yellow and blue crystals in his small universe, so they could have as much purifying light as they wanted. Moreover, Yang Kai was no longer the only one who could use purifying light. Sun Yin could as well. In the chaotic, dead territory, Yang Kai asked Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to bestow him more great sun and moon marks because he was preparing for this moment. Previously, he was the only one who could summon purifying light, which was very inefficient. But now that Sun Yin also had the great sun and moon marks embedded on the back of her hands, she could help Yang Kai share the burden. So summoning purifying light had become less stressful. Not only that, but Yang Kai was preparing to pass out the remaining 9 sets of marks because once that was done, almost all the battlefields would have someone who could summon purifying light, which could greatly relieve the pressure the human race was facing. Of course, if one wanted to take on the great sun and moon marks, one had to have a divine spirit source and bloodline. The source strength from the burning light and serene glimmer was too powerful, making it impossible for those without bloodline ties to them to withstand, so only divine spirits could accept the two marks. Xianxia had let Wei Junyang relay this message to the Supreme Headquarters. There were now more than a dozen battlefields, so the 9 remaining marks naturally couldn't be distributed evenly among them. As for how to allocate these personnel, that was a problem the Supreme Headquarters had to solve. After a long period of being constantly busy, Xianxia finally had some time to rest. Since Xianxia was now proficient in many grand daos, whether it be alchemy, artifact refining, or arrays, he had some attainments in all of them. As the saying goes, those who were able could do more, so he naturally wouldn't have time to rest. Today, Xianxia was repairing a warship when a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master flew over and landed in front of him before cupping his fist and said, "Sir, someone from the Supreme Headquarters has arrived. Senior Wei and Senior Ouyang have asked that you head over there and join the discussion." "Why do I need to head over there?" Xianxia was a little taken aback. Though he was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and could count as a division commander, he hadn't received any official appointment from the higher-ups, so he was still quite free. However, Wei Junyang and the others asked him to head over to join their discussion, which meant they might have something planned for him. Xianxia knew that very well, because 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were now the mainstay of the human race, so each 8th Order Master had to take on a leadership role. The main reason Xianxia was reluctant to go over was that he felt he had the strength and ability, but needed more experience. So if he was officially appointed as a division commander, it would be very stressful for him. Moreover, he still had something important he needed to do. If he were appointed as a commander, he might not have much time to do that. Asterisk cough. Cough. Asterisk Xianxia covered his chest and coughed a few times before speaking with a pale face. "Go back and tell Senior Brother Wei that my injuries have worsened, so I have returned to rest." While saying so, he didn't even bother about repairing the warship and turned around to leave in the direction of his temporary accommodations. Having just reunited with his many wives, Xianxia had many things to say to them, so Yuru Meng and the others had transformed a small universe fragment near the front lines into a temporary palace. No one had said anything about their actions, either. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master let out a bitter laugh before dashing over and stopping Xianxia in his path. He bowed and said, "Sir, it's an order from the higher-ups, so please don't make things difficult for me." Meanwhile, he was thinking, could this sir have discovered something? Otherwise, why is he trying to flee? With a bitter expression, Xianxia persuaded the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, "I'm not making things difficult for you. My injuries have indeed gotten worse." Saying so, he coughed a few more times and spat out a mouthful of blood. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was speechless. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? But seeing that Xianxia had gone to such lengths to avoid going there, he couldn't say anything else. Just as he was about to leave, a majestic voice boomed from the main conference hall. "Smelly brat, get your ass over here." Stunned, Xianxia looked at the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and asked, "Is the person that came from the Supreme Headquarters?" With a slight smile, the 7th Order Master replied, "It's Senior Xianxia who personally came over." Xianxia felt frustrated. Damn big-head Xiang. Can't that bastard stay at the Supreme Headquarters to just oversee everything? Why come all the way here? While he was complaining inside, his pale face gradually returned to normal as he sighed and beckoned to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. "Come on, let's go." Since Big Head Xiang has arrived, I should at least give him some face. Thus, Xianxia decided that he would go over, but would only listen and not make any comments during the discussion. After all, his goal was to have freedom, so they should just forget about appointing him to a post in the army. If I had known this would happen, I would have returned to the Star Boundary for a visit, because little senior sister is still there. "Sir, please." The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master gestured with a smile. His expression was obviously implying, why waste all the effort playing sick when you could have just complied? Soon, Xianxia arrived before the main conference hall and looked up at its entrance. This main conference hall was also temporarily built, so it didn't have any strong defensive abilities. After all, they were at the front lines and might have to face an attack from the Black Ink clan at any moment. There was no telling when this front line would be broken through, so building a sturdy conference hall was unnecessary. This conference hall was built so that the higher-ups had a place to hold discussions, so even a tent would do. Senior Brother Yang. A familiar voice sounded from beside Xianxia, so he turned to look over and saw that it was indeed someone he knew. Or, to be more precise, divine spirit he knew. It was Ji Lao San from the Dragon Clan. This guy had stopped Xianxia in front of the no-return pass, but was then humiliatingly defeated. However, since Xianxia's disappearance after saving him, Ji Lao San no longer held a grudge against Xianxia. Now, Ji Lao San greatly admired Xianxia, but his admiration had nothing to do with Xianxia's life-saving grace, because after spending some time with Xianxia, Ji Lao San had seen Xianxia's full abilities. Not only was Ji Lao San there, but there were also 8 other figures, of which all looked quite familiar. Amongst them was a colorful robed young woman who was squinting her eyes at Xianxia, making her look quite playful. Huang Xinyang, the one from the Phoenix clan at the no-return pass. She was the one who gave Xianxia one of her tail feathers. Standing beside Huang Xinyang was the stern-looking Feng Lulang. It seemed these two were inseparable and went everywhere together. However, Xianxia didn't know if they were a real couple. All 9 of these familiar faces were divine spirits. More importantly, most of them were from the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Having understood the situation, Xianxia knew that the Supreme Headquarters had chosen the divine spirits who would be receiving the great sun and moon marks. Also, it seemed like Xianxia coming here personally might have something to do with this as well. These divine spirits did not join the humans in the conference hall, but chose to wait outside. Brother Ji, Xianxia bowed and then proceeded to greet Huang Xinyang and Feng Lulang. Since he was unfamiliar with most of the other divine spirits, he only nodded at them as a greeting. It seemed like the divine spirits also knew why they came, so they were naturally polite to Xianxia. After exchanging some formalities, Xianxia asked, Brother Ji, how are Senior Fu Guang's injuries? There were originally 2 divine dragons in the Dragon Clan, but the current Dragon Clan leader had died in the battle on the Barren Territory, so only Fu Guang was left. Now, not only was Fu Guang the pillar of the Dragon Clan, but he was also the leader of all divine spirits. Xianxia had long since heard that Fu Guang was injured, but he didn't know how serious his condition was. Hearing that, Ji Lao San sighed. After the battle in the Barren Territory, our clan leader died in battle, while Senior Fu Guang sustained heavy injuries and almost didn't make it. He has been restoring his health all these years, but at his level of strength, it is just as hard to heal as it is to be hurt. Xianxia nodded. It was true that cultivators with great strength were not afraid of minor injuries, but if they sustained heavy injuries, it would be even more difficult for them to restore their health. Moreover, judging by Ji Lao San's words, it seemed like Fu Guang was injured by the Black Ink giant spirit god and almost didn't survive. Is he recuperating inside the dragon pool? Xianxia asked. Ji Lao San nodded. The dragon pool was the origin of the Dragon Clan, so it wasn't strange for Fu Guang to be restoring himself in there. Back in the day, the divine spirits that came from the grand ancient ruins boundary were causing so much chaos in the star boundary that it actually alerted Fu Guang. In the end, Fu Guang came forward and deterred them from making trouble, which made the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruin boundary quiet down. Otherwise, those divine spirits would have stayed in the star boundary and continued to cause chaos. Although the human race now had Fu Guang as one of their strongest masters, they wouldn't disturb him unless it was the last resort. After a moment of silence, Xianxia could only sigh as he couldn't do anything to help. Turning to look at Huang Xinyang, he took out a tail feather that had lost all spirituality. Many thanks for giving me this tail feather, Xinyang. It has now returned to its owner. Huang Xinyang chuckled. I, too, want to take a look at the view outside, so there's no need to thank me. While saying that, she reached out and took the tail feather. The Dragon and Phoenix clans took a bloodline great oath, so they couldn't easily leave the no-return pass. When Huang Xinyang took advantage of a bet with Feng Lulang to give Yang Kai her tail feather, which in truth was a type of soul clone, she did so with the thought of wanting to head outside the Great Pass and take a look at the scenery. But now that the no-return pass had been lost, the Dragon and Phoenix clans no longer had to abide by their oath anymore. The two clans had mixed feelings about the no-return pass because they had been guarding it for eons and now saw it as their home. However, the no-return pass was also a cage to them. Though they wanted to leave the no-return pass, they didn't want to be forced out in such a way. Sooner or later, they would storm in and snatch the no-return pass back from the Blacking clan. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5528, Enormous Announcement. It was all laughs at the entrance of the main conference hall. Whether they were people Yang Kai knew or not, they all swarmed over to talk to him. This couldn't be helped, because they all knew the reason they were gathered here. Yang Kai had received 9 pairs of marks from the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer and was about to give them out, so now they owed Yang Kai. Moreover, the Divine Spirits were guessing that the source marks from the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer might not only allow them to summon Purifying Light, but it might also have the effect of purifying their bloodline. Before today, the Divine Spirits had gone through a selective trial because of the matter of who would receive the marks. In the end, it was these 9 who prevailed. Stop chattering. Yang Kai, get inside. Xianxia's voice came from the main hall, obviously knowing why Yang Kai was staying outside with no intentions of coming in. With a bitter laugh, Yang Kai cupped his fist at the Divine Spirits and announced, "Let's continue our conversation another day. Please make yourselves comfortable." The Divine Spirits didn't object. When Yang Kai stepped inside the main hall, he felt several dozen pairs of eyes instantly fall on him and look at him as if he was some kind of strange being. Inside the main hall were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, with no exceptions. There were a few that Yang Kai recognized, but more that he didn't. Sitting upright at the end of the table was Xianxia. Yang Kai didn't feel nervous because he was now an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master too, and all of them might not be his match when it came to strength, except for Xianxia. He didn't know how strong Xianxia was because they had never fought each other, but Big Head Xiang had climbed back up after having fallen once, so his ability might have increased even more. He could be considered one of the most powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters alive today. While facing the crowd, Yang Kai cupped his fist and greeted, "Junior Yang Kai greets seniors." "That's right. I'm just a junior with abilities, but no experience, so I can't take up any huge responsibilities." His intentions naturally couldn't escape Xianxia's eyes. Big Head Xiang looked at him with a faint smile, but didn't make any comments. Instead, one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters burst out laughing. "Junior brother, you're too modest. You are now also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and have the same cultivation as all of us, so you shouldn't be referring to us as your seniors, but as fellow brothers." Another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master nodded before adding, "We cultivators only care about strength, not age, unless you're from the same sect, that is. But since you've already reached the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm at such a young age, and even recently killed 3 innate territory lords at once, I'm sure you're going to have a very promising future. Not bad for a person so young. We older ones have high hopes for you." Following that was a wave of compliments from everywhere. The only words that weren't said were that Yang Kai was the future of the entire human race. Yang Kai felt defeated and looked at Xianxia grimly. He wouldn't believe it if someone said Xianxia hadn't colluded with these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to do this. This group of 8th Order Masters had even begun spouting utter nonsense, so it was obvious that they had some kind of hidden intentions. At that point, Yang Kai felt even more stressed. After secretly sighing, he knew he couldn't go against so many of them, so he complied and cupped his fist. "Senior brothers, you are all too kind. It was just pure luck, so I can't accept your praise. Let's continue exchanging pleasantries later. Yang Kai, find a seat and sit down." It was then that the crowd stopped chattering. Yang Kai looked around the room and saw Yang lie beckoning him over, so he immediately went and sat beside him. Today was just another ordinary meeting between human race higher-ups. With over a dozen battlefields, the masters at the Supreme Headquarters would personally head over to each battlefield and gather intel from time to time. When profound Nether territory was almost lost, the higher-ups at the Supreme Headquarters didn't dare take the situation lightly. Moreover, Xianxia personally coming here also had a sliver of such meaning. All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting here were the mainstays of the profound Nether Army, who were responsible for guarding this place. Therefore, they knew the Black Ink clan in the profound Nether territory very well. So now, they would proceed with reporting to Xianxia about the situation on the battlefield. As time passed, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters took turns giving their reports, and Yang Kai now knew more about the situation in profound Nether territory. However, what shocked him the most was that these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely detailed, including how many battles each army had gone through, how many enemies were killed, how many casualties they had, how many troops they had left, and where they had placed arrays and other arrangements. Yang Kai felt curious. Shouldn't these basic details already be known? Why do they need to report such trivial things to Xianxia? Turning his head to look at Xianxia, Yang Kai found him sitting upright, while seriously listening to every word while nodding occasionally. The human race needed leaders like Xianxia to be able to band together when fighting against the Black Ink clan. Although Yang Kai had decided to only listen but not speak, it turned out that there weren't many opportunities for him to get a word. He had recently arrived at profound Nether territory, where he would either spend time at the palace fooling around with his wives, casting purifying light, fixing warships, or patching up spirit arrays. There was indeed not much for him to say, as he was fairly ignorant of the general situation. There was an infinite joy in the activities done inside the bedroom. After spending over 1,000 years in celibacy on the Black Ink battlefield, 5,000 if the years in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon were counted, Yang Kai felt as though he had finally been set free and returned to the time when he could do whatever he wanted. All his wives were constantly blushing every day, and Ru Ming wouldn't lose her temper that much anymore, behaving in a gentle and considerate manner most of the time. Yang Kai, do you have anything to add? Xianxia suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Waking up from his thoughts, Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle drum. No. If so, why are you smiling so happily? Xianxia frowned. Yang Kai coughed lightly. I was just thinking about something interesting. Feeling awkward, he gestured towards the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was currently speaking. Senior brothers, please continue. Has Big Head Xiang come all the way here just to make things difficult for me? Can't I even smile discreetly? The conference continued, and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters narrated the comprehensive situation in profound Nether territory. Half a day passed just like that, and the report on matters in profound Nether territory had finally ended. The group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt like their mouths had dried up from all the talking. It was then that Xianxia nodded and looked towards Yang Kai. Have you understood the situation in profound Nether territory? Yang Kai was extremely shocked. Why is he asking me that? But he still nodded yes. Very good. Xianxia got up and took a step forward before he boomed. Star Boundaries Yang Kai. Come forward and receive your orders. Stunned, Yang Kai froze, so Yang Lai yanked him to his feet and kicked his butt, causing Yang Kai to stumble forward. When he looked up and saw Xianxia's stern face, he felt his heart sink as he cupped his fist and quickly said, Sir. While looking at him, Xianxia quickly said, Previously, during the critical battle of profound Nether territory, Yang Kai killed 3 innate territory lords on his own and turned the tide of war, successfully saving profound Nether territory from its end, making a huge contribution to the human race. In the following battles with the Black Ink clan, he led the charge in every battle and killed numerous enemies, which has won him many military merits and demonstrated the spirit our human race must follow to obtain victory in his war. Therefore, The Supreme Headquarters has decided to appoint Yang Kai as Profound Nether Army's army commander. From now on, he will command the Profound Nether Army and stand guard over Profound Nether territory to defend it against the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai was shocked and gawked at Xianxia with a blank expression, seemingly wanting to see if the latter was pulling a bad prank on him. Back when Yang Kai received Xianxia's order to attend the conference between Profound Nether Army higher-ups, he had already mentally prepared himself, thinking that he was about to be assigned some formal posting. After all, he was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and according to the rules, he was capable of assuming the rank of Division Commander. He was thinking of a way to get out of it despite knowing that the chances of that happening were slim, and he had almost accepted his fate and thought if he were appointed as a division commander, he could accept it. It was better to have subordinates than to fight alone, after all. However, he never expected that Xianxia would make such an enormous announcement. The Profound Nether Army commander was the person responsible for overseeing the entire Profound Nether territory. It was a position completely incomparable to the trivial post of division commander. If Yang Kai accepted the position of army commander, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting here would become his subordinates. Moreover, Profound Nether territory now had about 600,000 human soldiers, a number that would increase in the future. How could Xianxia just leave all of them to him? No, it wasn't Xianxia making this decision. Yang Kai turned to look at both his sides of the room and saw the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters smiling as they looked at him, especially Ouyang Lai, who was even winking like he was doing him some big favor. This was the decision made by all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Profound Nether Army. Without agreement from the ones actually leading the Profound Nether Army, it would be impossible for the Supreme Headquarters to implement such orders. It seemed like Wei Junyang and the other 8th Order Masters had long since agreed to let Yang Kai become the army commander of the Profound Nether Army. At this moment, Yang Kai had no words to describe what he was feeling. Back on the Black Ink battlefield, the highest post he held was squad leader. He had never even experienced being a battalion commander, much less a division commander, but now he was suddenly promoted to army commander. The difference was too big to fathom. It now made sense why the 8th Order Masters here were being so detailed with their reports. Those matters weren't for Xianxia to hear, they were for him. They knew that Yang Kai had just arrived in Profound Nether territory and wasn't that knowledgeable about the army situation, so they used this chance to tell him in detail. This was clearly a premeditated plot. Xianxia using this chance to come here and appoint Yang Kai as army commander might be the real reason for his visit, while everything else was secondary. Bunch of old foxes. Never would Yang Kai have expected that all these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had kept him in the dark about this until the moment they sprung the trap. He was already a little reluctant to take up the position of division commander, but now he thought being a division commander seemed quite reasonable. Compared to overseeing the entire army, looking after a mere division seemed like a breeze. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's head before he quickly declined. Sir, this junior is still young and has insufficient experience. The army commander of the Profound Nether Army is a critical position, and I'm afraid I might not be able to handle it. So please choose someone else, sir. Xianxia replied calmly. Although you're still young and inexperienced, no one can compare to you in regards to military merits. What's more, you have all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master here today to support you. So what's there to worry about? Unless you're unwilling to take up this role. That was indeed what Yang Kai was thinking, and he immediately nodded. Sir, please understand. This junior is unwilling to accept this position, and he does not dare to accept it. Once he became the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, he would have to stay in Profound Nether territory for a very long time, possibly until the war here was settled. He felt that his talent wasn't in leading an army or in devising battle tactics. His talent was in killing Black Ink clansmen and relieving the pressure on the human race. That was something Xianxia knew, so why was he so insistent on having Yang Kai become the army commander? Frowning, Xianxia asked, Are you really unwilling to accept this position? Yes. Yang Kai nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice, while looking at Xianxia with sincere eyes. With a light sigh, Xianxia said, "You can't force someone to do what they are unwilling to do. If you're unwilling to take up that position, I won't make things difficult for you. As for the profound Nether Army, the Supreme Headquarters will have another discussion about it." Yang Kai cheered. "Sir is wise. Why have I never noticed how easy Big Head Xiang is to speak with?" Martial Peak, Chapter 55-29. Do your consciences not hurt at all? Report. Following a shout, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm soldier ran into the main hall and cupped his fist at Xianxia. The Black Ink Clan army has been sighted advancing from 10 million kilometers outside the Eastern Front. They appear to be rallying for another attack. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be anyone barging into the higher-ups conference, but an urgent military situation was an exception. Obviously, the Black Ink Clan on the Eastern Front pressing in on them was an urgent military situation. "Bull!" Wei Junyang bellowed. "Those Black Ink Clansmen must be courting death." While he spoke, he exuded his majestic Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm aura. Yang Lai also exclaimed, "It seems like they haven't learnt their lesson yet." Not only were these two cursing the Black Ink Clan, but the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all joined in, causing the main conference hall to instantly fill with all kinds of voices. Meanwhile, Yang Kai frowned. What is the Black Ink Clan up to? They have just lost a major battle and 3 territory lords. How could they come back for another attack after such a short amount of time? Looking back at the Seventh Order soldier who came to report the news, Yang Kai could see that he was from Great Battle Heaven because he was wearing distinctive golden armor. Undried blood still marred his armor, which seemed to indicate that he was injured. What caught Yang Kai's attention, though, was that the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Profound Nether Army were too calm. Since the Black Ink Clan army are rallying to attack, shouldn't they be discussing a plan of action and dispatching troops to consolidate the Eastern Front? It's highly improper of them to just be acting loud and rowdy at this moment. While he was lost in such thought, one of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters came forward and cupped his fist to Xianxia before saying, "Sir Xiang, I request permission to fight off the enemy." Xianxia nodded lightly. "It's rare for you, Division Commander Chun, to be so eager to fight. You have my permission. How many troops are you preparing to bring with you?" Division Commander Chen answered proudly, "I don't need much. A single division will suffice." Then, Xianxia warned sternly, "The war between the two races is not child's play." After coldly snorting, Division Commander Chen replied, "It's just a motley group of weak Black Ink Clansmen. What's there to be afraid of? If we don't deter the enemy, this Chun will offer his head up to you." "Good." Xianxia nodded unceasingly to show his approval. "Although we humans are at a disadvantage, we do not lack the thirst for blood and bravery. Division Commander Chun is still so enthusiastic at such an old age. You're a role model to all of us. Therefore, I'll permit." "Wait a moment." Yang Kai hurriedly interjected. He was beyond shocked as he listened to this conversation. In such an urgent situation, you old Eighth Order Masters made a snap decision just like that, and Xianxia actually agreed to it? What about the difference between the enemy's army and ours? What about the number of enemies coming over? With such a lack of information, how could you reach a decision so quickly? More importantly, Yang Kai knew Division Commander Chen personally. In regards to age, he was one of the eldest Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. But when it came to power, he wasn't the strongest and would not stand a chance against an innate territory lord. Under such circumstances, how could this old man have the confidence to say he would only bring a single division out to fight the enemy? Was he just bluffing? However, the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters showed no signs of wanting to stop him. "Yang Kai, do you have something to say?" Xianxia turned around to look at Yang Kai. Feeling his head pulsing, Yang Kai cupped his fist and suggested, "Senior Xiang, if I remember correctly, the number of soldiers in a single division of the Profound Nether Army is about 20,000, right?" 20,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters was no small number. One had to know that back at the Black Ink battlefield, a division only had 500 to 600 troops. However, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield were 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and above. The Profound Nether Army even had soldiers in the 1st and 2nd Order Open Heaven Realm. So when comparing the two types of divisions, although 20,000 soldiers was a lot more than 500, the overall difference in strength wasn't that large. Indeed, Division Commander Chen nodded. My division now has 23,651 soldiers enlisted in it. Though the old man was up there in age, his memory had not deteriorated, and he knew his troops like the back of his hand. Feeling speechless, Xianxia looked at him and asked, "Do you know how many troops the Black Ink clan has brought over to attack us?" Division Commander Chun snorted coldly. "Who cares how many troops they have? We will kill them all." Once he said that, he didn't even wait for Xianxia to respond before cupping his fist to Xianxia and announcing, "Sir, this Chun will be off then. This mission to defend our homeland will either end with victory or us dying in battle. If the situation comes to that, I would have to trouble all of you to help us gather our corpses." Nodding, Xianxia promised, "We won't let our soldiers' corpses rot in the wilderness." "Division Commander Chun, please wait," Xianxia shouted again. He couldn't let Division Commander Chun run away because the squad his wives were in just happened to be under Division Commander Chun's jurisdiction. It wouldn't matter to Xianxia if Division Commander Chun decided to deploy in force to push back the enemy, but if he was going with his division alone, Ru Ming, Su Yin, and the others would get dispatched too. "Xianxia, how dare you continuously interrupt us when we're discussing sending troops to defend our front lines? Are you trying to disrupt military order?" Xianxia's heart clenched as he quickly cupped his fist. "I dare not do such a thing." But what?" Xianxia looked at him coldly. "But something isn't right here." Xianxia looked at Xianxia and then at the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him. What he saw was Wei Junyang looking up at the sky as if nothing concerned him, while Ouyang Lai was looking down at the floor as if a flower was growing between his feet. Meanwhile, the other 8th Order Masters were either huddled together and discussing something or sitting there calmly with their eyes closed as if everything was under control. At that moment, Xianxia failed to stifle his laughter. So this is how it is. He knew these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had all fought in no less than 1,000 battles, so there was no way they would act this foolishly under normal circumstances. Even if Division Commander Chun was a reckless glory seeker, it was impossible for the rest of them to just let him race off to his death. Moreover, Xianxia was a man with incredible tactical insight. The strategy he came up with to reclaim Great Evolution Pass and the skill with which he executed it were both extremely shocking. So it was impossible for him to immediately agree when Division Commander Chen asked to lead a single division off into battle with no idea about the enemy's composition. If he did, he wouldn't be Xianxia, but someone like Ouyang Lai. After sighing, Xianxia explained, "Senior brothers, you have all lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Do your consciences not hurt at all, working together to trick a junior like me?" Snorting, Division Commander Chen insisted, "Junior brother, whatever do you mean? I'm getting on in years, and my mind is not quite what it used to be. Please speak plainly." Xianxia gave him a sorrowful look. "You're clearly the most enthusiastic one in this plan." Meanwhile, Xianxia still had the same cold expression. "Speak up if you have something you want to say. Stop wasting time with all this nonsense." "Haven't I made myself clear enough? It's you old farts that are playing dumb. I guess it's true when they say the older a person, the more cunning they are. Judging from this situation, the Eastern Front probably isn't under threat at all. It's only been about 10 days since the Black Ink clan suffered serious losses. They wouldn't dare launch a full offensive so soon." This was all just a big show. The 8th Order Masters in this room, and even the 7th Order soldier who came to deliver the report, were all in on this matter. They were acting out a play with Xianxia as the only audience member. These old farts are obviously trying to force me to do something I'm incapable of. It's a fake emergency this time, but what about next time? If there really is a next time, this Division Commander Chun will definitely lead his division to charge the enemy. Xianxia sighed internally. It seemed he couldn't avoid this matter. While he was lost in his thoughts, the seventh-order soldier shouted again in a voice filled with grief and anger. "Sirs, this situation is urgent. Please come to a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Eastern Front might not be able to hold." Asterisk cough. Cough. Star. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, seeming to be heavily injured. Really? Really? Xianxia glanced at the soldier who was looking straight ahead and had a pale complexion and a depressed aura. Xianxia glared and muttered, "Xianxia, stand down. Since you don't want to be appointed as the army commander, you have no right to speak here. Division Commander Chun, head back and lead your division to reinforce the Eastern Front. If you cannot defeat the enemy, I'll head over there and behead you myself." While cupping his fist, Division Commander Chun replied, "This Chun accepts the order. We will not let you down." After that, he turned around and strode towards the door, but he still stared into Xianxia's eyes, seeming to say, "If you don't speak up, this old master will really lead my force into battle." It doesn't matter if there were no enemies at the Eastern Front this time, because there were enemies in the Black Ink Clan's camp. Are you afraid now? How could this junior be qualified for this? Xianxia smiled bitterly. However, he was honestly quite touched inside. All these Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had worked together with Xianxia to act out such performance for him, just so that he would take up the position of the profound Nether Army's army commander. This was a kind of wholehearted trust that was rare to see. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia cupped his fist and boomed. "Since all of you senior brothers think so highly of me, this junior is willing to take up the position of army commander and guard profound Nether territory. This junior will risk his life to make sure profound Nether territory is never lost." "So you've changed your mind?" Xianxian's lips curled up ever so slightly as he teased. While looking at him with a blank stare, Xianxia didn't say anything. "Do I have a choice? Old man Shan is halfway out of the main conference hall, so if I don't change my mind, he will really leave. His leaving is not that concerning, but my wives will definitely have to follow him to the battlefield." Then Xianxia stopped playing with him and spoke sternly. "Overseeing profound Nether territory is a very heavy task. If this territory is lost on your watch, you'll be punished according to military law." "Understood. Xianxia, receive your orders." Xianxia roared before taking out a token. "The Supreme Headquarters hereby appoints Xianxia as Army Commander of the Profound Nether Army. This is the Army Commander token. With this, you will assume full command of all soldiers in the Profound Nether Army. If anyone dares to disobey or rebel against you, they will be sentenced to death without exception." "We accept the order." All the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters bowed in unison. "Xianxia accepts the order." Xianxia came forward and raised both hands to receive the Profound Nether Army's Army Commander token, which suddenly felt quite heavy. This wasn't just a token, it was a physical representation of the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers that were being entrusted to him. At that moment, Xianxia's aura seemed to have changed and become even more profound and mysterious. Noticing this, Xianxia watched with amazement as the words "heavens" will appeared in his head. "Greetings, Army Commander." Wei Junyang chuckled and cupped his fist before bowing. The other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters copied him and did the same. The atmosphere inside the main hall was very harmonious. Division Commander Chun ran back as well and no longer shouted about racing off to kill the enemy. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't take what happened just now to heart and exchange pleasantries with the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. He would be overseeing profound Nether territory in the future, so he would need these old foxes' help. "Report." Another Seventh Order soldier dashed into the main hall and cupped his fist. "Sirs, there is news from the Eastern Front. The Black Ink Clan army has retreated. It seems like their previous actions were just a feint. There is no imminent attack." Nodding, Xianxia replied, "It's good that the Black Ink Clan has retreated. Division Commander Chun, you may take a rest as well." Division Commander Chun laughed. The Black Ink Clan retreated before the news about junior brother Yang taking up the position as army commander was released. "It seems like the heavens are siding with us today." The group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all nodded in agreement. Xianxia looked around and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Were these old farts still acting even now? They even organized this kind of closing scene to their play. It seemed they really made a full and detailed plan for today. Martial Peak, Chapter 5530, Profound Nether Army's Army Commander. Thinking back to the time when they gathered at Azure Void Pass to form the Great Evolution Army, Xianxia and Lu Jiping were appointed as Great Evolution's Eastern and Western Army commanders. On that same day, many of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were appointed as division commanders and accepted with great solemnity. Back then, Xianxia was just a 7th Order squad leader. Never had he imagined he would someday hold the Army Commander token like today, so he couldn't help but sigh internally. Being an Army Commander wasn't just any duty, it was a responsibility to become the central pillar for an army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Can I do it? Xianxia didn't know the answer to that question, but since things had already come to this point, he could only give it his all and do his best. From today onwards, his every decision will affect hundreds of thousands of lives directly. I can't spend too long here. Besides the appointment of Profound Nether Army's Army Commander, there is one other thing I need to accomplish here. Xianxia spoke up. Xianxia put away the token and nodded. Please say it, senior brother. At first, he thought it was about the Great Sun and Moon marks, but that was just a minor matter because he had already given one set of marks to Su Yan. Moreover, the 9 divine spirits outside were the ones who had been chosen to receive the marks, so all that was needed was to call them inside. He wasn't expecting Xianxia to not talk about this matter, but instead summoned his universe chart. Then, with a wave of his hand, a 3-dimensional virtual image appeared before everyone. Following that, Xianxia moved his hand and pointed at a particular spot. A month ago, the Supreme Headquarters received intelligence that the cultivators from more than a dozen sects in the Acacia territory have been besieged by the Blacking clan and are facing a critical situation. If they don't get any reinforcements soon, they might not be able to hold out much longer. Wei Junyang frowned. Where did this information come from? Is it reliable? Xianxia nodded. The intelligence was brought to us by a few different roaming hunter teams, so its likely authenticity was deemed high. Afterwards, the Supreme Headquarters moved and confirmed it. Division Commander Chun raised an eyebrow. Is the Supreme Headquarters asking Profound Nether Territory to send out troops to rescue them? That's right. Xianxia nodded. At first, there was no plan to have Profound Nether Territory carry out this mission, but all the other great territory battlefields are engaged in heated conflicts right now, so our side is at a disadvantage and can't dispatch troops for a rescue mission. However, Profound Nether Territory could be said to have won a great victory during the previous battle, so there should not be any large-scale battles here for the foreseeable future. Therefore, you are the ones most suited to attempt this rescue mission. While saying that, he looked at Xianxia. Junior brother, now that you're the army commander, you will be responsible for planning and executing this mission. You must bring our trapped allies back safely. Xianxia knew this was also a test to see how he would deal with such matters. Although the Supreme Headquarters had appointed him as the Profound Nether Army's army commander, they also knew that the talents he had shown were mostly in charging into battle and defeating the enemy. He had never shown much talent in things like strategy and tactics. This mission to rescue the humans trapped in Acacia territory was a chance to make a contribution and show off his talents. Therefore, he immediately cupped his fist. I have received the order. You can discuss this matter on your own. There is no need to report to the Supreme Headquarters about your plan before carrying it out. But there is one thing you must remember. You mustn't let Profound Nether Territory fall into the hands of the enemy. Xianxia joined them before shouting towards the entrance. Enter. He then turned to look at Xianxia. Previously, we've received news from Profound Nether Territory that you've received 9 sets of Great Sun and Moon marks from the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer. These are the 9 divine spirits the Supreme Headquarters chose to receive those marks. I'll leave them to you as well. Understood, senior brother. Later, Xianxia, Wei Junyang, and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left the main conference hall, while Ji Lao San and the other 8 Divine Spirits came in. It wasn't difficult to pass the 2 marked from the burning light and serene glimmer to them, because they were just drops condensed from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Land's source strength. After the Divine Spirits received them, they only needed to slightly refine them to condense the Great Sun and Moon marks. The 9 Divine Spirits only took about an hour to complete this process. Later, Yang Kai distributed the 9 space rings he had prepared beforehand to them, rings filled with yellow and blue crystals. With the 2 great marks and a large supply of yellow and blue crystals, there would no longer be a lack of purifying light on the various battlefields. This could also greatly lessen the pressure on the human race. It could also lessen the alchemist's burden, allowing them to put in more effort to refine other spirit pills. Purifying black ink pills weren't the only spirit pills the human race lacked. Open heaven pills for cultivation and healing pills for healing injuries were all in short supply. As for how these 9 divine spirits would be distributed to each front, that was for the Supreme Headquarters to figure out. Although there weren't enough divine spirits for each great territory battlefield, it might not be too much of a problem for 1 divine spirit to aid 2 neighboring battlefields and provide them with purifying light. Xianxia was waiting outside, so Yang Kai led the divine spirits out before seeing them off. Once they left, Yang Kai finally said, "Senior brothers and sisters, please enter the conference hall." The group of 8th Order Masters then returned to the main conference hall and sat down. Yang Kai sat at the head of the table and looked around. He saw all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had serious expressions on their faces as they looked straight ahead. Seeing that, Yang Kai burst out laughing. "Since all of you senior brothers and sisters think so highly of me and choose me to take up the position as army commander, I, as your junior brother, will not let all of you down." The atmosphere suddenly became lively, and Ouyang Lai slumped back into his chair and beamed. "Our generation of cultivators respect strength above all else. Since your fist is bigger, of course it's you who will take up the position of army commander. But you little BR, junior brother, the most important issue you need to deal with now is the matter of Acacia territory. This is your first mission after your appointment, so you have to do it well." Wei Junyang added, "Indeed. Since the Supreme Headquarters has entrusted us with this mission, we must do our best to complete the task and not let the other battlefields look down on us." Nodding, Yang Kai replied, "Both senior brothers are right, but I've only recently returned from the outside. Though I have a basic understanding of profound nether territory, I don't know much about the situation outside of profound nether territory, so I still need you all to catch me up." Fei Yongzhe looked at him. "Junior brother Yang, what would you like to know?" Yang Kai answered, "According to what I know, after the war in the Barren Territory, the human race army retreated and broke up into many different teams to help the cultivators from the various great territories retreat and evacuate. However, that was a couple dozen years ago, so those who could evacuate should have already arrived. How could there still be humans left outside?" Division Commander Chun sighed and replied, "That's not a surprise because the purpose of evacuation back then was to let all the sects move to the nearest territory directly controlled by the cave heavens and paradises. Afterwards, those cave heavens and paradises would have their masters escort those people to high heaven territory. However, the Black Ink clan moved too fast, so cultivators from a number of great territories could not evacuate in time and were surrounded by the enemy. We have suffered quite a significant number of casualties as a result." Yang Kai nodded as he knew about such incidents as well. When the Black Ink clan invaded Swallowing Sea's territory, Yang Kai was fortunately there to lend his assistance. If Yang Kai hadn't appeared there at that moment, the cultivators from Swallowing Sea's territory wouldn't have been able to escape. In addition to those who failed to evacuate in time, others were ambushed along the way, which might be what had happened to the humans trapped in Acacia territory. When Yang Kai heard this, he frowned. "Forgive my crassness, but if they were intercepted by the Black Ink clan over 20 years ago, they should all be dead by now." Wei Junyang raised an eyebrow. "Junior brother, are you thinking this might be a trap?" Yang Kai shook his head. Perhaps the cultivators in Acacia territory found somewhere to hide all these years, but have now been found by the Black Ink clan. Otherwise, they can't have held out until now. While he spoke, he used his fingers to tap on the armrest. What is strange is for word of this to have reached us. Theoretically, Acacia territory has been entirely conquered by the Black Ink clan, so if there were any humans left there, the Black Ink clan should have easily taken care of them. But of course, dragging on. Suddenly thinking of something, he looked at the others below him. Senior brothers and sisters, do you think that the Black Ink clan are besieging a stronghold to strike at the reinforcements? Wei Junyang raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask that? Yang Kai explained, the Black Ink clan should have been able to easily finish off the cultivators in Acacia territory, but haven't. It's obvious that they want to attract our side's attention, which led to today's events where Senior Brother Xiang charged us with this matter. We won't be able to hide the profound Nether Army dispatching a large number of troops to the Acacia territory. The enemy is likely planning an ambush in Acacia territory. There should be multiple territory lords and a large army guarding that place. Once he said that, the other 8th Order Masters looked at each other and then burst out laughing. Wei Junyang turned to look at Ouyang Lai and teased, "Are you going to kill a territory lord? Or are you going to call me father?" Rolling his eyes, Ouyang Lai retorted, "You didn't win. What's more, it's just killing a territory lord. How difficult could that be?" Wei Junyang chuckled. "I'll take it as you choosing to kill a territory lord." Meanwhile, Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he looked at the others below him. Senior brothers, did I say something wrong? Division Commander Chun stroked his beard and chuckled. No, you didn't say anything wrong. It's just that your performance shocked us. What do you mean? That answer made Yang Kai even more confused. Also, what's up with Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai? Why would they say something like calling the other father? Division Commander Chen explained, "Junior brother, what you've just said is correct. There is a second-class great force, Acacia Sect, in Acacia territory. During its founding, Acacia Sect discovered a universe, cave heaven left by an unknown 8th Order open heaven realm master after their death, which Acacia Sect obtained many benefits from. Didn't you say the cultivators in Acacia territory might have found a place to hide all these years? It's been surmised that they have been hiding inside that universe cave heaven and somehow managed to seal its entrance, which is why it remains safe until today. But their hiding spot has now been exposed, which is why they are now under siege." He continued, "It's not that the Black Ink clan doesn't want to deal with them, but it isn't an easy task to break open a universe cave heaven's portal from the outside without appropriate skills. Of course, the Black Ink clan can still do it, but it will take them some time. Also, us receiving this news should also be the Black Ink clan's doing. Junior brother, you were right when you said they were planning to strike at the reinforcements. However, their target is not the various armies from the great territory battlefields, but the roaming hunters who have snuck into their territory." A short pause later, he elaborated, "There are many human masters that are either unwilling to be governed or are simply not used to functioning in an army and working with others, so they choose to become roaming hunters instead and sneak deep into the great territories that the Black Ink clan controls. Over the years, the hunters have attacked and killed many Black Ink clansmen, and traces of them can be found in many great territories. There are indeed many Black Ink clansmen, but most of them are busy battling the human race army. So, those roaming hunters take the chance to cause chaos behind the Black Ink clan's lines by destroying Black Ink nests and raiding their supply lines. The Black Ink clan is clearly frustrated with this, and besieging those in Acacia territory is a good opportunity to attract large numbers of hunters over. They want to clean up as many of them as possible with this one move. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5531. I'll head over there myself. It wasn't the first time Yang Kai had heard of hunters. They were human masters who didn't join the main army on the front lines for all sorts of reasons, and would instead form small groups or even act alone to sneak into the great territories that the Black Ink clan had taken over. Then, they would seek opportunities to do damage. Most of them were proud of their great strength or had some unruliness in their personalities, which was why they didn't like the strict regulations of the army. Hunters generally acted in very small numbers, so they lived dangerous lives where the threat of being wiped out was quite high. However, while the risks were high, the rewards were too. The favorite activity for hunters was destroying black ink nests. If they could bring back proof of them destroying a black ink nest to any of the great territory battlefields, they would receive a massive amount of military merits. Once they had military merits, they could use them to exchange for cultivation resources or other benefits. At this moment, there were quite a lot of hunters roaming around outside, and as time passed, even more cultivators joined them. Everyone had their own way of living, so if they dove into the great territories controlled by the Black Ink clan and caused chaos, it could still be considered contributing to the war effort. Therefore, not only didn't the Supreme Headquarters restrict such people, but they even richly rewarded the hunters whenever they succeeded. Strictly speaking, Xianxia's actions before coming here were the standard behavior of a hunter. Of course, what he accomplished was far beyond what any team of hunters could dream to achieve. He alone had caused chaos at the no-return pass and then retreated safely. That was a feat no other human could replicate. The hunters' actions were indeed dangerous, as they were moving around the Black Ink clan's territory. After all, once their whereabouts were exposed, they would be targeted by many Black Ink clansmen and would have difficulty escaping. However, narrow escapes were not that frequent. Hunters weren't foolish enough to sacrifice their lives for nothing, so as long as they acted prudently, they would be able to steer clear of trouble. After that, it was simply a matter of luck whether they survived or not. Moreover, as Wei Junyang just mentioned, most of the powerful Black Ink clansmen were busy battling human race masters on the front lines, so there weren't many just sitting behind and guarding their territory. The Black Ink clan had taken over many great territories, but there were only so many innate territory lords. This meant that they couldn't guard every territory they had, making it possible for the hunters to sneak in and hit low-rank Black Ink nests before making their escape, never having to face any true masters. With fewer people, the hunters could more easily find places to hide after they achieved their objectives, which was why the Black Ink clan found it so hard to deal with them. Such situations enraged the Black Ink clan, which caused them to hate hunters to the core. Besieging the cultivators trapped in Acacia territory was a good chance for them to attract many hunters over. The Black Ink clan was planning to use this opportunity to wipe out the hidden dangers in their territories so that they could focus more of their attention on battling the main human force. After listening to Wei Junyang's explanation, Xianxia failed to stifle his laughter as he asked, "Senior brother Wei, have you known this since the beginning?" Wei Junyang smiled. "Junior brother, please forgive us. This was all senior brother Xiang's plan and the final test given to you by the Supreme Headquarters." Feeling speechless, Xianxia asked, "What would happen if I didn't realize all this?" Wei Junyang smiled apologetically. "Senior brother Xiang hasn't gone far, and the news of appointing junior brother as army commander hasn't been announced to the army yet." In other words, if Xianxia wasn't able to see the bigger picture and accurately assess the situation, Xianxia might have returned to take back the army commander token. When Xianxia heard that, he rolled his eyes. "Fortunately, the news of my appointment has yet to be announced to the entire army. Although I'm young, I would like to keep some face. These old farts simply won't act their age." He didn't bother with these things, though, because he understood that it was normal for these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to have some reservations. The army commander of the Profound Nether Army was an important and powerful position which could affect the direction of their future battles and the lives of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the human race army. So, of course, they would act cautiously. Moreover, there was also no fault in the Supreme Headquarters giving out a final test. In reality, the test was relatively simple, because anyone with half-decent intelligence could think of such things. Only a ruffian like Ouyang Lai wouldn't bother thinking things through like this. Thinking so, Xianxia snuck a glance at Ouyang Lai, and as he had expected, the latter seemed to be lost in his thoughts, giving Xianxia a sense of intellectual superiority. Wei Junyang then turned serious. Since junior brother Yang has seen through the Black Ink clan's intentions, it proves that we old folks have made the right choice. Still, The matter of Acacia territory needs to be dealt with as soon as possible, so please propose a plan of action. Xianxia nodded. The other battlefields are in the midst of heavy fighting, so for now, only profound nether territory can send out troops. Since the Supreme Headquarters has entrusted us with this task, we must complete it perfectly. This was his first mission after he was appointed the Profound Nether Army's army commander, so it was of utmost importance for Xianxia. Moreover, with a large number of humans still trapped outside, even if Xianxia was still all on his own, he would have tried to find a way to save them. Senior brothers, do any of you have a plan in mind? Xianxia glanced around. Kong Chung quickly said, since the Black Ink clan intends to deal with the hunters, there must be at least a few territory lords hiding in Acacia territory. Although we don't have solid intelligence from the hunters, I suspect there to be between 3 and 5 territory lords lying in ambush. The hunters weren't weak, and though there weren't any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them, 7th Order Masters weren't lacking. Feudal lords could defeat 7th Order Masters in greater numbers, but killing them was another matter. The Black Ink clan's only option was to have the territory lords move if they wanted this thing to be settled conclusively. 3 to 5 territory lords standing guard in Acacia territory could be said to be an extremely secure arrangement. Of course, the number might be different, but this estimate shouldn't be too far off. The arrangement of territory lords wasn't without consideration because the Black Ink clan needed a lot of territory lords to oversee the main battlefield in order to ensure that they had maintained the upper hand when fighting against the human race army. In addition, territory lords who were heavily injured after battling the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be sent back to the No Return Pass to sink into dormancy inside Black Ink Nest to heal more rapidly. Therefore, although the number of territory lords on the whole exceeded the number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and they had the upper hand when fighting against the human race army, the human race's situation hadn't worsened to the point where they didn't stand a chance against the enemy. Now that Xianxia had brought back a huge amount of yellow and blue crystals and given out 10 great sun and moon marks, the human situation would only become better. Fei Yongzhe spoke up. Let's plan for the worst. If Acacia territory has 5 territory lords standing guard, we would have to dispatch 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters if we want to rescue the trapped cultivators. 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That wasn't a small number, especially when all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Profound Nether territory were overseeing important sections of the front lines and couldn't be easily transferred. However, only by dispatching 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could they be sure they could suppress 5 innate territory lords. Sending 8 was also a precaution against the enemy having deployed more than 5 territory lords. Though the mission to rescue the cultivators trapped in Acacia territory didn't seem difficult, it wasn't an easy mission to execute. Moreover, Xianxia looked at the crowd of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him and noticed that they each had varying degrees of injuries. The previous battle was only about 10 days ago, so these 8th Order Masters hadn't even gotten a chance to heal yet, which meant they could not exert their full strength at the moment. The territory lords in Profound Nether territory didn't fare much better, so they weren't a pressing concern, but the territory lords in Acacia territory would all be in peak condition. Wei Junyang was clear about this too, so he proposed, perhaps we can ask the divine spirits for help. In its current condition, it would be difficult for the Profound Nether army to carry out this rescue mission on its own. Therefore, they could only ask others for help. Hearing this, though, Xianxia shook his head. The divine spirits might not be able to help us. Xianxia frowned. How can you say that before trying? Xianxia answered, if the divine spirits could help us, Senior Brother Xiang would have told us beforehand. But since he didn't, that could only mean that the divine spirits are also all battling the enemy on the various battlefields. What's more, a few days ago, the Supreme Headquarters even dispatched the batch of divine spirits Tao Wu belonged to, which means that the other battlefields need extra help as well. If it weren't their last resort, the Supreme Headquarters wouldn't have sent the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Hence, even if the Profound Nether Army asked for help, the Supreme Headquarters might not be able to mobilize any manpower for them. In contrast with the trapped cultivators in the Acacia territory, the Great Territory battlefields were more important at the moment. If the Supreme Headquarters had to make a choice, they would rather ensure the safety of the front lines rather than save those trapped cultivators. Makes sense. Wei Junyang nodded. At first, he thought it wouldn't be much of a difficult task to save those trapped cultivators in Acacia territory, but now that he thought more deeply about the situation, this matter was indeed a difficult task to complete. Instantly, they were dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. It seemed like the Supreme Headquarters had given Profound Nether Territory a tough mission. Could this also be a test for Yang Kai after being appointed as an army commander? After everyone fell silent, Yang Kai stood up and announced with a determined expression, "I'll head over myself." The crowd of 8th Order Masters was shocked, and Fei Yongzhe was taken aback. "Junior brother, are you really going to Acacia territory by yourself?" Yang Kai nodded. "We have no other options besides this." Profound Nether Territory couldn't dispatch 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at once, and they couldn't ask the Divine Spirits for help. So after careful consideration, Yang Kai decided that acting alone was the best course of action. Kong Chengda quickly objected. "Junior brother, you can't. You're now the army commander of the Profound Nether Army. So how could you risk your safety? Moreover, what will happen to Profound Nether Territory after you leave?" This statement just made Yang Kai burst out laughing. "Senior brother Kong, your words are exaggerated. This junior brother has just been appointed to the Profound Nether Army's army commander position. But before now, when have I not been roaming around the dangerous territories? Since I was able to safely cross those territories back then, why can't I do the same now?" No matter how dangerous Acacia territory was, could it be any more dangerous than the No Return Pass? Yang Kai had safely returned from the very heart of the Black Ink Clan's headquarters, so a trivial Acacia territory was nothing to him. Moreover, before I was appointed, senior brothers and sister have kept Profound Nether Territory well organized, so there's no way that you all won't be able to do the same without me. The Black Ink Clan here has just suffered a heavy defeat and lost 3 territory lords, so there won't be any huge battles in Profound Nether Territory for at least a few years. Without giving them a chance to talk, Yang Kai concluded, "It's settled then. I will personally take a trip to Acacia territory, and once I leave, I must ask senior brothers and sister to guard Profound Nether Territory. This is also the first order I issue after being appointed as army commander." Since he had put it that way, what could the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters possibly say? But after careful consideration, it did seem like Yang Kai personally moving was the best option they had. No longer trying to stop Yang Kai, Wei Junyang said, "How many troops do you intend to bring, junior brother?" Yang Kai answered, "I don't need too many. How about this? I'll bring the original members of Dawn. That should be enough." Martial Peak, Chapter 5532, Brains and Brawn. When the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters saw Yang Kai's enthusiastic state, they felt some lamentation and shame. They were lamenting because the younger generation was growing so fast. Though Yang Kai was the only youngster with a high position now, others from his generation had begun showing their talents on the battlefield and would soon rise up. These juniors who had shown their brilliance on the battlefield were the future of the human race and were the reason the 9th Order old ancestors sacrificed themselves to pave the way forward for them. As for why they felt ashamed, it was because these old fellows couldn't help Yang Kai. After calming his thoughts, Wei Junyang spoke. "Since you've made your mind up, we won't try to dissuade you, but you must remember that you're now an army commander. So if you find yourself in a dire situation, you must ensure your own safety first." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded heavily. "Junior brother, when will you leave?" "Immediately." Wei Junyang raised his hand and summoned his universe chart. Then he moved his hands to display an image of the void. There are 3 territory gates that lead to different great territories in Profound Nether Territory. Junior brother can quietly exit through here. While he spoke, he reached out and pointed at one of the territory gates. One of the 3 territory gates was guarded by the human race, so that they had somewhere to retreat if they lost the war. Another one had been taken over by the Black Ink Clan, while the last one was still unclaimed. However, both sides had set up camps there to prepare for any spontaneous battles. The territory gate Wei Junyang was referring to was that third gate. Although the human race couldn't claim that territory gate, they could absolutely find a way to send Yang Kai and a small team through the portal. A minor battle would be enough of a distraction to slip through the territory gate. However, Yang Kai instead asked, which territory gate is the nearest to Acacia territory? Going through different territory gates meant they would have to take different routes. Sometimes a slight difference might mean they had to cross several additional great territories to get to their destination. Wei Junyang studied the 3 territory gates before pointing to the territory gate being guarded by the Black Ink clan. This one. He was then slightly stunned and asked, "Junior brother, don't tell me you want to go through this one." Yang Kai replied, "There's no time to waste, so we naturally have to take the fastest route possible." "Nonsense," Fei Yong Zhe reprimanded. "The Black Ink clan army's main camp is there. How are you going to pass by them? If you get surrounded, you'll die." Smiling, Yang Kai assured him, "That's why I need the profound Nether Army's help." Wei Junyang thought about it and asked, "You want the profound Nether Army to pressure the Black Ink clan? Aren't you afraid they might suddenly rise up and attack you?" Yang Kai explained, "I just killed 3 territory lords a few days ago, so the Black Ink clan is definitely paying more attention to me. Now that I'm overseeing profound Nether territory, those territory lords might be feeling on the edge, wondering which one of them would be next. Senior brothers, place yourselves in the territory lord's shoes. If I suddenly try to leave this great territory, would you give your all to stop me? Or just let me pass?" Fei Yongzhe was about to continue reprimanding Yang Kai, but hearing this question, he frowned and hummed for a moment. The other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were looking at each other. Eventually, Wei Junyang spoke up. "If Junior Brother is the only one leaving, of course, they would pick up a fight because the ability you displayed is too shocking, so the Black Ink clan naturally wants to get rid of you. If you give them the opportunity, why wouldn't they take it? But if you add the profound Nether Army, that is another story. Would the Black Ink clan really make things difficult?" Originally, the Black Ink clan here had the upper hand and almost seized profound Nether territory completely, but Yang Kai appeared and foiled their plans. The Black Ink clan would naturally be wary of a master like Yang Kai, who could easily kill territory lords like they were random chickens or dogs. Therefore, if such a master wanted to leave profound Nether territory, it would be great news for the territory lords. So, the Black Ink clan might really not stop him, but welcome him leaving. Such a plan might sound far-fetched, but after careful consideration, it seemed there was quite a lot of space for maneuvering. At that instant, Wei Junyang looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression and remembered how Yang Lai had joked that Yang Kai should be called Big Head Yang. The next generation was very admirable indeed. If one only had brawn, but no brains, they would be nothing more than a ruffian. However, like Yang Kai, people with brains and brawn were the bane of the Black Ink clan. "It's also fine if they don't let us pass. We can just start another battle." Yang Kai beamed. "If they still aren't afraid of me, I'll just kill another 3 territory lords. There are only so many territory lords here, so they will have to let us pass sooner or later." Yang Lai felt his blood boiling when he heard that. "I agree. If we really start a battle, I'll be the vanguard." Wei Junyang glared at him before looking at Yang Kai. "Even if the Black Ink clan are willing to let you pass, isn't your departure the same as telling the Black Ink clan that their biggest concern is left and that they can start another war without fear while you're gone?" Although the human race wasn't afraid to start another battle, they had suffered a significant loss during the last one and still needed time to recuperate. Yang Kai answered, "They won't have the guts to do that. Since I can leave profound Nether territory, I can return as well. How can they rest assured that I've really left? If they see me leave right in front of them, they will only become even more cautious because if they start another battle, they will have to worry about me attacking them from behind." After a short pause, he continued, "Moreover, it doesn't matter if another battle happens. I've already distributed many small stone ray soldiers to the others. I must say, the idea of treating the small stone race as artifacts to be refined rather than beasts to tame is quite ingenious. With their addition, The profound Nether Army's capabilities are much stronger than they were before. The small stone race was a sharp tool when used to deal with the Black Ink clan. The only problem was that they had very low sentience and were hard to control. Many times, the small stone race ran off after killing all the enemies. Those with quick reflexes could capture some of them, but those who weren't quick enough could only watch as they ran away. When Xianxia first began giving out the small stone race soldiers, he told others to try using beast taming techniques to control them. Although the method worked, the results weren't very good. It wasn't until one day when an open heaven realm master tried treating them like artifacts that a new method was discovered. Using this method to refine small stone ray soldiers was far more efficient than using a beast taming technique, because this was far easier for most cultivators. By spreading this method, many more small stone ray soldiers could be better controlled to kill the enemy and then be brought back after the battle. After all, not every cultivator knew beast taming techniques, but everyone knew how to refine an artifact. This methodology was now widespread throughout the human race army. Now, all humans would use similar techniques to control the small stone race soldiers. The open heaven realm master who discovered this method was praised and rewarded heavily by the supreme headquarters, which made him the envy of many. Xianxia currently only had a single army of Great Sun small stone race and another of Great Moon small stone race on hand, each with 1 million troops. All the others had been distributed to others. The ones he kept with him were his trump card for dealing with a royal lord. There was only one royal lord left, and there was no telling when he would encounter him again, so Xianxia wanted to keep a hidden hand just in case. Although it hadn't been long since their last battle, the soldiers of the profound Nether Army now had several million small stone ray soldiers on hand, so the overall combat power of the army had only increased, not decreased. If they did start another large-scale battle, the humans of profound Nether territory wouldn't have to be wary of the Black Ink clan. Inside the main conference hall, all the 8th Order masters looked at each other and kept silent. Xianxia had made a clear and concise argument to persuade them, so they had nothing more to say. Seeing that the others were silent, Xianxia announced, "This matter is settled then. Pass down my order. The center outpost frontline soldiers are to form up and advance towards the Black Ink clan's main camp." All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood up and bellowed, "Yes, sir." Soon, the 8th Order Masters dispersed and returned to the frontline universe fragments where Xianxia's orders were relayed, and all 200,000 recuperating soldiers moved out. When news of their operation got out, a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters overseeing the auxiliary fronts were shocked. Is there something going on at the front line? Didn't the battle there end recently? They went and asked around, and in the end, they were told this was an order from the newly appointed Army Commander Xianxia. It was only then that those 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the auxiliary fronts found out that the profound Nether Army had a new Army Commander. That was because the news of Xianxia being appointed as Army Commander hadn't been announced yet. Now, this matter has caused a stir among the army. They said a new broom sweeps clean, and the new broom, called Xianxia, was so good at cleaning that he was thinking of cleaning out the Black Ink clan. At that instant, some people were worried while some were excited. The masters from the auxiliary fronts could only cooperate with those at the front lines, so they relayed their orders. All the auxiliary front soldiers also began preparing for battle, increasing the army's momentum. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan were shocked. They had lost 3 territory lords last time, and they only had a limited number of territory lords at the front line. So not only was their army's combat power weakened, but the territory lords were now hiding inside their base camp. The scene of that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master killing 3 territory lords was still fresh in their memories, and every territory lord was wary of him. Therefore, they didn't dare take any impulsive actions before they could figure out how to deal with that 8th Order human. During that last battle, the Black Ink clan suffered significant losses, but the humans didn't fare much better. Everyone thought both sides would pause and rest for at least a few years, but now the humans were making such a big move within less than half a month. Did the humans get more reinforcements? All the territory lords appeared and observed the situation, but when they discovered that the human race army was really preparing for war, they all felt worried. Though they couldn't figure out what was happening, since the humans were gathering their troops, it was obvious that they were planning to attack. At the same time, inside the main conference hall, Xianxia sat alone while lost in thought, feeling like he was forgetting something. After careful thinking, he discovered that he was now an army commander but didn't have an adjutant. Before, no matter whether it was Xianxia or any of the other army commanders, they all had adjutants, which made it easier for them to relay their orders. After all, it was impossible for people in high positions to do everything themselves. Profound Nether Army wouldn't assign him with an adjutant, as such people were usually the army commander's most trusted associate. Xianxia didn't have any potential candidates in mind, but he wasn't in a hurry either. This matter would have to wait until he was back from Acacia territory. Xianxia was a good option. While she was the head manager for High Haven Palace, not only had she managed High Heaven Palace well, but also the Star Boundary by extension. She was an exceptionally meticulous woman and was perfect for the role of an adjutant. It was a pity that the head manager still needed to oversee High Heaven Palace and had no time to spare. Martial Peak, Chapter 5533, The Next Generation Replaces the Previous. With the mass mobilization of the human race army in the profound Nether territory, the originally peaceful battlefield became chaotic again. Not only were the Black Ink clan caught off guard by this movement, but the human soldiers were also surprised. Both sides thought that after the previous battle there would be a long break before the next round of fighting, but it had only been a dozen days or so, and the humans were already planning something big. More than 200,000 human soldiers moved out and headed for the Black Ink clan's base camp. Meanwhile, all the humans from each auxiliary front were also deploying to put pressure on the enemy. One day later, warships carrying the human race army formed up just 10 million kilometers from the Black Ink clan's main base. There was high and low drumming coming from each warship, fueling the army's momentum. Kill! 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 War! 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 The human soldiers roared together, almost shaking the entire profound Nether territory. Although the soldiers were surprised about this sudden mobilization, now that they were here, they were determined to fight the Black Ink clan to the death. On the Black Ink clan side, their army was also standing by with the territory lords standing in the forefront, looking quite gloomy as they felt humiliated. During the several dozen years of war in profound Nether territory, this was the first time the humans had arrived at their doorstep. They were usually the ones who initiated the battles, with the humans always defending or at most counterattacking, never venturing deep into their territory. This was where the Black Ink clan's main base was located, so they couldn't stand such provocation from the humans. If they hadn't been wary of the 8th Order Master who had suddenly appeared that day, the territory lords would have ordered their army to attack already. When had the Black Ink clan ever been wary of humans? However, even the strongest territory lords couldn't help but tremble when thinking about that strange 8th Order human master. That man used less than a half cup of tea's time to kill 3 innate territory lords. They had never witnessed such a thing before, but what shocked the territory lords even more was that this wasn't the first time this 8th Order human had killed territory lords like this. According to the intelligence they received from the No Return Pass, the human had caused a huge commotion at the No Return Pass. He had attacked twice and killed 3 territory lords right under the royal lord's nose. Moreover, he had destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nests. Even the powerful, innate territory lords were like children before this human. When that news arrived, the territory lords in profound Nether territory couldn't believe their ears. Killing territory lords and destroying high-rank Black Ink nests was one thing, but to be able to do so in the presence of a royal lord was an entirely different matter. What's more, even the royal lord himself couldn't stop that human. The intel they received stated that this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could control a massive small stone race army and use it to summon an extraordinarily massive explosion of purifying light. When that human charged through the No Return Pass, he unleashed that burst of purifying light to engulf the royal lord and a dozen territory lords, causing the latter to all fall to the feudal lord realm. Those territory lords were still recuperating inside high-rank Black Ink nests now, but it was unknown if they could ever restore their full strength again. This human was a terrifying opponent. No territory lord would dare to make a move without first determining where this human was. That was why the territory lords didn't dare to act rashly despite the human race army pressing in and openly provoking them. They were afraid that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master might be hiding among the soldiers, seeking a chance to sneak attack them. There were more territory lords than Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but that didn't mean the territory lords would just let themselves be butchered by that human. While the territory lords were searching for Xianxia just sent out a message from inside the main conference hall. Meanwhile, among the human race army was a warship transformed from Bai Shi's soul clone. Yu Rumeng took out a communication bead, checked the message inside, and gnashed her teeth. That smelly man is abandoning us again. All the madams were shocked, with Su Yin quickly asking, "Where's he going?" Yu Rumeng shook her head. "I'm not sure. He only said he would be heading out and will be back soon. Also, he asked that we not worry and wait for his return." Although his wives were angry about Xianxia's departure, they were stuck in an urgent situation where a major battle might break out at any moment. Therefore, they could only force this issue from their minds and focus on the matter at hand. Inside the main conference hall, Xianxia had finished sending his message and tried to link his mind with the old tree. Instantly, the void shook and Xianxia appeared beside the world tree located in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Looking up at the giant canopy, Xianxia was shocked because even though it had only been a few years, there was a significant change to the old tree. When he came here last, many of the world fruits on the old tree were withering, but at least they were still hanging on the branches. This time, there were far fewer world fruits than before, and even the old tree looked sicklier. Xianxia realized that the world fruits on the old tree symbolized the known universe worlds, and if a universe world's grand Tao collapsed, it would be reflected in its world fruit, which would decay and eventually disappear. Over the last few years, countless universe worlds had their grand Taos destroyed and world force stolen, so the situation reflected on the old tree was the loss of many world fruits. Just as Xianxia was looking around, one of the decayed world fruits fell and disintegrated. "Old tree," Xianxia called out softly. The face of the old tree appeared on its trunk, revealing a dark-looking face. It seemed like the old tree had been affected by black ink strength. In a strained voice, he asked, "Is there something you need?" Xianxia nodded. "Old tree, please look into Acacia territory and see if there are any intact universe worlds there." If there were, he could rely on the world tree's power and simply teleport to that existing universe world, saving him much time and effort. Of course, seeing the current state of the world tree, Xianxia knew that chances were slim. The Black Ink clan had taken over the Acacia territory for many years and would definitely not let off any of the universe worlds because, to them, they were the most delicious delicacies. Furthermore, Xianxia had already refined and collected every universe world that could be saved. Nonetheless, he came here intending to just give it a try. Unfortunately, as he had expected, the old tree said, at this moment, besides the great territory battlefields that are being occupied by humans and the great territories behind them, there are no more living universe worlds in the other great territories. Since Xianxia had expected that answer, he nodded. "I'm sorry to trouble you, old tree." Calming himself, Xianxia linked his mind with the universe world in profound nether territory and took a step forward, immediately finding himself standing above that universe world. There are still a few universe worlds in profound nether territory that had survived. However, if this was the situation in profound nether territory, it meant the other great territories would be in the same situation. After all, there were still humans stationed there. Therefore, the Black Ink clan would have to defeat the human race army before consuming the entire great territory. Sighing, Xianxia moved back to the main conference hall, where he found a distinct-looking warship, Dawning Light. At this moment, a group of people standing on Dawning Light's deck had their heads turned to face the main conference hall. They were the members of Dawn Squad. Dawn was part of the Great Evolution Army, so when it was dissolved, Dawn naturally joined the profound Nether Army. However, Dawn had been assigned to one of the auxiliary fronts rather than the main battlefield. Xianxia had been so busy these days that he didn't have time to visit his old friends. Now, Dawn's squad came. They had received transfer orders and came here to receive their next assignment, but their higher-ups didn't tell them who they would be getting orders from. While they were looking around, a figure suddenly appeared on the deck. Everyone turned to look at the figure, and the few in front were overjoyed and called out, "Squad leader!" Xianxia looked at them and saw Feng Ying in the lead. Then he saw Shin Ao and Bai Yi, as well as Blood Crow and Miao Fei Ping, followed by over a dozen unfamiliar faces. Not recognizing many of the faces here, Xianxia fell into a slight trance. Aboard this very warship, he had previously fought side by side with Ning Qizhi, Chitai Chu, and many others. Later, Renbing Bai and Yu Ziyu joined Dawn, followed by Blood Crow, Zhang Yang. But now, many of those people were gone. Many 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had fallen, and even more in the 5th Order and 6th Order had died. There were only a dozen or so familiar faces among the entire Dawn squad. The human race had fought 3 huge wars, so even a special operations squad composed of the strongest elites below the 8th Order like Dawn had been reduced to this state. From this alone, it was easy to imagine just how heavy the human race's losses had been over the past 600 or so years. Dawn could even be considered quite lucky because it still existed, though many newcomers had replaced the old members. Back in the day, there were 4 special operations squads in the Great Evolution Army. Xianxia's Dawn Squad, Chai Feng's Old Turtle Squad, Yao Kongcheng's Snow Wolf Squad, and Ma Gao's Profound Wind Squad. But now only Dawn remained. Yao Kongcheng's Snow Wolf Squad was wiped out by a 9th Order Black Ink Disciple back when the Great Evolution Army attacked the Royal City. Ma Gao's Profound Wind Squad was destroyed during the battle at the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction. Chai Feng's Old Turtle Squad was left with only a few surviving members after the battle in the Barren Territory. Their warship was also destroyed, so they had no choice but to disband. Xianxia sighed. For countless years, generations of humans fell and were replaced by the following generation. No one knew how many elites had died in this never-ending war. And though it seemed like the human race's situation had only gotten worse, Xianxia was confident that the 3,000 worlds would rise from the ashes and would one day wipe out the Black Ink clan. All their efforts today were to ensure they could survive and thrive in the future. Senior Sister Feng, Xianxia nodded lightly at Feng Ying. Feng Ying had advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm before him, so according to standard procedure, she should no longer be a member of Dawn. However, Wei Junyang and the others still called her over, obviously intending for her to assist Xianxia. After all, there were many things an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could do that even an elite squad could not. I heard Junior Brother has broken through to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm and came to profound Nether Territory. I wanted to congratulate you sooner, but the Black Ink clan on the Western Front have been quite active lately, so I couldn't leave. I hope Junior Brother won't blame me for not coming sooner. Xianxia smiled. Senior Sister is too kind. Then he nodded at Shun Ao by E and the other familiar faces before looking at Blood Crow and frowning slightly. It seemed like the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture was indeed incomparable to the heaven-devouring battle law. Xianxia hadn't noticed this before, but now that he took a look at Blood Crow, he saw that though the latter had improved a lot, his aura was unstable, which meant that Blood Crow had faced quite a huge drawback while refining Black Ink Clansmen for his cultivation. Stop refining Black Ink Clansmen, or you might die, Xianxia exhorted. Blood Crow snorted. You haven't died, so how could this king die? While he sounded standoffish, Blood Crow was secretly thinking to himself, this brat's luck is truly astonishing. Back at the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction, the others said he was doomed because a royal lord was chasing him. Just how did he escape such a strong opponent when he was only in the 7th Order back then? Some 600 years had passed since then, but not only had Xianxia returned safely, but he did so as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As for the royal lord who was hunting him back then, no one knew what happened to him. Blood Crow silently snorted. They say good people don't live long, while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. Could that be the truth? Marshall Peak, Chapter 55:34. One warship moves forward. If that is true, I'm quite the scourge as well, so I shouldn't die easily. Blood Crow thought about nonsense, while Yang Kai stopped caring about him. Cultivators had to walk their own martial Dao, and the best Yang Kai could do was remind Blood Crow to be careful. Whether Blood Crow would take his words into account wasn't something Yang Kai could control. He wasn't Blood Crow's elder or ancestor, so he had no right to interfere. Xiao Kai has advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai looked at a cute young woman in surprise and couldn't help nodding. Not bad. Not bad at all. During these years, numerous disciples had left the Void Dao Temple in his small universe. Back on the Black Ink battlefield, several disciples broke through to the Open Heaven Realm. Then, after Yang Kai returned to Voidland, he released some 5,000 more who all broke through to the 6th Order and 7th Order, shocking Mo, Mei, and the others at the time. Among all those disciples from the Void Dao Temple, the one Yang Kai was most familiar with was definitely Miao Fei Ping. Miao Fei Ping was the first to ascend from the Void Dao Temple and break through to the Open Heaven Realm, making him the eldest senior brother of all the cultivators from the Void Dao Temple. In fact, there was still a statue of him in the Dao Temple to motivate the younger generation. Besides him, Yang Kai was most familiar with this young woman called Xiao Kai. Back at Great Evolution Pass, Xiao Kai regularly visited Dawn's station area and helped out. However, anyone could see the helping out was just an excuse, and her real intention was to visit Miao Fei Ping. It seemed like there was some kind of story between Xiao Kai and Miao Fei Ping. In terms of respect, there was only one figure in this young lady's heart, and not even Yang Kai, the Dao Lord, could compare. At this moment, Xiao Kai and Miao Fei Ping were standing side by side and looking at each other affectionately, indicating that they had obviously gotten together. When they saw Yang Kai, Miao Fei Ping and Xiao Kai were also very excited. Ordinary people would find it hard to understand why the cultivators from Void Dao Temple respected Yang Kai so much, but for those who came from the Void Continent, it was different. Dao Lord, Xiao Kai elegantly bowed. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Xiao Kai's aptitude wasn't bad, and could even be said to be extremely high. In fact, all those who could leave the Void Dao Temple and break through to the Open Heaven Realm had outstanding aptitudes. Back then, Xiao Kai was able to break through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm directly, and now she had advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm after a mere 700 years or so. She must have encountered some kind of opportunity, or else it would be impossible for her to grow so quickly. However, Yang Kai didn't ask about it, because the opportunities one obtained were considered private matters. The disappointment in his heart disappeared as he thought that at least Dawn still had over a dozen surviving veteran members. Yang Kai's expression then became serious as he announced, "This time, you will be following me on a mission." Feng Ying asked, "Squad leader, what's our mission?" Yang Kai replied, "We will be heading to Acacia territory. There are a few cultivators trapped there, and our mission is to rescue them." Frowning, Feng Ying asked again, "There are still cultivators trapped in Acacia territory?" She didn't know about this because the Supreme Headquarters had only recently received the news. Though Feng Ying was also a division commander now, she was still new and couldn't get her hands on such news. Yang Kai nodded. "This mission will be quite dangerous, so if any of you don't want to take part, I won't force you to go. If that is your decision, you may leave now." Turning around and looking at everyone, Yang Kai saw that the veteran members of Dawn all looked unperturbed and didn't show any signs of retreating. However, a newly joined 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master spoke up. "Sir, how many troops will be deployed for this mission to Acacia territory?" While looking at him, Yang Kai replied, "Dawn Squad plus me." The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was dumbfounded. How could Yang Kai think to save the humans trapped in Acacia territory with just one squad? Although Dawn was a special operations squad with 50 members, that was still far too few people. Since the Black King clan could surround the cultivators in Acacia territory, it meant there would be quite a lot of them, and there might also be territory lords guarding that place. Looking around, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master saw Xianxia, and the others showed no signs of surprise or disapproval. Instead, they all looked eager to head out. After a short pause, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master spoke up again. Sir, there have been rumors about you killing 3 territory lords on your own during the last battle. Are they true? They are. Despite knowing that it was unlikely that such news was fake, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still shocked when he heard Yang Kai personally admitting it. When had there been an Eighth Order Master strong enough to kill 3 territory lords in a row? The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master had previously seen battles between Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and innate territory lords, but the powerful Eighth Order Masters never got the upper hand, which showed how strong innate territory lords were. Yet now, 3 such powerful innate territory lords died in one battle, and they were all killed by the same man. Xianxia laughed while patting that Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master's shoulder. Old Ho, back when our squad leader was in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, he had teamed up with Junior Sister by E and killed a territory lord. Now that he's an Eighth Order Master, so there's nothing unusual about him killing a few territory lords. Meanwhile, Bai didn't say anything as she silently noted that territory lord was already half crippled, which is why Yang Kai and I were able to kill him. If it had been a territory lord in his prime, Yang Kai and I might not have returned alive that day. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, surnamed Ho, chuckled wryly, as this wasn't the first time he heard Xianxia mention this matter. A Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master killing a territory lord was indeed an impressive feat, but the territory lord from the Black Ink battlefield were entirely different from the innate territory lords of today. The current innate territory lords possessed extremely high strength because they had sacrificed all their future potential for immediate power. Despite there being many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the human race army, less than 10 of them could kill an innate territory lord in a one-on-one fight. Old Ho had previously heard a lot about Yang Kai, and after he joined Dawn, Xianxia and the others had regaled him with many heroic stories of the past. Those veteran Dawn members respected Yang Kai to the extreme, now that he also had the chance to fight alongside the original squad leader of Dawn. The Seventh Order Master suddenly began looking forward to this mission. He thus cupped his fist and quickly said, "I am willing to follow you and obey your commands, sir." "We are willing to follow you and obey your commands, sir." The crowd vowed in unison. Yang Kai looked around and nodded in satisfaction. "Good, let's go." The crowd dispersed and took their stations. Soon, dawning light turned into a ray of light and shot towards the depths of the void. At the Black Ink Clan's base camp, large numbers of Black Ink Clan soldiers were frantically moving about, forming a line of defense. The human race army, suddenly moving against them, had caught them off guard. What further confused the territory lords, though, was that the humans didn't take advantage of this opening to start a battle, and instead just stayed outside while acting like they would strike at any moment. Such a situation, where the enemy didn't attack or retreat, made the territory lords feel very uncomfortable. If they weren't wary of that particular Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, they wouldn't need to suffer such humiliation. However, that Eighth Order human still hadn't shown up, and no one knew where he was. The territory lords were constantly sweeping the surroundings with their divine senses, trying to seek out his whereabouts. While the territory lords were in doubt, though, it seemed like someone with high authority had arrived. The human army separated to the left and right, and a warship larger than an ordinary squad-class warship suddenly appeared before the territory lord's eyes. That warship was charging straight at the Black Ink Clan's base camp, without any intention of turning around or stopping. What was even more shocking to the territory lords was that they saw a familiar figure standing on the deck of the incoming warship. It was that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the one who killed 3 territory lords in the last battle. They thought he had been hiding in the dark, but they never expected that he wasn't even here in the first place. At this moment, he was standing aboard a warship, looking down on them with insufferable arrogance. The territory lords were furious as they suddenly had a feeling of being humiliated and felt vexed. Somewhere among the huge human fleet, atop a warship transformed from Baishi's soul clone, Yuhi's sharp eyes spotted something, and she pointed in that direction while yelling in shock. "Madams, young master is over there." All the women aboard the ship looked over and saw the scene of Yang Kai coming over aboard Dawning Light. Yuru Meng frowned. "What's he doing?" The two armies were in a situation where they might start a war at any moment. So how could his warship charge straight for the Black Ink Clan's base camp, all on its own? Thinking back to the message Yang Kai had sent her just before, Yuru Meng felt confused. As Dawning Light continued forward, Yuru Meng and the others felt their hearts tighten. Dawning Light had completely separated from the human race army at this point and continued sailing ahead alone. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they met the Black Ink Clan army. If the Black Ink Clan army attacked them at that point, would their husbands still be alive? That bastard, Yuru Meng, was furious. That smelly man never considers us when doing things. Kill, kill, kill. War, war, war. The human race army hadn't stopped chanting even now, their voices shaking the surroundings. Added to the full might of the human race army assembled here, the Black Ink Clan couldn't help shivering slightly. At that moment, if any of the Eighth Order Masters ordered an attack, the human race army would bravely charge forward. The war was about to begin. Dawning Light continued to move forward, confusing not only Yuru Meng and Yang Kai's other wives, but also the rest of the humans and the Black Ink Clan. The two clans had been battling each other for so long, but this was the first time a situation like this had appeared, so the territory lords also couldn't figure out what was going on. However, they had to admit that Yang Kai's appearance had attracted every Black Ink Clansman's attention. The invisible pressure formed from all the gazes focused on Yang Kai was so strong that it almost warped the void. Atop Dawning Light, one of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt his legs trembling as he looked at the Sixth Order Master beside him with a bitter expression. "Senior brother, I'm almost at my limit." With so many territory lords releasing their invisible pressure towards them, the force wasn't something a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him could resist, even if it were still a large distance away. That Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master also looked pale, but he still encouraged the junior brother. "Junior brother, you have to believe in yourself. You can do it. Just hold on as long as you can." The two armies are now facing each other. So if we fall here, we will be embarrassing the entire human race while giving the Black Ink Clan something to laugh about. When the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master heard that, he instantly gritted his teeth and said, "I understand, senior brother. We may shed blood and die in battle, but we will never surrender." Following his low shout, he slowly straightened his legs, but he was still trembling while sweating profusely. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master noticed that and gritted his teeth as well, trying to hold on as long as he could while feeling confused. Yang Kai said they were heading to Acacia territory to save the humans trapped there, so why did he bring Dawn to the front lines of an impending battle? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5535, Six Arms. After moving forward for a while longer, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and exuded his might, just as those Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could no longer resist the Territory Lord's might. At that instant, the terrifying pressure was like snow meeting the sun, gently melting away. This foray to the Black Ink Clan's base camp was not only about passing through the Black Ink Clan's territory, but also a type of message. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't activate the protective measures on Dawning Light, leaving it in a completely exposed state. Seeing Yang Kai easily ward off the Territory Lord's pressure, the humans became even more motivated and chanted even louder. Meanwhile, the Territory Lords all looked gloomy. That Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master is indeed too powerful. No wonder he was able to escape from the Royal Lord's grasp. Dawning Light continued to move forward and stopped just 3 million kilometers away from the Black Ink Clan army. To powerful, innate territory lords and Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, such a distance could already be considered meeting each other face to face because they were within striking distance of ordinary secret techniques. Any sudden movement from either side could set off a great battle between the two clans. During all of the previous clashes, there hadn't been anyone brave enough to take such actions when both armies were facing each other, because it was equivalent to courting death. If the humans had provoked the Black Ink clan to this extent, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have endured it and would have simply attacked. But now, even when Dawning Light was sitting alone right in front of the Black Ink clan army, the Black Ink clan still didn't move. Meanwhile, all the members aboard Dawning Light were nervous and excited. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe that one man could deter the entire Black Ink clan alone. The cultivator surnamed Ho was even more shocked. He was a new member who had joined Dawn only a few decades ago and had heard many anecdotes about Xianxia from Xianxia. He used to think that the latter was exaggerating, but after following Xianxia here, he discovered that all those stories were real. Not only was the man surnamed Ho excited, but Xianxia and the other veteran members of Dawn were also elated. Every one of them was smiling and had rosy cheeks. During the battle at the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction, Xianxia disappeared while many members of Dawn were either injured or killed. Later, Dawn almost fractured under the weight of their losses in the following wars. Although new members were joining in, it was difficult for Dawn to return to its former glory. That was because Dawn lacked a leader. Now, their leader had returned. This was their first mission, and the first thing Xianxia did was lead Dawn to stand before the entire Black Ink clan army. Under the gazes of both clans, Xianxia and the others didn't feel scared but excited, feeling like they had returned to the days when they followed their squad leader, Xianxia, to kill the enemy. The chants continued to shake the void while both the Black Ink clan and human race army faced off with Dawning Light anchored between them. This scene was meant to be written down in history books, destined to be remembered by all who witnessed it today. Xianxia raised his hand slightly and signaled the humans to quiet down. It was only then that the continuous chants finally ceased. Then, Xianxia strode forward on the deck and looked at the territory lords who were before him with a smile on his face. "Is there a commander among you all?" The territory lords either looked gloomy or ghastly pale, but none of them spoke. While raising an eyebrow, Xianxia asked, "What's wrong? Every one of you is a powerful innate territory lord, so you can't be afraid of me, right? If that is true, you should just return to your source domain, as there's no need to embarrass yourselves here." The territory lords naturally couldn't stand such provocative words and immediately began cursing Xianxia from all directions. However, Xianxia turned a deaf ear and looked around, sneering, "I will remember all of you who cursed at me. You will be the ones I deal with first." Immediately, the roars of indignation and curses stopped. If another Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had made such a threat, the territory lords wouldn't have taken it to heart, because they weren't wary of Eighth Order humans in general. But Xianxia's record of killing 3 territory lords was still fresh in their minds, so they didn't dare to ignore his threats. The war between the human race and the Black Ink clan was ongoing, so if any one of those territory lords found themselves alone while being targeted by Xianxia, they would almost certainly die. It was also impossible for them to always move together. Therefore, the Black Ink clan's already weak momentum was dampened even further with just a few words from Xianxia. Only then did one territory lord with several long arms step forward from the crowd. There was a straight almond-shaped mark on his forehead, making him look quite strange. He was originally unwilling to speak with Xianxia because he knew and had experienced how cunning humans could be. His way of thinking was simple. When dealing with humans, it was best to just kill them. No matter what the humans said or did, the solution to any matter was to fight. But if he didn't come forward now, the situation would only worsen. Xianxia looked over and observed the territory lord, especially the almond-shaped mark on his forehead. He thought, that mark isn't just some kind of decoration, it carries some sort of powerful means. 6 arms. Back where the human race army stood, Xianxia snorted coldly. He had been battling the Black Ink clan in profound nether territory for a couple dozen years now, so he knew quite a lot about the Black Ink clan's masters here. Though innate territory lords were stronger than ordinary territory lords, there were still differences between them, possibly related to how much of Mo's source chi they possessed. Innate territory lords were spawned directly from black ink nests using Mo's source chi. Therefore, the more source chi used, the stronger that territory lord was. Six Arms was the strongest territory lord in profound nether territory and had severely injured Ouyang during their last battle. Although Ouyang kept bragging to Wei Junyang that he had also caused significant injuries to his opponent, the truth was that Ouyang wounds were much more severe, because while Six Arms was only slightly injured, Ouyang almost lost half his life. Xianxia had previously snuck into profound nether territory and launched a sneak attack on Six Arms while the human race and Black Ink clan armies were locked in combat, but was unsuccessful. Even Xianxia couldn't deal with Six Arms with the element of surprise on his side, which showed how hard it was to deal with this fellow. Hence, Six Arms was indeed the territory lord who could command the Black Ink clan in profound nether territory. Ouyang quickly informed Yang Kai about Six Arms. On the other hand, Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. To be able to survive Xiangshan's sneak attack meant that this territory lord called Six Arms was indeed impressive. If Yang Kai were to compete with Six Arms in terms of pure strength, he might not come out as the winner, as it hadn't been long since Yang Kai advanced to the 8th Order, meaning his heritage was still somewhat weak. However, Yang Kai's biggest advantage when killing territory lords now was his soul-rending thorns. So if it was he who made the sneak attack, he might have succeeded in killing Six Arms. While Yang Kai was observing Six Arms was also observing him. Six Arms had received footage of Yang Kai's attacks on the no-return pass, and was sure that the human before him was the one who caused all that chaos. Not only did this human kill 3 territory lords, but he also destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nests. Six Arms felt his heart sink as he didn't dare to belittle Yang Kai, eventually opening his mouth to shout, "Human, who gave you the guts to provoke us?" Looking around, Yang Kai smiled. "This king came here with only one warship to discuss some matters with you. Does this count as a provocation?" Yang Kai touched his chin and nodded gently. "If you think it is, then so be it. What can all of you do about it? If you want to attack, go ahead. See if this king doesn't beat you senseless." While saying that, Yang Kai had his nose pointed upwards, looking incredibly arrogant. The territory lords were furious, and Six Arms also looked grim after hearing these words. During the years they had battled the humans, they had never been in a disadvantageous position. However, they didn't expect that the momentum they accumulated for so many years would be smashed by a single 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master aboard a lone warship. This human only had one warship with him, but the Black Ink clan was acting like they were facing a powerful enemy. Their behavior was indeed quite embarrassing. Seeing the human side spirits rising even further, Six Arms didn't dare to continue this topic and snorted coldly. The Black Ink clan has previously experienced the human race's sharp tongue, so let's get straight to the point. If you humans want to start a war, the Black Ink clan will gladly accompany you. Yang Kai nodded. "Good, let's get straight to the point. I came here today with only the intention of discussing something with you all, not to start a fight. Your side suffered quite a huge loss after the last battle, so you should take some time to recuperate. We humans have always been generous and would never bully the weak just because we're strong." Meanwhile, Six Arms looked at Yang Kai with a blank expression, thinking that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. They don't want to start a battle? The human race army is already at our doorstep. How can that not be counted as wanting to start a war? If the humans didn't want to start a battle, the human race army wouldn't be standing here. Moreover, the situation in profound nether territory today was that the humans were weaker than the Black Ink clan. Therefore, Six Arms didn't know where this 8th Order Master found the courage to say that the humans wouldn't bully the weak. Shameless as well as arrogant. That was the first impression Six Arms had about Yang Kai. "What do you want to discuss?" Six Arms asked. "If you want the Black Ink clan to retreat, that is not up for discussion." Shaking his head, Yang Kai replied, "I naturally wouldn't ask you to retreat. The Black Ink clan in profound nether territory have killed so many of my fellow comrades. So who would I seek revenge on if you guys ran away? No, you must stay and not leave, so that someday The profound Nether Army can kill all of you. Six Arms frowned. If you came here just to taunt us, I don't see the need to continue this conversation. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists. My apologies. My murderous intent was provoked by your words, and I've forgotten my original intentions. This king came here today to ask that you grant us easement. Grant easement? Six Arms looked confused. What do you mean? Grant what easement? Does the Black Ink clan have an easement to grant? Not only was Six Arms baffled, but the humans were also confused. As this was a decision made after private discussion, only a few higher-ups knew the whole story, while the ordinary soldiers had no information at all. Moreover, the news of Yang Kai being appointed as the army commander of the profound Nether Army hadn't been released yet either. Just as they were feeling confused, they heard Yang Kai continue. I want to leave profound Nether territory through that portal. While saying so, Yang Kai pointed at the territory gate behind the Black Ink clan's base camp. Once he said that, both the humans and Black Ink clan were shocked and finally realized what Yang Kai was referring to when asking to be granted an easement. They were purely asking for easement because that territory gate was under the Black Ink clan's control. So if the Black Ink clan was reluctant to let them pass, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to get past, no matter how strong he was. However, many were dazedly looking at Yang Kai while secretly exclaiming, has he gone mad? How can he discuss such a thing with the Black Ink clan? Isn't this the same as humiliating them? If the Black Ink clan are determined not to yield, it will be impossible for them to agree to this. In fact, there were signs of a riot building among the Black Ink clan army already. If it hadn't been for the territory lords and feudal lords stopping them, the Black Ink clan soldiers would have already charged at Yang Kai to rip him apart. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5536, The Rise of the Profound Nether Army. The humans were astonished while the Black Ink clan was in an uproar. At that instant, the already tense atmosphere became even tenser. Wei Junyang secretly relayed his order for the soldiers behind him to get ready for battle. Although all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were on board with Yang Kai's plan and thought that it was feasible, no one could be sure it would work until it actually did. If the Black Ink clan were so enraged by Yang Kai's provocation that they decided not to endure anymore, the battle today would be inevitable. Judging by their current situation, the human race and Black Ink clan would have a hard time in the battle because, as Yang Kai said, it hadn't been long since the previous battle, and both sides still needed time to recuperate. While the human race were secretly arranging their next move, the commotion on the Black Ink clan side was growing louder, with even the territory lords having gloomy expressions while yelling things like, "How dare he?" and courting death. How arrogant is this human? Not only did he come here with a single warship, he even dares to boast so shamelessly. He clearly disdains his territory lords entirely. Though the territory lords admitted that this 8th Order human was indeed very powerful, it didn't mean they would accept any audacious request he made without reasonable grounds. If they did, how could the territory lords continue to command the soldiers below them? What would their subordinates think of them? The leader of the bunch, Six Arms, had a dark expression as he stared at Yang Kai while gritting his teeth. Do you humans like to joke about such things? Yang Kai remained calm. Do I look like I'm joking? Six Arms frowned because he thought Yang Kai was really joking and just using this opportunity to show off his prestige and weaken the Black Ink clan's morale. But after careful observation, Six Arms discovered that this human didn't seem like he was pulling a poor prank and was sincerely asking them to grant him an easement. Enraged, Six Arms roared, "Impudence!" Yang Kai casually retorted, "I'm only asking for an easement that wouldn't cost the Black Ink clan anything. Why are you getting so riled up?" Hearing that, Six Arms was even more furious. If Yang Kai only wanted easement, the Black Ink clan naturally wouldn't suffer any losses. But if they agreed to this request, wouldn't that be admitting that they were afraid of the humans? That would be a great blow to the already weak morale of the Black Ink clan army. No matter what, they couldn't agree to such an outrageous request. In fact, if the sides were reversed, the humans wouldn't grant the Black Ink clan easement either. What if I refuse? Six Arms asked coldly. Without saying anything, Xianxia summoned the army commander token. In an instant, the token glowed and illuminated the void. Then, Xianxia used his strength to carry his voice throughout the void. If the Blacking clan still won't let us through after one incense stick's time, the entire profound Nether army and Blacking clan will fight to the death. The token floated above dawning light, and Xianxia stood arrogantly on the deck while his voice, boosted by his world force, sounded deafeningly loud. The human race army was shocked for a moment before they immediately began chanting so loudly that it felt like the entire profound Nether territory would shake apart. War! 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 Kill! 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 Once the army commander token appeared, no one among the hundreds of thousands of troops in the profound Nether army dared to disobey. It was only now that the humans learned that the profound Nether army had a new army commander. Wei Junyang was the de facto army commander of the profound Nether army before, and though his performance was average at best during the several decades of war, he was at least able to maintain profound Nether territory. But when comparing the two, obviously this new army commander was bolder and more courageous. He had just been appointed and had already made such a big move. That was something the older and more prudent Wei Junyang would find difficult to do. With such an army commander overseeing profound Nether territory, the Blacking clan would no longer have easy days. Young Master is the army commander. Aboard the Baishi warship, Yuhi was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Yuru Ming and the others were all shocked as well. Their husband was the army commander? They had no idea about this and hadn't received any news of this matter. Moreover, Yang couldn't even tell them about this. But while looking at the figure enveloped by the token's halo, who was also the center of everyone's attention, all the madams felt an inexplicable sense of pride. That was their man. Profound Nether Army's army commander. When the army commander token was summoned, Six Arms' eyes immediately lit up. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had suddenly appeared in profound Nether territory was actually the profound Nether Army's army commander. If Six Arms could kill this human before the human race army moved, that would be a crushing blow to the enemy's morale. A sudden urge began to fill his heart as his gaze turned vicious while staring at Xianxia. Not only Six Arms, but many other territory lords had similar thoughts. At that moment, several divine senses surged as the territory lords began secretly discussing their next move. Six Arms soon suppressed such thoughts, though, while sending a warning to the other territory lords to not make any rash moves. This human before them wasn't easy to deal with, and if they acted on impulse, they might be the ones killed rather than their opponent, which clearly wasn't worth it. Since this human had summoned the army commander token before the eyes of the two armies, he might have something planned. While suppressing the anger and ambition inside him, Six Arms said through gritted teeth, "If you humans want to start a war, so be it. Do you think the Blacking clan is afraid?" Since they were forced to this point, no matter how reluctant Six Arms and the other territory lords were, a clash between the clans was inevitable. When Six Arms finished his words, he suddenly stopped and frowned because he could sense another divine sense surging inside the void. It seemed like someone was contacting Six Arms. Xianxia smiled as he swept his gaze across all the territory lords and finally fixed his gaze on a figure that was enveloped by a dark shadow. It was another territory lord, but he seemed like a shadow and was neither real nor illusory, which was quite strange. As if sensing Xianxia's gaze, the pair of eyes amidst the dark shadow glanced back at him. A short while later, Six Arms had a strange expression on his face when he raised his head to look at Xianxia. The anger he felt had disappeared entirely, and he asked with a frown, "Are you only looking for easement? What else can I ask for?" Xianxia asked him back. Six Arms coldly snorted and said, "Even if we offered you this easement, do you have the courage to take it?" The territory gate was located behind the Blacking clan's base camp, so if the humans wanted to go through it, they would have to pass through the Blacking clan army. Weren't the humans afraid they might walk into a death trap? "You'll know the answer after you accept." Xianxia looked at Six Arms with a slight smile. Though Six Arms was strong, he didn't have the sharpest mind. In contrast to him, the territory lord who looked like a shadow was a quick thinker. It was the Shadow Territory Lord who had contacted Six Arms just now and made him forget about his decision to fight the humans. Just like how Xianxia had persuaded all the Eighth Order Masters at the main conference hall, that Shadow Territory Lord might have realized that Xianxia's departure from profound Nether Territory would benefit the Black Ink clan. Perhaps they might still be thinking about suddenly launching an attack after I'm halfway inside their territory. That was something Xianxia had to be prepared for. Even though he was sure the Black Ink clan would likely agree to grant an easement, he couldn't be sure that they would be able to hold back their urge to kill him. If that happened, there would definitely be a huge battle today. However, it didn't matter if things came to that, because Xianxia had considered such a scenario. He could just kill a few more territory lords and bring Dawn to escape any ambush set up at the territory gate. He had a 2 million strong small stone race army on hand, which was his trump card to use against the last royal lord. Although it would be a waste to use them here against mere territory lords, Xianxia wouldn't be stingy when faced with a critical situation. After all, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were still nurturing the small stone race in the chaotic dead territory, so he could just head there and borrow some more after a few hundred years. Therefore, he had nothing to be afraid of. The two pairs of eyes met each other, one looking sincere while the other seemed doubtful. A long while later, Six Arms sneered. "Since you claim to have the guts, prove it." While saying so, he waved his hand, "Let them through." Once that order was given, the Black Ink clan army gathered in front, separated to both sides, and left a narrow path towards the territory gate. The scene stunned the human race army. When Xianxia said he wanted to pass through the territory gate, everyone thought he was just taking this opportunity to provoke the Black Ink clan and suppress their momentum. After all, how could the Black Ink clan agree to such a humiliating request? Though puzzled, the human race and Black Ink clan had a blood feud, so since both sides had gathered their troops, they would just start another battle. The stronger and the weaker side would be determined after the fighting was finished, so what was the use of such provocation? However, who would have thought that the Black Ink clan would agree to such an absurd request and let Xianxia pass? What's happening? Did the lead territory lord lose his mind? Doesn't he know that agreeing to the request is a big blow to their army's momentum? No matter what the Black Ink clan were thinking, the humans were elated. The Black Ink clan had given in. Xianxia alone had managed to threaten the Black Ink clan to compromise to this extent. This was something no one had ever seen or even heard of before. Although they didn't attack or kill any Black Ink clansmen today, the current situation was better than slaughtering a couple of territory lords. Before Xianxia's arrival in profound Nether territory, the situation here wasn't looking good. They were constantly at war, and the humans were in an extremely passive situation. Moreover, they would suffer quite a significant loss after every battle. Profound Nether territory was almost lost during the last battle. Now, they had such a new, powerful army commander who could ask for an easement from the Black Ink clan alone and with only a single warship. Though the Black Ink clan had snarled viciously, they still compromised in the end. The hundreds of thousands of human soldiers looked at the figure above the deck of dawning light and couldn't help but feel astonished. That figure seemed so high and mighty. Profound Nether army had risen. Once the excitement had died down, the humans quickly became worried because even the dumbest among them knew that Xianxia was about to face a life-or-death crisis. If the Black Ink clan suddenly decided to attack, Xianxia and Dawning Light would be utterly surrounded. Despite their preparations for war, no one could be sure that the humans could save Xianxia from the Black Ink clan's besiegement in time. On top of the Bai Shi warship, Yuru Meng and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. Their husband was still so reckless, but they could do anything about it. They could only support their husband, but could they stand to watch him battle the enemy alone? Though they were women, they weren't weaklings. Ever since they met Xianxia, they had mostly lived apart. Although that didn't affect their relationship, these wives were thoroughly fed up with waiting at home and not knowing whether their husband would return alive. If he was destined to die, they wanted to die with him. Wasn't living and dying together the best ending for husbands and wives? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5537, "Human, what's your name?" Yu Ming looked at Su Yin, who just happened to look over at her, and then looked at all the others, their eyes filled with longing. Having lived with them for over 1,000 years, Yu Ming didn't have to speak and only had to look into their eyes to know what they were thinking. With a smile, she called out, "Senior, please." Bai Shi sighed. "Can't you show an old man some mercy?" Yu Ming smiled and assured him, "It's just a soul clone. I'll get husband to make it up to you if you suffer any damage." Bai Shi bargained, "I want to cultivate in the dragon pool. Help me convey my request to that boy." He had a dragon clan bloodline, and it was extremely strong, so if he could cultivate inside the dragon pool, it would be beneficial to him. However, it was a pity that only pure blood dragon clan members could enter the dragon pool, so despite being a veteran divine spirit, the dragon clan wouldn't allow Bai Shi in. More importantly, Fu Guang was still healing inside the dragon pool and couldn't be disturbed. However, if Yang Kai spoke up for him, perhaps the dragon clan could make an exception. Also, Yang Kai had previously saved Ji Lao San's life, and the dragon clan were beings that knew how to repay favors. Done. Yu Ming agreed straight away. "Sit tight," Bai Shi reminded them, and the warship instantly turned into a ray of light and shot forward. Division Commander Chun, who was overseeing this section of the army, was shocked when he noticed this, but was too late to stop them as Bai Shi's soul clone had already shot away. At first, he thought it was a squad acting rashly and was about to reprimand them, but then he saw the female figures on the warship. He moved his lips, but didn't stop them because he could roughly guess their thoughts. At the same time, Yang Kai sensed something and looked behind him to see a warship speeding over. Yu Ming stood proudly on the deck of the warship with a group of alluring women behind her. Yang Kai couldn't hold in his laughter and stood upright while waiting for them. Meanwhile, Six Arms had also noticed the incoming warship, and his eyes flashed as he raised his hand to stop the Black Ink clan from taking any action. They weren't sure about the situation on that other warship, but it didn't seem like it was looking for trouble, so Six Arms didn't want to start a dispute over something so minor. A short time later, Bai Shi's soul clone arrived beside Dawning Light and quietly stopped. Standing on the warship, Yu Ming raised her chin daringly at Yang Kai. In the past, when Yang Kai was fighting all on his own, they could only hide behind him because they weren't strong enough to help their husband and share his burdens. But now they were all Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and were no longer burdens. They didn't want to stay behind anymore and worry every day because they were afraid they might receive bad news about their husband. Even if they were to die, they would do so together. "Follow close behind." Yang Kai nodded lightly at Yu Ming and the others before turning back to look at Six Arms and shouting, "Move out." Dawning Light moved forward with the Bai Shi battleship closely behind. Yu Ming and the others were in high spirits, while Luan Bai Feng was the only one shivering in fear. These women have all gone mad. Even if they were willing to give up their lives for some smelly man, she wasn't. She and Yang Kai had no feelings for each other, and her life was previously under Yang Kai's control. It was only when Yang Kai decided to head to the Black Ink battlefield and removed all names from the loyalty list that Luan Bai Feng and Chan Tianfei were able to get their freedom back. Aboard the Bai Shi battleship, Luan Bai Feng was so desperate to cry, but was unable to shed any tears. If she left the warship now, she would die, so she could only helplessly stay silent at the back while keeping her guard up. As Dawning Light and the Bai Shi battleship moved forward, the Black Ink clan on both sides stared at them like a flock of hawks, numerous divine senses surging about as they communicated with each other. Meanwhile, on the human side, hundreds of thousands of human soldiers remained ready for battle. The warships had begun humming, prepared to charge at a moment's notice. In an instant, no matter whether it was the humans or Black Ink clan, both armies were ready for battle. The humans were worried that the Black Ink clan would attack after surrounding Yang Kai and the others, while the Black Ink clan soldiers were just waiting for orders from the territory lords. Once the territory lords gave the signal, the Black Ink clan would charge forward and tear the two warships to pieces. However, the territory lords didn't make that call. Under the exchange of divine senses, the territory lords found it difficult to come to a unanimous decision. On the one hand, they thought this was a hard opportunity to come by. This might be their best chance to kill this eighth-order human scourge. Though the other faction didn't deny this, they were worried about things on a deeper level. The humans weren't idiots. After so many years of battling them, the Black Ink clan had deeply experienced how deceitful and cunning humans could be. Since that human wanted to pass through the Black Ink clan army so recklessly, how could he not have come prepared? Without mentioning the battle that would break out once the Black Ink clan initiated an attack, would they really be able to kill that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master if they attacked? How could this human have acted so boldly if he wasn't confident about this matter? Or perhaps this was what the humans had planned. At that moment, the territory lords were still arguing in secret. In the end, all the pressure rested on Six Arms' shoulders because he was their leader in profound nether territory. The other territory lords dared not to act rashly without his orders. On the other hand, Six Arms was sweating profusely. Several territory lords supported the idea of attacking and killing that 8th Order Master, so how could he not want to do the same? He had already secretly devised a plan earlier and was just waiting for that human to head deeper into their ranks before making a move. No matter what scheme the humans had, that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was the key, so the Black Ink clan would have won half the battle if they had managed to kill him. Even if it meant they would have to suffer huge consequences, it would be worth it. Such a strong 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was someone all territory lords were wary of. However, just when Six Arms was about to give the order, he suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis wash over him, as if he would immediately die if he made a move. The sense of danger made him break out in a cold sweat, and he hesitated to decide. He had never felt time pass so slowly before. It was as if each breath was a million years long. Suddenly, the sense of crisis disappeared entirely. Six Arms raised his head in shock and saw that Xianxia was almost at the end of the Black Ink clan army's formation and was moving straight towards the territory gate. Six Arms felt dismayed, as if he had lost all strength in his body, but he also felt frustrated and relieved at the same time. It wouldn't be suitable for them to attack now because they had lost their best opportunity. At the same time, Wei Junyang, Ouyang Lai, and the others also felt relieved. Xianxia and the others had passed the most dangerous area. Since the Black Ink clan didn't attack, there was a high possibility that they wouldn't try anything now. However, they still couldn't let their guard down because anything could happen before Xianxia entered the territory gate. Sometime later, Xianxia had already arrived above the Black Ink clan's base camp. He looked down and saw numerous densely packed low-rank Black Ink nests and more than a dozen mid-rank Black Ink nests here. Also, he could make out large numbers of Black Ink clansmen moving in and out of these nests. If he made a move now, he could destroy a few mid-rank Black Ink nests, but he didn't want to cause any chaos because the main purpose of this trip was to pass through this region. Instead of trying to destroy the Black Ink nests here, it was better for him to think up a way to wipe out the high-rank nests of the no-return pass. As long as the high-rank Black Ink nests remained, there was no meaning in destroying the Black Ink nests here and now, as all that would do is set off another battle. Without slowing down, the two warships sped past the Black Ink clan's base camp and soon arrived at the territory gate. There was a territory lord and a Black Ink clan army standing guard here. Noticing Xianxia's arrival, the territory lord took a good look before waving his hand. Only then did the Black Ink clan army split apart. Though they were reluctant to accept what was happening, Six Arms and the others had compromised, so he didn't want to cause any trouble either. "Human, what is your name?" Six Arms' shout came from behind. Even now, they didn't even know what Xianxia's name was. Dawning light had already entered the territory gate, so Xianxia didn't turn around. However, his voice came from afar. "Profound Nether Army's Xianxia." Xianxia. Six Arms muttered the name while engraving it in his heart. Today's events were a humiliation for the Black Ink clan, and they had the right to know the name of the one responsible for their embarrassment. From today onwards, they would spread the human's image and name to all the battlefields and remind the Black Ink clansmen there to be wary of him. This was how such an enemy master should be treated. A moment later, they were gone. Under the human race army's watch, Yonkai led 2 warships through the territory gate and entered the neighboring Great Territory. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan didn't move and just let them leave. For a while, many were confused because this disastrous world indeed followed the principle of respecting the strong. The Black Ink clan had always been overbearing and unruly, but when facing an army commander who could kill 3 territory lords all on his own, they didn't even dare to make a sound. Not only did they agree to such an absurd request, but they also made way and watched them leave without the slightest hindrance. The younger generation is indeed more daring. Wei Junyang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Back when they were at the main conference hall, though Yonkai had successfully persuaded him, he still knew that there was a huge risk to this plan. Any slight problem would have led to a war breaking out between the 2 sides, putting Yonkai and those with him in a precarious position. He wasn't a fan of such risky moves. However, this was Yonkai's first order after being appointed as the army commander, so he couldn't undermine his authority by disagreeing. This was also why, although he agreed to the plan, he also made preparations to save Yonkai if anything happened. As it turned out, his worries were all for nothing. Yonkai did manage to deter the Black Ink clan and made them grant him an easement. The moment Yonkai led the 2 warships through the territory gate, Wei Junyang had a feeling that he had passed his prime and failed to stifle his laughter. He was old, and he couldn't deny it even if he didn't want to. He withdrew his thoughts and looked at the Black Ink clan before announcing, 6 Arms, the profound Nether Army's army commander has left. If the Black Ink clan wishes to start a battle, we humans are willing to accept the challenge. 6 Arms looked at Wei Junyang before coldly snorting. He left? Who knows if he's really gone? Maybe he's hiding just beyond the territory gate, waiting for us to start a battle so he can sneak up on us from behind. Moreover, 6 Arms recalled that when Yonkai appeared that day, he brought along a massive army of small stone ray soldiers that helped the human race army attack the Black Ink clan army for both sides, causing them to suffer a huge loss. He couldn't see any signs of that small stone race army, so there was no telling where they might be hiding. Humans were indeed treacherous and filled with ill intentions. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5538, Not Any One Person's War. Yonkai's figure disappeared, but the Black Ink clan didn't show any signs of attacking. Whether they were wary or powerless, such a situation was what the humans wished for. After all, it wouldn't do them any good to start a war now either. Wei Junyang and the others soon gave the order, and the human race army that was pressing in at the border slowly retreated in an orderly manner. A while later, the noisy, profound Nether territory became peaceful again, and the situation was back to when both armies were separated, each resting, recuperating, and preparing for the next battle. In the great territory beside profound Nether territory, Yonkai turned around and stared at the huge territory gate. The Black Ink clan didn't set up any defenses on this side, so Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship had made it through without any hindrance. Meanwhile, the others were also looking at the territory gate, still unable to believe what had happened. Their request for easement had gone smoothly. When Yonkai was standing before the Black Ink clan army's formation on the lone warship, they had already prepared themselves to fight to the death. They all thought that the Black Ink clan wouldn't agree to Yonkai's request. In the end, the result was surprising. It was obvious that the human race army pressuring the Black Ink clan was only a part of the reason they granted passage, while the main reason was the intimidation Yonkai represented with his powerful abilities. To the Black Ink clan, a strong master like Yonkai leaving profound Nether territory was something they hoped for, because at the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about him ambushing them for now. Squad leader, why don't you seal up the territory gate? Feng Ying suddenly asked. If they sealed up the territory gate to profound Nether territory, the Black Ink clan would have no way of contacting the outside world and would also die while being trapped. Then, the humans only needed to weaken the Black Ink clan's forces slowly and could one day wipe them out. However, Yonkai chuckled when he heard this suggestion and slowly shook his head. No, if we did do such a thing, it would only force the Black Ink clan to immediately start an all-out war. The profound Nether army isn't ready for such a battle. After listening to his reasoning, Feng Ying understood that she was being hasty. What Yang Kai said was true. The Black Ink clan had suffered a huge humiliation by granting them an easement, but since Yang Kai had already left, they couldn't do anything about it. However, if they took the opportunity to seal this territory gate, the Black Ink clan wouldn't just endure anymore. By then, no matter how wary they were, they would still insist on fighting it out with the humans. Yang Kai had left large amounts of small stone ray soldiers behind, and the humans might not lose such a battle, but the best outcome would be both sides suffering crippling losses. The Black Ink clan could afford such heavy casualties, but the humans couldn't. Yang Kai had thought about sealing the territory gate too, but that idea only lingered in his mind for a moment before he gave up on the idea. At that moment, he suddenly understood something and said, "This is not any one person's war. It is the entire human race's war." One powerful master could not change the humans' current situation alone. Not even a group of powerful masters could do that. Only when the human race could continuously produce more masters would they be able to truly defeat the Black Ink clan. It was at that moment that Yang Kai understood the intentions of the Ninth Order Old Ancestors. The Old Ancestors were already extremely strong, but they still chose to sacrifice themselves on the barren territory battlefield to clear a path forward for the younger generation, opening up space for them to grow and mature. It seemed like the Ninth Order Old Ancestors had already foreseen everything back then. The Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds. Without the Black Ink clan's invasion, the 3,000 worlds would still be flourishing, and many living beings in the numerous universe worlds wouldn't have died. However, the situation was what it was, and now the humans needed to find a way to fight back. Numerous thoughts surged inside Yang Kai's head, and he suddenly realized many things that he had never thought about before. That was because he used to be a lone soldier, and though he had great strength, he didn't need to manage anything and could do whatever he wanted, as there would be others to worry about the bigger picture whenever problems arose. Now that he was the profound Nether Army's army commander and in charge of the war for an entire great territory, he had to think about things from a much broader perspective, allowing him to see things he had never realized before. He originally thought that after this mission, he would have to find time to seal up a large number of territory gates and cut off the Black Ink clan supply lines and communication channels. But now that he thought more deeply about it, that seemed like the worst possible plan. If he went with this idea, though the humans would have a chance to wipe out the Black Ink clan on the dozen or so current battlefields, it wouldn't bring them any closer to solving the root of the problem. In the end, there would still be an endless number of Black Ink clansmen that needed to be killed. To the humans, the wars in the dozen or so battlefields were a constant source of danger, but also an essential training ground. Life or death situations were not only crises, but also opportunities. Flowers grown in a greenhouse would never be as strong as the wild grass that had gone through rain and storms. For now, the human race needed the Black Ink clan to be their life or death enemy. Yang Kai himself got to where he was by going through continuous life or death battles with the Black Ink clan, so he knew how these experiences could help one grow. There was a vague idea forming in his mind, and perhaps after this mission, he could head to the Supreme Headquarters and discuss it further with Xianxia and the others. For now, though, the two warships continued moving at full speed through the void. Dawning Light was a superior warship. Back then, it had cost Yang Kai and Dawn an enormous amount of military merits to customize this warship into one with outstanding offensive and defensive capabilities far beyond that of an ordinary warship. But the Baishi battleship was even better. Although it was just a soul clone, she was a powerful, mature divine spirit. So in terms of speed, the Baishi battleship was even faster than Dawning Light. Moreover, the Baishi battleship had an extremely strong defensive ability, which was why Yu Meng and the others did not need to worry about protecting themselves. If it hadn't been for the Baishi battleship's sturdy defenses, Yu Meng and the others might have been injured or even killed during all those large-scale battles despite being 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Since they had the Baishi battleship protecting them, their squad of women was still fully intact. Their journey to Acacia territory would take them through 6 great territories. That was already the fastest route, But even with the speed of their warships, it would take at least 2 months to arrive. This was the route they needed to take even when exiting through the territory gate that the Black Ink clan controlled in profound Nether territory. Their journey would be significantly longer if they chose to go through another territory gate. As there were cultivators trapped in Acacia territory in a critical situation, Xianxia didn't want to waste any time, which was why he decided to ask for an easement from the Black Ink clan. After all, what would the point of arriving late be? When the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, almost every living being in the various universe worlds died or was enslaved. Everywhere the Black Ink clan went, they would destroy universe worlds, leaving these previously flourishing places in dead silence. On the contrary, the Black Ink clan left all the universe temples intact. The Black Ink clan could use the universe temples to save them a lot of time moving about. Therefore, they intentionally left them standing and even posted guards to protect them. When Xianxia returned from the no-return pass, he used many of the universe temples as transit points and also killed every Black Ink clansman who was guarding them. Those Black Ink clansmen left to guard the universe temples weren't very strong. And since the Black Ink clan didn't have so many territory lords, most of the defenses were led by feudal lords. Xianxia had killed more feudal lords than he could count by now. On this journey to Acacia territory, Xianxia didn't have to make a move to deal with the Black Ink clansmen guarding those universe temples because they were easily dealt with by Dawn and the all-female squad. Later, they encountered a few Black Ink clan teams sending resources to each of the front lines. Those Black Ink clansmen naturally wouldn't have a good end, and the resources they carried were pocketed by the two groups. This was also something the hunters enjoyed doing. Currently, in the entire 3,000 worlds, besides the 20 or so great territories that weren't fully taken over by the Black Ink clan, the rest counted as the Black Ink clan's territory. The Black Ink clan were now mining resources they found in all those great territories and sending them to the front lines. The battle between the humans and the Black Ink clan was never-ending, so the demand for resources was enormous. As such, the hunters would have many opportunities to snatch these resources. Although the hunters could gain military merits from killing the enemy and use them to exchange for resources that couldn't compare to what they obtained by looting the Black Ink clan. Every Black Ink clan supply team carried an enormous amount of resources on them. Therefore, killing them and looting them was far more profitable than simply earning military merits on the battlefield. For the past couple dozen years, the hunters and Black Ink clan teams that were tasked with delivering resources have been constantly waging a battle of wits against each other. This resulted in the Black Ink clan sending out more powerful troops when transporting resources because they didn't want the hunters to snatch away the goods. There were even some territory lords patrolling around the various great territories, trying to find any traces of hunters. In this way, although hunters weren't fighting alongside the army, they did manage to lessen the burden of the frontline soldiers because they occupied quite a number of territory lords. A part of the dozen or so territory lords that suddenly appeared in profound Nether territory were dispatched from these patrols. It was said that back in the day, many hunters traveled alone and would only have 2 to 3 good friends accompanying them. But as the Black Ink clan began sending larger escorts for the supply teams, the hunters gradually formed groups similar to army squads to respond. The Black Ink clan hated hunters more than any other humans and wished to slaughter these vultures clean. It was unfortunate for them that the hunters were all bold yet cautious, and since they were quite strong, the Black Ink clan couldn't kill them all off. The trap cultivators in Acacia territory were a great opportunity, so the Black Ink clan didn't kill them immediately and instead released news of this matter, try to lure a large number of hunters over to wipe them out. The Black Ink clan weren't afraid of the hunters finding out their intentions because there were always some who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and acted recklessly because they believed themselves strong enough to do so. Moreover, even if the territory lords in profound Nether territory didn't initially understand why Xianxia had left, they would soon understand he was moving to save the humans trapped in Acacia territory. Otherwise, why would the army commander of the profound Nether army leave instead of overseeing profound Nether territory? As such, Acacia territory would only become more dangerous, and a large number of territory lords would surely be lying in wait. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5539, Yang Kai's Arrival. 2 months later, Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship finally arrived at Acacia territory. When the two warships passed through the territory gate, everyone on board, from the members of Dawn to Yu Ru Ming and the others, silently circulated their world force in preparation for a large battle. However, there were actually no Black Ink clansmen defending the territory gate. Yang Kai stood on the deck of Dawning Light, his gaze flashing slightly as he observed his surroundings. Thanks to his demon Eye of Annihilation, he could vaguely detect traces of Black Ink strength surging on a universe fragment in the distance. The Black Ink clan scouts were most likely monitoring them from afar. The situation was not too bad. Seeing as the territory gate was only being monitored and not defended, it would seem that the Black Ink clan was not ready to spring their trap yet. If the Black Ink clan had deployed a large army to garrison the territory gate, it would be an indication that they were prepared to annihilate the humans in Acacia territory once and for all. If that were the case, Yang Kai and the others would already be too late. Therefore, the current situation was undoubtedly what Yang Kai had hoped for. Yang Kai ignored the Black Ink clansmen monitoring them, not wanting to startle the enemy. Taking out his universe chart, he checked his direction and then guided the two warships into the depths of the void. On the distant universe fragment, a team of Black Ink clansmen quietly lay in ambush. The leading Black Ink clan feudal lord was carefully observing the situation at the territory gate, as it was just as Yang Kai had guessed. These Black Ink clansmen were only monitoring the movements here while calculating the number of hunters that entered Acacia territory. The sudden appearance of Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship startled the feudal lord slightly, and he quickly took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it to check its contents. A short while later, his eyes flashed and he shouted, "Send a message to Sir Yi and inform him that those two warships have appeared." Yi was one of the innate territory lords overseeing Acacia territory. Furthermore, he could be regarded as the commander of this area. His strength was powerful enough that he was not inferior to the territory lord commanders on the primary battlefields. The feudal lord had previously received an order from above to pay close attention to the whereabouts of these two warships. Although he did not know the reason these two warships were receiving so much attention, he could only obey the orders he was given. The jade slip he took out earlier contained a detailed description of the two warships, but he never imagined that these two warships would actually enter Acacia territory, just as the higher-ups had predicted. Located on a universe fragment was a low-rank Black Ink nest that had not hatched completely. The Black Ink nest was only several meters tall and could not produce more Black Ink clansmen. However, it was not only convenient to carry around, but also provided them with a means of long-distance communication. As soon as the words left the feudal lord's mouth, a high-rank Black Ink clansman immediately plunged into the Black Ink nest to report their discovery to their superiors. Elsewhere, 5 figures of different shapes and sizes lay dormant at an extremely hidden and secluded spot. These 5 figures had concealed their aura to the point where they almost seemed dead. If one was not powerful enough, they might not discover their presence, even if they passed by them. There was no saying how long these 5 figures had been lying in ambush here, but they didn't even move a muscle. Judging by their posture, they seemed prepared to lay dormant forever. At this moment, a large figure in the middle abruptly opened his eyes. He took out a communication bead and immersed his mind into it before checking the contents. His eyes flashed a moment later, and he muttered, "Everyone, Yang Kai, has arrived." The remaining 4 figures opened their eyes at the same time, and their dormant auras quickly began to recover. Although they did not reveal their full strength, their auras clearly indicated that they were territory lords. One of the territory lords flicked his forked tongue, hissing softly like a snake as he chuckled. Did he really come? These 5 territory lords were originally tasked with wiping out the human hunters that were lured over by the imprisoned cultivators in Acacia territory. Otherwise, 5 Black Ink clan territory lords couldn't remain in Acacia territory when the battle on the front lines was raging so intensely. Unfortunately for the Black Ink clan, The hunters were simply too troublesome to ignore. Over the years, at least 30% of the resources that the Black Ink clan transported to the front lines have been intercepted by these hunters, and countless Black Ink clansmen had fallen at their hands. The actions of the hunters enraged the territory lords, and in retaliation, they began to patrol the various great territories in search of the whereabouts of these hunters. Although their efforts were somewhat successful, the effects were minimal. The hunters were extremely cunning and shrewd. If there was the slightest hint of danger, they would not show themselves. On the contrary, they would strike like a thunderbolt and flee at the speed of lightning if their victory was certain. A large number of human cultivators had recently been discovered in Acacia territory. It was a splendid opportunity for the Black Ink clan. Hence, they deliberately spread the news far and wide in hopes of luring many hunters into rescuing these human cultivators. With 5 territory lords and a vast army hidden around Acacia territory, the Black Ink clan certainly regarded the hunters very highly. According to their original plan, once enough hunters had entered Acacia territory, the hidden Black Ink clan army would move to secure the various territory gates. Then, the territory lords would emerge to attack. That was their strategy to block off the enemy's retreat and wipe them out. However, they received a critical piece of news from Profound Nether Territory a month ago, stating that the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, Xianxia, had personally led 2 warships out of Profound Nether Territory. His destination was unknown, but there was a high possibility that he was heading to Acacia Territory to rescue the trapped humans. They had never heard of Xianxia's name before, but his status as the army commander of the Profound Nether Army was enough to garner the attention of the Black Ink clan territory lords. The army commanders of the human race were among the strongest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Fighting any of the army commanders was extremely difficult, so if the territory lords could kill such a master, then the morale of the human race army would suffer a heavy blow. That in itself was enough to be tempting, but Xianxia's identity as the army commander of the Profound Nether Army was not worrying enough to make special plans. It was his other identity that left the territory lords unable to remain calm. He was the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who previously caused a huge commotion at the No Return Pass, destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nests, and escaped alive from the pursuit of the Royal Lord. It was said that not only were 7 high-rank Black Ink nests destroyed at the No Return Pass, but 3 territory lords had also been killed. In addition, the cultivation of more than a dozen Black Ink clan territory lords had regressed to that of feudal lords as a result of that battle. They were currently recuperating inside the Black Ink nests, but it was unknown how long it would take or even if they could fully recover. After that incident, the Royal Lord had flown into a rage and issued a command for all the territory lords to search for the whereabouts of this human and kill him no matter the price they had to pay. Nobody could have expected that human to appear in Profound Nether Territory, much less become the army commander of the Profound Nether Army. Furthermore, he was now taking another huge risk by leading just 2 warships to Acacia Territory. Not only was this an opportunity for the Black Ink clan, it was a rare and precious opportunity. The snake-tongued territory lord asked rather excitedly, "Are you certain it's Xianxia?" Nai nodded. "It's almost certain." Although Xianxia himself was not observed on the warships, the appearance of those 2 warships matches the information from Profound Nether Territory. Be it Dawning Light or the Baishi battleship, both were different from ordinary squad-class warships. Their special characteristics were extremely distinguishable. These were the 2 warships that Xianxia had led out of Profound Nether Territory. Since they were currently in Acacia Territory, it was only natural that Xianxia was too. Not bad, not bad. I can't believe we managed to catch a big one. The snake-tongued Black Ink clan territory lord looked eager for blood. Originally, the Black Ink clan only planned to target the hunters. However, if they could eliminate Xianxia along with their original targets, then they would have contributed greatly to the war. It wasn't just the snake-tongued territory lord who looked excited. The other territory lords also had the same reaction. Xianxia's name was well known throughout the Black Ink clan. The lower-ranked clansmen might not know of him, but almost all the feudal lords and above had heard his name before. This person was the Black Ink clan's greatest enemy. We must not act carelessly. Xianxia attacked the no-return pass twice and killed 3 territory lords. In profound nether territory, he only attacked once, but killed another 3 territory lords. Although we are innate territory lords, even we would not get away lightly if we encountered him alone. Immonaye's words made the territory lord's expression somber. An innate territory lord was very difficult to kill. But be that as it may, the information they received indicated that as many as 6 innate territory lords had died at Xianxia's hand alone. One of the territory lords with fleshy wings on his back quickly said, "It's not like we've never fought 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters before. Even the strongest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are nothing special. This Xianxia is also just an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It does not make sense for him to be so powerful." That was one of the questions that had been puzzling the Black Ink clan for a long time. It would take more than an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to kill a territory lord so easily. Such a feat was only possible for a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Immonaye spoke in a solemn voice. The human race has many unpredictable means in their arsenal. In a life-or-death battle, one's strength cannot be determined through generalized standards. Judging from the information we have on Xianxia, his true strength might not be as great as shown so far. So he must have used some strange method to kill those territory lords in one blow. At the no-return pass, the royal lord speculated that Xianxia's secret technique might have something to do with his divine sense. That speculation has been confirmed by profound nether territory. It seems that there's a flash of spiritual energy every time Xianxia makes a killing move. Turning to look around him, he continued, "Everyone, just imagine this scene. What would happen if your soul was struck by an unexpected and heavy blow, and you were then immediately attacked by a master of equal strength?" The snake-tongued territory lord hissed, "We'll be gravely injured even if we survive the attack." Immonaye nodded. "It only takes a moment for Xianxia to kill, so I believe his method is highly related to this unique secret technique of his. Therefore, the most important factor when dealing with him is to protect your soul and prevent him from finding an opportunity to ambush you." The Black Ink clan was not stupid, so how could they not have learned anything after suffering such heavy losses? Not to mention, Xianxia had activated the soul-rendering thorn in front of the royal lord of the no-return pass, so there were bound to be traces of his attack that could be noticed. In addition, the royal lord has observed that Xianxia also suffered some kind of backlash to his soul after activating his secret technique. He is probably using some kind of sacrificial technique that harms both his enemy and himself. In other words, he can only wield this secret technique a limited number of times. The eyes of the fleshy-winged territory lord gleamed. "Are you certain?" Immonaye nodded again. Profound nether territory has confirmed this fact. After Xianxia attacked and consecutively killed 3 territory lords, he did not target the territory lords. In other words, using that secret technique thrice is his limit. The burden is too great on his soul for him to unleash it a 4th time. One of the territory lords with a humanoid appearance, who had remained silent all this time, joined the conversation. "In that case, we will be able to restrain him if 4 of us act together. There were 5 territory lords here, so if 4 of them were to work together, then one of them would be free to move about. However, if all 5 of them were to act together, it would be equivalent to being completely restrained by Xianxia instead." Immonaye slowly shook his head. "There's no need to be so cautious. A team of 2 should be more than enough. Even if Xianxia were to attack, he could only deal with one enemy at a time. The other one should be fully capable of restraining him. As long as he is restrained, it will be easy for us to take him down together." The other territory lords nodded in agreement. 4 territory lords acting together was certainly making a mountain out of a molehill. It was more than enough for 2 territory lords to cooperate to pin Xianxia down. Martial Peak, Chapter 5540, Unavoidable Confrontation. Besides, they could not make a foolproof plan if they wanted to take down somebody like Xianxia. On the contrary, they had to allow him to exploit so that he would take the risk of attack. If 4 territory lords were to openly work together, he would probably end up hiding without showing himself, which would only make things more difficult for the Black Ink clan. What's more, Imo continued, the message from the royal lord indicates that Xianxia is extremely proficient in escaping. His movements are elusive and unpredictable. Xianxia managed to escape even though the royal lord himself gave pursuit. If you encounter him by accident, you must make sure to keep him pinned down at all costs. He must not be allowed to escape. The other 4 territory lords nodded, understood. The snake-tongued territory lord eagerly asked, Imo, are we going to tighten the noose now? The big fish has already taken a bait. There's no need to wait any longer. Imo was silent for a moment before he nodded. We can seal off the territory gates now, but we should not rush to make a move. There are 5 other territory lords on the way right now, and they should be arriving soon. The other 4 territory lords were stunned, with the winged territory lord asking, Did you call for more reinforcements? There were 5 other territory lords on the way. Combined with the 5 territory lords that were already here, there would be 10 territory lords gathered in Acacia territory alone. 10 territory lords against a single 8th order open heaven realm master. That was certainly a high valuation of their enemy. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. Imo quickly said, If we can get rid of Xianxia once and for all, then the royal lord will definitely be pleased with our efforts. If a little extra help can accomplish that, why hesitate? Seeing as Imo had brought up the royal lord as his reason, the other territory lords could not say anything to refute him. A short while later, Imo issued an order. The Black Ink clan armies that had been hiding around the 5 territory gates in Acacia territory emerged and formed a blockade. There were now 1,000,000 troops at each territory gate, and although no territory lords were overseeing them, such armies were simply insurmountable. Even if an 8th order open heaven realm master tried to break through their defenses, the Black Ink clan would be able to stop them if they disregarded the losses that they would sustain. Just as Imo and others were having their discussion, Baishi's soul clone suddenly seemed to notice something and turned to look in a certain direction. There seemed to be an aura that was extremely similar to his coming from that direction. Although they were separated by hundreds of millions of kilometers, the aura from the same source could not be blocked by such a trivial distance. He immediately became confused. Why is he here? If that guy is here, then wouldn't the little ones also be here? Why aren't they cultivating in the star boundary? Why did they appear in Acacia territory? They truly do not fear the heavens. What if something happens to them? How am I supposed to explain it to Xianxia? He quickly calmed himself and sent out a message to the other side. Why did you bring the little ones here? The other side answered quickly, Why are you here? He replied, It's a long story. Yang Boy wanted to come to Acacia territory. Yuru Ming and the others insisted on following him, so I had no other choice. The other side fell silent for a moment. When he spoke again, he seemed slightly guilty. Has Yang Boy returned? Ahem. Did he return to the star boundary? Probably not. He responded angrily. You are too bold. How could you bring them here? The other side said, I had no choice. These little ones had some success in their cultivation. Moreover, they are young and ambitious. How could they bear just hiding away in the star boundary without doing anything? They've been complaining incessantly. As you know, I've gotten old. I can't stand the endless begging and coaxing of the little ones. In a moment of weakness, You're such a useless fool. Baishi's soul clone spat in disdain. The other side was silent for a moment. You are me, and I am you. If you scold me, then you are scolding yourself too. Baishi's soul clone was at a loss for words for a moment. Thankfully, he did not forget the main issue at hand, and quickly said, There's something wrong with the situation in Acacia territory. The Black Ink clan is probably trying to lure us all into a trap. You should take them away before the situation becomes chaotic. You don't have much time, so move quickly. Good. The other side responded just as rapidly. It was obvious that he had also realized something was wrong in Acacia territory. After their simple exchange, both sides immediately cut off contact. Baishi's soul clone couldn't help feeling slightly melancholic. Should I tell Yangkai about this? If I tell him, he won't be able to ignore their situation, but if I don't tell him, how will I explain myself if he learns about this matter in the future? Just as Baishi's soul clone was feeling hesitant and indecisive, Yangkai suddenly looked back with a frown from where he stood on the deck of Dawning Light. He vaguely felt as though there was a strange energy fluctuation coming from behind him earlier. However, he did not discover anything when he carefully searched for the source, which left him puzzled. With his strength, it was generally impossible for him to mistake such a subtle feeling, so he couldn't help feeling worried. Could someone from the Black Ink clan be spying on us from the shadows? He immediately sent a divine sense transmission to Baishi's soul clone. Senior brother Baishi, did you notice anything abnormal just now? Baishi's soul clone felt extremely guilty, but still hastily replied, No? Did you detect something abnormal? Yangkai felt even more confused. Could I have been mistaken? Just in case, he surged his divine sense and swept his surroundings. His investigation immediately revealed the presence of 5 powerful auras in the distant void, traveling at a high speed. 5 territory lords. The Black Ink clan sure is determined. I can't believe that 5 territory lords are overseeing Acacia territory. It seems the Black Ink clan truly harbors a deep hatred for the hunters. Of course, it might also have something to do with me. The Black Ink clan had probably predicted that he would come to Acacia territory, so these 5 territory lords might have made a special trip here just to eliminate him. When Yangkai detected the 5 territory lords, the 5 territory lords also noticed his presence. Their powerful divine senses immediately traced back his probe and discovered the whereabouts of Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship. It was just that the distance was too great, so they could not learn much other than that there was a powerful human race master spying on them from afar. It was one thing if they had not discovered the warships, but having noticed them, they could not ignore their presence. They were territory lords after all. Across the vast universe, the only 2 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were fully occupied and unable to move. So why should they be afraid of anyone? They immediately turned around, transformed into black ink clouds, and rushed in the direction of the warships. Aboard Dawning Light, Yangkai immediately withdrew and concealed his aura so that he resembled a dead rock as he shouted, "We've got incoming. Continue at full speed." After the words left his mouth, he vanished without a trace. On Dawning Light, Feng Ying's expression turned solemn as she hastily cooperated with the rest of the squad members to fully activate the warship's strength. Behind them, Baishi's soul clone mustered all his strength to follow. The 2 warships transformed into 2 streams of dazzling light as they shot forward with astonishing speed, but regardless of how fast they moved, there was no way they could outrun innate territory lords, so the distance between them closed rapidly. In less than a stick of incense, the 2 warships appeared in the eyes of the territory lords. When the 5 territory lords detected the 2 warships with their divine senses, they immediately became overjoyed. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a dozen or so 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was certainly a huge harvest. These 5 territory lords were the reinforcements that Imon Naiyi had requested. They only knew that they were here to cooperate with Imon Naiyi against a human race master, but did not know the identity of their target. They never imagined that they would encounter 2 human squads as soon as they arrived at Acacia territory, much less that their discovery would be so plentiful. In any case, they did not think much of a lone 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, as any one of them was enough to restrain the other party. Nevertheless, they couldn't help feeling puzzled for a moment. Did the hunters have 8th Order Masters among their ranks? The situation did not match the information that they possessed, as the human race did not have many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Each one of them was a pillar of strength that would have to join the front lines in the primary Great Territory battlefields. Although there were many hunters, there had never been any 8th Order masters among them. There were many 6th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters, as well as 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm masters. Needless to say, none were weaker than that. The hunters who roamed the various great territories would not survive without a certain level of strength, so low-rank Open Heaven Realm masters generally did not have the necessary capabilities. Mid-rank Open Heaven Realm was the lowest acceptable limit. The reason hunters were extremely difficult to kill was that they were extremely elusive and hard to find. Now that the 5 territory lords had encountered the 2 hunter squads, how could they allow them to escape? They naturally gave chase with all their might. After a brief period, the distance between them grew even closer. The pursuing territory lords surged their strength, sending out numerous divine abilities and secret techniques towards Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship. A short while later, the void shook as both warships lit up with a thick and durable defensive spirit array that constantly flashed from the impact. The occasional counterattacks were also easily deflected by the pursuing territory lords. The battle that took place here seemed to set off the entire Acacia territory. In the distant void, a warship was speeding in the direction of a territory gate. 10 figures were standing on the deck of the warship, 5 of them very young, consisting of both males and females. There was a pair of children, a little girl with delicate and adorable looks, and a boy with a large gaping mouth that dripped with saliva. The little girl constantly wiped his saliva for him, but there was no end to his drool. Be that as it may, she did not show any impatience. She simply repeated her actions over and over again, which made the boy giggle endlessly. It was a small stone man. From his external appearance alone, he seemed very similar to the small stone race, which was actively playing a role on the various great territory battlefields. However, a closer inspection would reveal that he was a different species altogether. Whether strong or weak, the small stone race generally had low sentience. Even the 1,000-meter-tall, small stone race members who could rival an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would only act according to their instincts, and did not seem to have the ability for autonomous thinking. On the contrary, the small stone man was clearly different. Not only was he sentient, he was highly so. At this moment, he was climbing the edges of the warship in disinterest as he stared into the void with a look of loneliness and forlornness in his eyes. There was also an ominous beast lying on the deck with its eyes closed. It was obvious that this ominous beast was a divine spirit of similar rank to Tao Wu that Xianxia slaughtered in profound nether territory. Beside the ominous beast was a delicate little girl. She was stroking his fur lightly with a leisurely expression. She looked rather young, but her eyes were filled with the vastitudes of countless years. It was obvious that she was not just a simple little girl. The lineup in this group certainly looked very strange. However, everybody in the group, be it the young people, the 2 children, or the ominous beast, seemed to be rather powerful. At first glance, even their warship looked very similar to Yu Ru Ming and the others. That was another Baishi battleship, one that was modified and formed from Baishi's soul clone. The other party in the communication with Baishi's soul clone on Xianxia's side earlier was none other than this warship. They were both Baishi's soul clones. Therefore, they had no problems communicating with each other regardless of the distance between them, as long as they were in the same great territory and unaffected by a heaven-sealing, earth-locking array or technique. They could also communicate in secret. Even a master like Xianxia could not detect anything. He could only perceive a slight disturbance in the void, which had prompted him to investigate his surroundings. Nevertheless, he never expected to catch the attention of 5 traveling territory lords, which was just an unfortunate coincidence. Martial Peak, Chapter 5541, The Little Ones. When the 5 territory lords in the distance unleashed their attacks, the heavens shuddered and the earth shook. Everybody aboard the warship immediately noticed the commotion and turned to look in that direction. Among the 5 youths was a young man dressed in all-white clothes. Even his hair was snow white. His expression became solemn. A master from the Black Ink clan is attacking somebody. Moreover, this aura, it's a territory lord. Standing next to him was a young woman. She was also dressed in white, but her hair was black. She nodded at his words, more than one at that. I believe there are at least 3 of them, possibly even more. The black-haired young woman had a sweet appearance that was somewhat similar to Xianxia's. Were the whereabouts of a roaming hunter exposed? Among the 5 youths, a simple-looking young man approached the side of the warship with a vague look of worry on his face. Over the past few days, the whereabouts of several hunters hidden in the vicinity had been exposed. The exposure of their whereabouts had naturally attracted the pursuit of the Black Ink clan. However, the strongest among those Black Ink clansmen were mere feudal lords. Although the people aboard this warship had rescued many hunters from the grasp of the Black Ink clan recently, it was their first time seeing a territory lord here, not to mention that there was more than one. It will be difficult for them to escape, seeing as a territory lord is personally attacking them. Standing beside the simple-looking young man was a woman with a cold and sharp expression, making her seem extremely unapproachable. It was only when her gaze landed on the simple-looking young man that a glimmer of warmth entered her eyes. Should we rescue them? Out of the 5 young people, the last person was a young man with bowl cut and an eager expression. We've never fought a territory lord. Eldest senior brother, let's go save them. His last sentence was directed at the simple-looking young man. The small stone man who had been staring into the void in boredom all this, while suddenly leapt up and climbed to the top of the bowl-cut young man's head. Hammering his chest with his fists, he let out a battle cry. He was clearly very excited, and his fighting spirit was overflowing. Let's save them, the simple-looking young man announced with a determined expression. Senior Bai Shi, turn around. We're going to rescue them. Of course, Bai Shi's soul clone ignored the simple-looking young man as he scoffed to himself. Your honored master is there. Why would he need you to save him? We should leave Acacia territory as soon as possible before he discovers the situation here. If he learns that the little ones are here, this old master will be in trouble. He thus remained unmoved by their pleas. Seeing that Bai Shi's soul clone not only showed no interest in rescuing those people, but was also moving further and further away instead, the simple-looking young man quickly yelled, Senior Bai Shi, it's not this way. The other way. While the simple-looking young man was yelling at Bai Shi's soul clone, the cold and arrogant young woman simply leapt off the warship and sped towards the direction of the commotion. The bullhead young man immediately panicked and shouted, Wait for me, second senior sister. Then, he chased after the young woman, his speed quite extraordinary. The small stone man tried to grab at the bull-headed young man's hair to steady himself, but there wasn't much to cling on to. With no other choice, he held onto the youth's ears instead to prevent himself from being thrown off. Don't be reckless. The simple-looking young man hastily yelled after them. However, his junior brother and junior sister had already flown off into the distance. With a frustrated grunt, he hurriedly gave chase. Little Ant, let's go. The white-haired young man dressed in white shouted. Then, he floated off the warship hand in hand with the young woman beside him. The ominous beast that had been resting with its eyes closed abruptly stood up while the little girl who was stroking his fur immediately got on his back. In the next moment, flames appeared at the feet of the ominous beast, and he leapt into the void without hesitation. Before leaving, the little girl did not forget to reach out and grab the pair of children to bring them along. In the blink of an eye, there was nobody left on the Bai Shi battleship. You. Bai Shi's soul clone was desperate to cry, but was unable to shed any tears. He had planned to sneak the little ones back to the territory gate and quietly leave Acacia territory as soon as possible. Who could have known the little ones would be so reckless? This is bad. This is bad. I knew I should never have brought them out of the star boundary. He deeply regretted being so indulgent towards them and believing in their promises of just coming out to see a bit of the world. Look at the situation now. They had deserted him and left him alone in the void. He couldn't help feeling extremely worried about them. So with no other choice, he quickly turned around and chased after the little ones. While chasing after them, he sent a transmission to his other soul clone. How is the situation on your side? Why did you suddenly start fighting? The other party replied, We encountered 5 territory lords, but it's nothing to worry about. He was shocked by the response and asked, 5 territory lords? How is that nothing to worry about? Hurry up and hide. The territory lords are not to be trifled with. Not to mention, they are innate territory lords. Every one of them is comparable to a peak 8th Order master in strength. No need to worry, it's just 5 trivial territory lords after all. Those words stunned him as he secretly thought to himself, I don't have the habit of boasting. What is with my other soul clone? There are 5 territory lords. How is that trivial? From the way the other party was talking, he did not seem to think much of the 5 territory lords. It had to be said that even Baishi's true body could only handle 1 territory lord at a time. If 2 territory lords were to cooperate against him, he would surely be at a serious disadvantage. Needless to say, Baishi had an extraordinary defensive strength, so while he might not be able to defeat 2 territory lords, protecting himself wouldn't be a problem. Baishi's soul clone had no time to ponder on the issue, though, so he could only inform the other party. The little ones have gone there. Don't let anything happen to them. The other side inquired, how many little ones came? He sighed and helplessly said, Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, Yang Kai's 3 disciples, Xiao Xiao, Xianxia, Lu Yin, Xiao Hong, and even Xiao He. The other side was clearly shocked. Did all of them come here? These were all the little ones who were left behind in the star boundary. He helplessly replied, I know. If anything were to happen to them, we won't have any way to explain the situation to Yang Kai. Huh. The little ones had charged forward, so they were bound to run into Yang Kai. Therefore, Yang Kai would surely question the reason they were in Acacia territory. How was he supposed to explain the situation once that happened? The more Baishi's soul clone thought about the situation, the wearier he became. He was such an old man, yet he had to take care of the children of others. The most important point was that he failed to take good care of them. However, his other self clearly did not have such reservations and became excited instead. Great timing. Tell them not to expose their whereabouts. We might need their help to kill these territory lords. He exclaimed in astonishment, Kill the territory lords. When did my other soul clone pick up such a terrible habit? Who did he learn it from? Although the little ones were undeniably strong, even if all of them worked together, they could only handle 1 territory lord at most. However, the enemy was 5 territory lords. It was only natural to flee as fast as possible when faced with this many overwhelming enemies. And we're going to kill these territory lords. Just trust me. The other soul clone sounded confident and calm. Baishi's soul clone was at a loss for words. They were both soul clones of the true body, so that there was no differentiating between them in terms of sense or strength, so he could not figure out the reason for the other soul clone's confidence. Now that things had reached this point, though, he could only choose to trust in the other party, which was himself. As for how to call the little ones back, that was simple. They did not know that the commotion ahead was caused by Yang Kai, and simply assumed that one of the hunter squads had been exposed. As long as he told them the truth, they would come back immediately. To prevent them from exposing their whereabouts, he quickly sent a divine sense transmission, and sure enough, the figures charging forward hastily came to a stop and returned to the warship. The white-haired Yang Xiao, who was dressed in all white, exclaimed in astonishment, Senior Baishi, is adoptive father really up ahead? The honest-looking Zhao Yi Bai was extremely excited. Is it really honored master? Although the others did not ask any questions, their eyes were filled with pleasant surprise and anticipation. That's right. Yang Kai is there. The territory lords are chasing him, Baishi's soul clone replied. The cold and arrogant Zhao Yu immediately summoned a long spear. Her long hair flew in the wind as her murderous intent flared. Bold. I must go assist honored master. Xiao Xiao, who was standing on top of Su Yi's head, also became impatient. He jumped up and down on top of Su Yi's head, causing the latter to become somewhat dizzy as a result. Seeing that Zhao Yu was about to rush off again, Baishi's soul clone hurriedly called out, Calm down. Yang Kai does not want you to expose your whereabouts yet. He might need your help to kill the enemies later. Those were the words of the other soul clone. It was just that he was not in the position to explain too much under the current circumstances, so he simply took those words as Yang Kai's. In any case, he believed that his other soul clone would inform Yang Kai about the situation and then get back to him. Xiaoya did not dare to disobey the orders of her honored master. So after hearing those words, she slowly withdrew her murderous intent and turned to look into the distance. It felt as though the commotion in that direction was getting bigger and bigger. Lu Yin, who was riding on top of Xianxia, frowned and asked, "Senior Bai Shi, although Master has reached the 8th Order, there are quite a lot of territory lords there. Can he handle them all?" They knew that Yang Kai had become an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. After all, he previously stopped to visit Bai Shi's true body on his way back from the Black Ink battlefield. Afterwards, the news spread to the people of the Star Boundary when Bai Shi's true body retreated there with the cultivators from Voidland. What they did not know was Yang Kai's feats over the last several dozen years, including his battle record of killing 3 territory lords in profound nether territory. It had not been long since that incident took place. Besides, the hunters were scattered across the various great territories, which made it difficult to keep up with the latest news. Bai Shi's soul clone coughed lightly. "Don't you know the strength of your master? Judging by what he said, I'm sure he has his means." Lu Yin considered for a moment before agreeing. Since her master was acting in such a manner, then he must have his own reasons. There was no need for her to overthink the situation. She only needed to obey his orders. The whole group immediately calmed down, while Bai Shi's soul clone exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I managed to fool them for now. As for what happens after this, that's not up to me anymore." Activating a secret technique, he concealed his aura and secretly moved forward. Bai Shi not only had an outstanding defense, but his ability to conceal his aura was also unmatched. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for so many masters to fail at detecting his presence despite passing by Voidland for so many years. It was not until Yang Kai took over Voidland and Zhu Jiuyin went on a rampage that the sleeping Bai Shi awakened and made his presence known. One of the reasons why this group of youths could leisurely wander around the various great territories for so many years was undeniably thanks to their outstanding strength. But the other reason was that they had Bai Shi's protection. After killing Black Ink clansmen, they would only need to hide deep within the void. Even if the Black Ink clan mobilized a large force to search the area, they would have a hard time locating a lone warship. At the same time, far off in the void ahead, Dawning Light and the Bai Shi battleship carrying Yu Meng and the others were being bombarded indiscriminately by the territory lords. Fortunately, both Dawning Light and the Bai Shi battleship had extraordinary defensive capabilities. As long as they did not suffer an endless barrage of attacks from the territory lords at close range, they would be fine for some time. Bai Shi's soul clone avoided the attacks from the pursuing territory lords while at the same time, he sent a secret divine sense transmission to Yang Kai and told the other party about the situation on the other side.